Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to TopstepTV. Today, October 29th, 2025. Today is Wednesday, and it might be a wild Wednesday. We got a lot on the calendar and a great show lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to his right, JD, John Doherty. Hoag, JD, how you guys feeling this morning?
Feeling good. Happy Wednesday. It's gonna be a big day today. This FOMC thing is gonna be big. We're at all-time highs. Lots of earnings. I got a new haircut, and I'm looking particularly blonde today. Very excited about today. JD, how you feeling, pal?
What's up, guys? Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all my friends and traders in the chat. Welcome to Fed Day. It's Fed Day Wednesday here on TopstepTV. We're going to have a watch party later on this afternoon, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Make sure you're tuning in for that Fed rate announcement, and we'll be piping in. Yes, it's going to be a party. Get your party hats on. We're going to have a blast. We're also going to be piping in the Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's press conference at 1:30. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit. But happy Wednesday, folks. We've got gold about to open. We got a poll up in the chat. What trade are we going to take this morning, boys?
Let's take a look. So 88 votes right now. 88 votes right now. 52% going to the 5-minute. Make sure you get your votes in there as you find your seats. 52% going to the 5-minute. If you're wondering what trade we talk about, we are taking the opening range trade every morning, 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. Gold opens up. That is the official pit open for gold. We'll be looking at an opening range trade. If the chat votes for a 5-minute trade, we will be waiting for a 5-minute candle close outside of that first 5-minute candle. If it closes above the high, we'll be long. If it closes below the low, we will be short. Gold right now trading 40.39.40. 40.39.40 last trade in gold. Did have a pretty nice overnight move in gold last night. Maybe a little bit of a relief bounce here. But make sure you get your votes in there. 111 votes right now, and 53% going to the 5-minute, JD.
All right. You guys want to talk to charts just for a few minutes before we get into this trade? We've got some long overnight inventory.
Let's do it.
Anything jump out at you on these charts right now before we get into this trade?
Yeah. We've got some long overnight inventory. We were unable to really sustain much time below that 4,000 big fat round number weekly kickoff low. If the equities take any heat at all today, I think this is going to be a really good day for gold. I just kind of have that I guess feeling. If we're going to be taking the opening range trade, I like the long side.
Yeah, I do as well. Price target to the upside. I'm remembering a price where we saw that 1,500 lot trade in gold about a week ago, 40.65.90. I want to watch the market's reaction to there. It's been somewhat, that kind of zone has been an area of interest. It was a little bit of a resistance yesterday or 2 days ago, and somewhat of a support earlier in the week as well. So 40.65.90, if we do get in long, I'd be thinking about, watching the market's response there to see whether or not we get some follow through that level. But I do like the longs here as well. Just getting in the flow with the overnight trade.
Sounds good. Well, gold is open for business. Ding, ding, ding. The bell is rung. And according to the chat, 150 votes. Looks like we're taking the 5-minute opening range breakout with 54% of the vote right now.
40.38.50 last trade in gold. We do have a tilt, 59% long tilt right now in gold. So maybe they are looking at a trade off of this opening range. Average price 40.20, so they are in the money right now. We'll see how that tilt changes as the market develops. But we are going to be taking that 5-minute opening range trade, 54% of the vote. Again, waiting for a 5-minute candle close outside of that range. While we wait for this trade, JD, economic calendar. We got a lot on the calendar today.
Quite a bit happening today. Quite a bit happening today. Let's start off with the earnings calendar. Earlier this morning, we had earnings out from Caterpillar, Verizon, and Boeing. Later on this afternoon, we've got some tech earnings coming out. Meta, Alphabet, Starbucks, eBay. Big earnings after the bell later today. We've got a couple numbers still on the calendar. A couple economic reports. We've got international trade in goods, wholesale retail inventories, pending home sales, and looks like a 2-year. No, never mind. I was going to say a 2-year note auction later on this afternoon. But we'll see what happens with these numbers. They're still on the calendar right now. I doubt anything's going to be coming out. We will be getting those EIA crude inventories. They have pledged to continue releasing inventory numbers for crude oil and natural gas throughout the government shutdown. So we will get that number later on this morning, 9:30 Central Time. Then the FOMC meeting will come to a conclusion. The 2-day meeting will come to a conclusion, and a statement will be released at 1:00 p.m. Central Time on the future for interest rates here in the U.S. Expected for a 25 basis point rate cut. I believe the CME FedWatch tool is 96. Well, it was 96% on Monday. I imagine somewhere closer to 98% probability of a 25 basis point rate cut today. And
Here we
then
go,
we'll
JD.
have.
Just looked at the FedWatch tool. 99.9% probability of a 25 basis point cut.
There you have it.
Put that in the
You're
chat.
saying there's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance, right? And then again, we've got that FedWatch party starting at 1:00. We're going to be piping in Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. Party when his press conference starts at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. We'll be here all day, bell to bell, with you, talking you through this FOMC, this Fed rate decision later this afternoon. So stick around. We got one eye in the ditch for you. We're going to be here all day, watching the news, watching the markets, and keeping you up to date on everything going on around you.
Some stuff. Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. Hogue, before we get into... Go ahead, Hogue.
Well, I was just going to say, as far as earnings this morning, we had a few decent ones come out. We had Caterpillar come out, beating both earnings per share and revenues. Boeing missing on earnings, but beating on revenues. Verizon beating on revenues, but missing on earning, or beating on earnings per share and missing on revenues. ADP and CVS beating on both. And Microsoft, Google, and Meta after the close. Be an unbelievably interesting, challenging, and hopefully profitable day for everybody.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Hogue, before we get into any trades, I'm going to throw it right back to you. Let's do our homework. Let's get prepared, run through that checklist for the trading day to make sure we are ready to go.
Absolutely. And we go at it like a lightning here. So this is the lightning round. Pre-market research. That's what we're doing. Context, risk management, patience. Always thinking about it. Check. Morning checklist. Got your coffee, got your water, got your everything you need, get your exercise. Check. Mindset check. Are you in the right mindset? Are you feeling good? Are you happy? You feeling fresh? Mindset check. Checked. Trade entry checklist. Make sure you get that checklist and ready to take down those trades so you can do your post-market checklist at the end of the day. We're going to check that right now. Post-market checklist, review the trades, feel your way through those trades, do your journal, and be prepared for the next session, whether that's trading the overnight, slow markets, or whether you're trading the regular trading hours. Always be prepared. When you're prepared, you get to party.
Party.
Make sure.
Party.
Someone say party. We have this 5-minute opening range closing here in gold, and we are going to wait for a confirmation candle for a close outside of the range. I got a low of that range right now, JD, a 40.37.5, and the high of the range 40.42.90, and that is in the micros.
Yep, that's what I see in the micros as well. Oh, you got a range in the mini? What are you showing on the mini side?
40.42.80 on the top, and we just looked above it on the 5-minute opening range, and 40.37.40 at the bottom. So looks like we've broken out the 5 minutes, so now we're looking for a 5-minute close above that level.
Yep. So if we weren't looking at a confirmation candle, we would be triggered into a long right now in gold.
Yes.
On the 5-minute.
Yep. We did talk a little bit yesterday as well, maybe looking for a 1-minute confirmation on the 5-minute trade, but
I'm just going to bring that
keep
up.
this execution for now. Yeah. What do you think, Hogue?
I like the idea. If we're really going to drive either direction from the opening range, it's just going to save us on risk. Get us better trade location. Possibly better trade location.
Possibly, right. But no candle close here yet. We're going to wait for that 5-minute candle close and we will let you know if we get into a trade. But if we go with that execution, we're not going to get into a trade until another 3 minutes or so. So before we do that, JD, do we want to get to any news before we get to this trade and the charts?
Yes, let's talk about air traffic controllers missing their first full paycheck yesterday. The Federal Aviation Administration has reported the first staffing shortages of the day yesterday. Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport and Newark Liberty International Airport were both short-staffed with air traffic controllers yesterday. Newark's shortage was set to end at 10 a.m. Central Time, and Atlanta's was set to end at noon. Not every staffing shortage results in a delay, as controllers can reroute flights if they need to. But sometimes there is no choice but to slow planes down to maintain safety. The staffing shortages come as air traffic controllers missed their first full paycheck since the start of the government shutdown, which happened on October 1st. Controllers are considered essential staff and must work during the shutdown despite not being paid. Actually caught an image of a paycheck. They went through the process of actually issuing paychecks that read 0 on them.
Oh, no, that's not nice.
Right?
No.
Is that a shot in the chops or what? Let me see. I'll see if I can find that image. It was hard to look at, 0.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
That has to be fixed quickly. I mean, you're literally spending money to print these paychecks
to tell
and
people
not paying.
Yeah.
To tell people they're not getting paid. Yeah, that is asinine. That's
just plain mean, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. Like, just tell me I didn't get paid.
Eventually, also they will get paid, but it's a bad idea not to pay the people that are keeping the planes in the air, and that's just, it makes no sense. None of this makes any sense. These people in Washington, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, absolutely. Newark is actually one of my favorite airports to fly out of, JD. And I feel like every time we do one of these stories, Newark Airport comes up. And I got some travel plans coming up soon. And I don't think I'm gonna be flying out of Newark. I know that. It's a great airport though. But
it's a busy airport.
Not
yeah,
if no one's staffing
it.
Not if no one's staffing it.
True. It's a high pressure job too. Not an easy job. There's so much counting on these people, and you got to treat them right. So just give them a paycheck with 0 on it. That's just insane.
It's so stressful that they force retirement after like a certain amount of time. I think it's somewhere between 15 and 20 years. It's not like one of those jobs you can have for 30 to 40 years.
It's a lot of pressure, man. A lot of pressure.
They force people out. We're about to close.
Take a look at
this
these
confirmation candle.
Yeah,
right inside. In the middle of the range, though. Yeah, inside the range. 10 more seconds, and we'll close this first confirmation candle. And then it doesn't look like we're going to trigger a trade here, so I will jump in if we do get confirmation candle in the next 5-minute bar. But what are the charts telling us?
All right,
let's take a look. What are you seeing, Hogue?
All right, so there's still a lot of excess on that monthly bar. We still have that bearish piercing pattern on the weekly chart, and we've pulled back considerably. And of course, everybody has been saying gold needed a pullback. Well, here's your pullback. We did close one day yesterday below that weekly kickoff low, and we found some buyers down there. We found some buyers yesterday because the regular trading hour session was really a pretty decent move to the upside. We'll see that on the 30-minute chart here shortly. But that yesterday's kind of regular trading hour recovery saw an estimated 5,800 in open interest. Now they were pretty wrong on a couple of these markets yesterday with the open interest. So I'll be watching closely, and I'll let you know as soon as the final numbers come out. But that's what we have to work with. So it looks like we did run into some buyers, some new accumulation for longs down below that 4,000 level, and we are back above it now. And I'm looking at this and saying, all right, if the equities get hurt at all, I think that may be something that will bring more buyers back into gold. Of course, we can't We don't know that for sure, but back above this weekly kickoff low, that big fat round number 4,000. I'm looking for more of a recovery in this. I don't know if I'm going to get it, but Jay, what do you think of that?
So Hogue, we had anchored a view up to September 2nd, that September 2nd daily candle, and we're using that as a support right now. 39.46 is that price. And the reason we anchored there, that was the candle that broke us out of that 130-day consolidation that we were in. We're holding that as a support. We were looking at yesterday. I was looking at if we close below that, then maybe the 50-day moving average was the target, 38.29. But we're holding that as a support right now. So now what I'm looking for is a potential test of the 20-day moving average, which is at 40.95s. We were looking for a pullback. I think we got it. I'm not surprised to see the market slowing down to the downside at an area where we met some average volume because this is a market that, when you zoom out, is in an uptrend. So I think this was a welcome pullback, holding above that 40,000 level now. I think we have some room up here. I think we have some room up.
And now for a change, we do have some weaknesses in structure above price because we've been putting in new highs the whole time. All the weaknesses in structure were down below, and there's still a lot that remain down below. Those will be important when they become important, and we've seen some of it already get taken out. We had naked points of control, naked point of control, a gap that we closed yesterday, another naked point of control that was checked yesterday before the regular trading hour open. And looking at yesterday, our opening range trade was to the short side, JD, and we did decide to cover at 1-to-1. We had two on, we covered one, we left our risk. We didn't change the risk at all. We ended up $6 on the day. We were really looking for this market to continue this push to the downside, but as soon as we started holding above the initial balance high, that was it for me for shorts. I'm looking for longs. We ended up almost closing the session gap. We left one tick between the session gap between Monday and Tuesday's session. Well, that's a foregone conclusion. Now we are way now above that. So the buyers came in last night before the London session. London session exacerbated the buying coming in. We're back above the weekly kickoff high here. We've tested through this naked point of control. We have another gap to close up above here, which is relatively close to an area that Jay was looking at. Where is that gap? The gap goes from 40.6480 up to 40.7340. And then there's another naked point of control below that and some more information. Some of those single prints that were resistant on the way down could be interesting for more levels. And I know that we are probably going to be focusing a lot today on the 200 session moving average on this 30-minute chart, coming in at 40.55. We've opening with a gap, overnight inventory to the long side. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Jay, what do you think?
Let's see if we can get some volume above this 200 moving average. Hogue, 40.55 is that 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. We've been under it for about 8 days now. And every time we even looked up there, it's been a rejection. I don't think we've tested it since we've been under it, since we traded under it. So we will see how the market responds there. 40.55 right now, VWAP is still it's trending higher, but it's right at 4,000, right? 4,001 is where VWAP is. So I do want to see volume catch up to this move to tell us whether or not it has the ability to sustain the move to the upside. But it's trying, right? Buyers are trying for sure now. With the Fed rate decision coming up later today, maybe we see more volatility closer or after that number. I'm curious to see how much we get before that Fed rate decision.
Well, the profile yesterday was a double distribution trend day to the upside. So we left some single prints, just a few, just above the IB high from yesterday, 39.4840. We see a pullback to that. There could be another interesting level. If you remember, these single prints up here on the way down ended up being resistant, and seeing our market continue this push to the downside. Again, we're looking at gaps single prints down to the initial balance high. I'm just gonna write that down, 39.48.40. If we do get down to that, that's where those single prints are close to, and see if we find some support there, if we even get the opportunity. And there's always the chance. So you're saying there's a chance of just kind of falling into range and waiting for the FOMC meeting to come out today and just kind of hanging around up here. Technically, Jay, with one tick of a gap left between Monday and Tuesday, opening with a gap above Tuesday technically creates an island bottom, which is a reversal pattern. We can see how that plays out. I mean, it's kind of weak. It's only a one tick little gap, but still it's a gap, right? Is that close enough for rock and roll? Is it close enough for horseshoes for that to be a gap fill, or does that create an island bottom? Ooh, stay tuned to as the market turns. We will
I
see.
think because I do want to be long gold, Hogue, I'm going to take it. Now, do I take a trade off of that? Maybe not. But if it agrees with my bias to the long side in gold, sure. We'll call it a gap to the upside. It's an island bottom. Let's keep going higher. When are we trading 5,000s in gold?
Absolutely. I'm down for that. Yeah, I mean, it's all context. It's all probabilities. And that's what we're talking about here. Context and probabilities. We are going to see. We are still not executed on any opening range trade here in gold. We're near to the low now of that opening range. We took that 5-minute breakout above, we'd be underwater right now. So probably a pretty good idea to wait for some sort of more confirmation on that trade. See how this plays.
Good stuff. All right. That's what we got in gold. JD, before we get to the equity charts, you want to talk some more news? What happened with stocks overnight and Nvidia?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, just checking on this gold trade real quick. We did play both sides of the opening range so far. I've got it boxed out on my chart right now. I'm looking at a 1-minute chart. So we did, if we weren't looking for confirmation trades, we did trigger along in the 1-minute, 3-minute, and 5-minute without the confirmation bar. And then we came back and retested the lower end of the opening range. It's super choppy right now. Even if we get a confirmation here to the short side, I don't really know if I want to get into it, but we can discuss that in a few minutes. All right, overnight, stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. The Hang Seng Index closed down 0.33%. The Nikkei up 0.217%, over 2% gain in the Nikkei, and the Shanghai Composite up 0.7%. Stocks in Europe this morning trading mostly higher also. DAX up 0.09%. Pardon me. The FTSE up 0.89%, and the French CAC up 0.07%. US dollar index up a couple of ticks, 98.908 last in the dollar. The VIX, 1644 up marginally, and the yield on the US 10-year Treasury note still just a little bit below 4%, 3.989% this morning. All right, what's going on over at Nvidia? The world's most valuable company is laying out its vision for the future. Here we go. The world's most valuable public company is laying out a vision for the future that includes more artificial intelligence. Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang spoke about making its technology central to everyday life at a conference in Washington, D.C. yesterday. The company is also already the world leader in chips that are key to powering data centers. Now, Nvidia says it's partnering with T-Mobile and Nokia to build 6G cell phone towers, the next generation of wireless technology. It also plans to help build self-driving cars for Uber starting in 2027. And it's working with the U.S. Department of Energy to build quantum supercomputers to advance scientific research. Huang has become a central figure in President Donald Trump's push for the United States to dominate AI. They are set to meet this week in South Korea. Big moves from Nvidia coming. Huge investments in AI.
Toby says, Richard Harris not going to like this news. It does look like in gold, we got that 5-minute candle close to the downside. We can decide whether or not we want to take this trade, but we did get that confirmation of a close to the downside. That candle closed at 40.36.
We could get
40.35.90.
in. We could get in right at the bottom of the opening range right now. We
Yep.
want to dip our
What do
toe
you
in the
think,
water
Hope?
with maybe a one lot. You like the
Overnight
short side at all?
Overnight inventory is long. If we're looking for longs, maybe the overnight inventory adjustment can give us a better trade location.
Okay. Holding for now. If we do get short, I mean, we're right at the low of the opening range. We can actually get filled better if we want to. That's not always necessarily a good thing. Almost trading back inside the opening range. I feel like this is just chop right now. It's not going to give us much direction.
It is. Yeah,
Head
gold
fake
is kind
after
of
head
choppy.
fake after head fake. I'll continue to watch. So far,
I think I'm good with a no take.
no take. Not gonna lie, I don't mind that either.
No dice.
I feel like this little dip is just a head fake. But we'll see if the market makes a fool out of us today. Give us a few more minutes to play out.
Market likes to make a liar out of you. You know?
We're about to start trading back inside the opening range again. Sellers are having a difficult time down here.
Mm-hmm.
It really was just like no volume trading at all.
No.
Yeah.
No, the dome looks pretty thin. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot going on here. It may just range until 1 o'clock, 1:30.
Very possible. I'm just going to mark it as no trade.
All right.
So 1 and 3 minute. Yeah, 1 and 3 minute, both triggered longs with the confirmation bar. 5 minute triggered short with the confirmation bar. And here we are right back in the middle of the opening range.
Right in the middle.
Yep.
We'd be stopped out of that long already.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So good no take.
So good no take so far. We'll see how this plays out. All right, guys, back to you.
Better trade locations.
All right, what are we seeing in the S&P?
All right. E-mini S&Ps. Where's my notes? There they are. So preliminary open interest indicates more new longs, 8,700 positive to the in the estimated open interest, of course. We'll watch for when the final comes out to see how close they were with that. That's how difficult really it is, even I think for the exchange to calculate open interest on a daily basis, because they don't even they estimate it prior to when they're able to get it all put together, and they put it out about 9:30, 10 o'clock will be the actual or the final number in open interest, and sometimes they're a little off. So if anybody's trying to sell you a platform that can tell you open interest in real time, don't buy it. They can't. Nobody knows when they're looking at a dome, when they're looking at a platform, whether somebody is getting in or out or transferring risk. It's impossible for a platform to do that. So, all right. On that note, weekly kickoff high in play. We've left the weekly kickoff high well behind us in the NASDAQ, but the tech sector has been so strong. We're looking at Nvidia up around $208 this morning. In pre-open and in pre-market trade. How is that even going to stop? I mean, it's just absolutely crazy, this whole AI thing. And that's really driven the NASDAQ quite a bit higher, and it's been much stronger than the ES. However, we are seeing increases in open interest. We haven't closed, even looked at closing the weekend gap, so that remains on the charts. We are waiting for, I've got to hear, and this is an industry term, oodles of data today. Oodles of data meaning lots of earnings and the FOMC release, which promises to be a very, very interesting and a very important one, with equities at all-time highs. This is going to be huge, folks. I'm looking forward to seeing how these markets respond when the actual number comes out. We know that they're going to be raising rates by 0.25%, 25 basis points. What do traders do after that? If the market doesn't do what they're expecting and they're looking around going, what happened? Things can change very quickly. So this is going to be a big one. Make sure you are at the FOMC party today. The watch party. All right. New all-time highs in the extended trading hour session. 3 ticks short of the weekly kickoff high. This market has been on a tear to the upside. Nobody has to tell anybody that. ACH, ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. Jay, what are you thinking in the S&Ps here, my friend?
New all-time high, Hogue, in the overnight session. I hate the price that it stopped at. With all this buying that we're seeing in this market, why stop 3 ticks short of a whole number level? That just kind of sticks out to me. Anytime I see that, I question the buyers in this market and whether or not they need a little bit of a pullback, right? Why, you did all this buying, why stop 3 ticks before a whole number level? But doesn't mean that I want to short it, right? We are seeing this market continuing to grind shorts up, continuing to grind to the upside, really not taking out prior day lows for the last 5 trading days at all. Really not taking out 50% of prior days ranges either. So extremely strong to the upside. Of course, anything can and will change. And the catalyst that we have today, the market's response to the Fed's decision or any other headlines or rating or earnings or anything that comes out can change the market structure. But for right now, this is just a one directional move. And my friend Hogue said, DFADM, don't fight a directional market. So I am not going to be the first person to try to short the equities.
All right. Yeah. I mean, everything's left behind.
Maybe the Russell. Maybe I'll short the Russell.
All-time highs, nothing to the left. Weekly kickoff high, largely a measured move, and kind of a big fat round number, 969.50. When it doesn't reach there, I kind of agree with Jay. It's like, why didn't it just trade to that number? What doesn't happen can be as important as what does, and we'll find out how important that's going to be later on today. Let's take a look at the 30, Jay. I got to make that little noise when we start moving the charts around like that. Sorry about that. So, here's the weekend gap. This is the session gap, naked point of control for Monday. Tuesday, we did close the gap. We got relatively close to the spike base, and that's where the buyers came in. We couldn't even get to it. What doesn't happen is as important as what does, and the market pushed higher for the rest of the session, indicating with the increase in open interest that, yeah, we still have buyers coming in. We still have, good buyers seemingly coming in. It's not huge open interest increases. We did see 5,600 increase on Monday. An estimated 87 increase on Tuesday. So that keeps getting bigger if that is the right number. Of course, we will check when the final number comes out. But it's still increasing. New all-time highs, new buying coming in. Jay, that's what we were talking about a couple of weeks ago. We need new buying. We're getting it. We can't complain about that. The market has been directional to the upside. Overnight inventory maybe a little bit to the long side just by judging VWAP here. We're just going to take a quick look here. We open here. We are trading a little bit higher, but still inside range, above value. That's a good thing. So our overnight low or settlement looks like interesting. That's the initial balance high, 69.27 quarter. We get a pullback to that, watch that overnight high. That could be interesting. But if we, continue to see the buyers coming into this market, weekly kickoff high and all-time high is an interesting level. We're looking for longer time frame buyers to adjust inventory. The longer time frame buyers adjusted inventory to the long side above weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ. They have not yet done that here in the S&Ps. We're going to see if that does play out. Jay, what are your thoughts on this 30-minute chart? What are you thinking?
I just realized, Hogue, how close we really are to 7,000 in the S&P. We're less than 1% off of 7,000 in the S&P here. Continuing to grind to the upside on the 30-minute for what we're looking at right now. A little bit of long overnight inventory. We are holding the 20 moving average on the 30-minute chart. And yeah, 7,000 is Can anyone think of a potential catalyst that could get us to 7,000 in the S&P today? Let us know in the chat.
An FOMC watch
anything
party.
you can think of. I think that could do it, Hogue. I think that could do it. But of course, we
Wind
don't
it
know
up.
what we don't know what the market's response is going to be. But 50 points while Powell is speaking does not seem out of the question. And again, this is a market that is continuing to trend to the upside. I was just looking at though, Hogue, and this is way out there. We don't know what the market's response is going to be. This is a market that's in an uptrend, but I just looked. We got what is it? 2 trading days left in the month, and I took a look at the monthly VWAP, and it's all the way down at 67.46. So this, yeah, that's just a. I don't love that, right? Because we have a 3% move from there with volume really not changing for the monthly. So I like this market to the upside, but if the market's reaction, and I don't know that we see much of a directional move until we get the rate decision and the press conference after. If the move is to the downside, I'm just keeping in mind that monthly VWAP is down at 67.46. I'm not looking for a short yet, but if it does play out, it's an interesting spot. So I'll keep that on my charts for now.
All right, I got that VWAP on there. 67.46, 67.47. Boo.
I'd much rather talk about 7,000s in the S&P. Much rather talk about 7,000.
Right. But I mean, still, there's a lot of weak structure down below price. We've got naked points of control. We got gaps of go-go. We got all kinds of things to look at down there. A couple of afternoon pullback lows, the late spike base. Ooh, I don't want to see it down there.
No, me either.
Not until I get out. The profile yesterday actually was a neutral day with almost like a doubling of the initial balance to the upside before the sellers decided to take some profits. And here we are right back up where the sellers decided to take those profits. And they may be sorry that they took those profits yesterday if we continue this push to the upside. Nothing says we can't. Watch party today. Wind it up.
Watch party. Make sure you're here. Tell a friend to join as well. The more, the merrier. All right. That is what we got in the S&P. We got 5 minutes before this crude oil market opens up. Crude opens up at 9 a.m. Eastern time, 8 a.m. Central time. We have a poll up in the chat. 68 votes right now. Make sure you get your votes in there. Which crude oil trade are we taking? Is it the 1 minute or the 5 minute? 70 votes, 54% going to the 1 minute so far. Last trade in crude, 60-14. So make sure you get your votes in there. JD, before we get to crude charts, any other news we want to cover?
Sure. First of all, checking in on this gold trade. Gold keeps trying to trick us into a short. We've tested the low of that opening range a couple of times. They want us to get in short, but we haven't done anything yet. We're sort of mid-range again, or hovering just above the low of the opening range, right on top of that time period EMA.
They're trying to tease us into a short.
They're teasing us. They keep pushing us. They're nudging us. Sell me. Nudge. Also, for you natural gas traders out there, the November contract goes off the board today. It should be rolled to the December contract. TopstepX has officially rolled to the December contract in natural gas. Keep that in mind. All right. A little piece of news. Halloween, just around the corner. 2 days away from Halloween. And if you haven't bought your candy yet, you may be in for a fright when you get to the checkout. Candy costs are hauntingly high this year, and that's leading to a sugar shift. Trick-or-treaters can likely expect a change in the kinds of candy they'll find in their pumpkin pails on Friday night. Ivan Rodriguez joins us live to discuss why those bite-sized bars come with full-size prices. Let's hear it.
It should hardly come as a surprise what the popular treats are for trick-or-treaters.
It's chocolate, super popular year-round, and will be perfect for trick-or-treaters. Second is gummy candy, and when you think about some of those creepy, crawly, spooky shapes, that's perfect in gummy candy. And then coming in at third place is Admittedly controversial, it's candy corn.
Trick or treat!
Carly Childhouse with the National Confectioners Association says a vast majority of Americans plan on eating chocolate this Halloween season.
We expect that sales of chocolate and candy for the Halloween season will grow by about 3% this year.
But with high cocoa prices, every producer, from specialty chocolate makers to candy giants, is changing up how they sell their treats. For consumers, this could mean less chocolate per package, higher prices, and less cocoa content, meaning less chocolatey chocolate compared to before. In terms of prices, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups saw an 8% increase in price compared to 2024. Hershey's Variety Packs 22%, Mars Variety Packs 12%. Last year alone, Americans shelled out $7.4 billion in Halloween chocolate and candy sales, a 2.2% increase from 2023, according to the National Confectioners Association. And that enthusiasm isn't going anywhere.
Even as people may face some challenging economic times, they are leaving room in their budgets for chocolate and candy.
I'm Ivan Rodriguez reporting.
Sorry, kids. I already ate all the chocolate.
Oh man.
We picked up 2 big 5-pound bags of candy from Costco last week. I expect I'll be bringing a 5-pound bag up to Minnesota for deer camp next week. I don't think there's any way we're getting rid of all that candy.
Oh yeah, you guys need those carbs for deer camp for sure.
Yes, for sure. For sure.
Also, candy corn is terrible.
It's
that's
just
my
compacted
opinion. Candy
sugar,
corn
right?
It's like
I haven't
eating
had it in a
wax.
long time, but I haven't had it in forever, but I think I mind it.
Here's a little hack. You have candy corn.
Okay.
Mix it with roasted peanuts and eat them together. Tastes a lot like a caramel apple.
Oh,
Interesting.
Very
Candy
It's a
corn
lot more
peanuts.
tolerable.
There you go. I might have to try that because the last time I ate candy corn, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is trash. This is trash.
There's
This
only
is like
one thing worse.
a birthday candle.
Circus peanuts. The absolute worst candy ever. Those big orange peanut looking things, so bad.
I'm not gonna lie, Hogue. Those are my dad's favorite. He loves the circus peanuts. I can never stand them either.
Jack, what are you thinking?
Yeah.
Oh,
Guys
my
that grew up in the
goodness,
40s, they got different tastes.
Yeah. Oh man, this cardboard tastes like sugar. All right, let's get into the crude oil charts here. Crude oil charts. What are we seeing, Hogue? What are you looking at on the daily?
We could just skip it, if you ask me. But we're kind of doing the rotation thing. We looked at the lows, we rotated, put in a high. We're rotating back lower in the area of balance. Yesterday, on a what looks like a big down day, we added 120 contracts in open interest. That's the estimate, of course. It's not going to be far off of that. There was really very little change in the open interest. Maybe some longs got out into some new longs. Maybe some shorts got out into some new shorts. Whatever happened yesterday, it didn't even have to happen because there was no interest, no change in open interest, no volume, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. Are we? And just humor me for a second here. Shoulder, head, and easy now, chat. Shoulder.
Yes, I think that's what we're seeing, Hogue.
That could be what. All right, I'm going to take this off right away because we don't want to cause any trouble, any problems here. Shoulder, head, shoulder. Could this be a move to the upside?
It looks like it, Hogue. On the daily, we did get that rejection off the 200 moving average, which is up at 61.95. So I do want to see some buying above that, but yeah, it does look like I had it. If you flip the chart over, that is kind of what that looks like. And yeah, that would mean a move to the upside. Holding the $60 level here. Crude has been, and it kind of seems like it's been a better swing trade than a day trade.
There it
Just
is upside down.
because, yeah, there we go. There we go. Right. And it looks like if I'm looking at this chart, I'd probably want to short that.
Yeah, that looks a lot better.
If we
right?
see some momentum to the downs. Yeah, there you go.
It's like a ghost. Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, Hogue, I think Crude has been a better swing trade than it has been a day trade, just because you get in a decent location, you just let the market work, and it might take 3 or 4 days to do so. We do have inventories out today, so we could see some volatility. Pretty tight, and this is actually one of the smallest overnight ranges we've seen in a while in Crude, about 80 ticks. So maybe inventories does give us a little bit of volatility today, a move for a day trade, but you were almost saying, "Hey, we just skip it," and
I know.
I could see why. I could see why.
We skipped the opening range trade yesterday, which ended up being a good idea. What about? All right, the API announced a 4 million barrel draw yesterday. That was after the close. EIA is looking for a 0.9 million barrel draw. So that's probably not going to affect price action that much. We'll see. What are we looking at as far as overnight inventory? This market is a gelatinous glob. Look at this. There we are. There we are. Oh, we looked around. We looked higher. We looked lower. We looked higher. We looked lower. We looked higher. It looks like we're kind of forming a little bit of a megaphone pattern here, but with no overnight inventory in the middle of the value area, in the middle of the range, right near settlement. I'm going with pass on this, at least for now. We're right in the middle. I mean, we're basically point of control settlement in the middle of value, in the middle of the range yesterday. It's a coin flip whether it looks higher or looks lower next. But again, we're kind of starting a little bit of a megaphone pattern. Everybody's favorite pattern, the megaphone. All right, this might be a tough one to trade. Jay, what do you think?
I'm with you, Hogue. I'm good with a no trade here in crude oil. Overnight inventory is flat. VWAP is a flat line. Really not seeing much as far as inventory. It would feel like just putting on a trade for the sake of putting on a trade. Where if you're looking to trade crude, maybe if I was looking to trade crude, I'd probably just wait for that inventory number. That might give you the best opportunity. It might be a quick moment of volatility before it just kind of goes right back into range. But the market's going to be watching that inventory number, so it has the highest potential to give us a move. But right now, it's anyone's guess where crude is going in a short time frame.
Yeah. And now that we said all that, watch, the opening range is going to be a huge win today.
Right. The chat did say 57% of the chat, 300 votes voted for a 5-minute opening range. We can mark it out and see how it plays. That gold trade is gold is starting to move a little bit to the downside here. We got a 5-minute opening range in crude oil here of about 16 ticks, 60.05 up to 60.21. But again, kind of pretty flat here.
All right.
Pretty flat. What are we thinking? Trade, no trade?
Profile yesterday, normal variation. Continuation, gap above. We did clean up some of the weaknesses in structure down below. There's still some down there. I mean, there's weakness above, there's weakness below. We're right in the middle of the range. If we're going to take it, we take it. We know the risk, and the risk is usually pretty reasonable. It just seems like the opening range trade today is taking a low probability trade and reducing the probability on it.
Yeah. I would agree with you there, Hogue.
Oh, it's a 16 tick opening range. We've got that going for us. That really lowers the risk. We've been seeing some really big opening ranges, and we are 6 minutes in. We're still inside that 5-minute opening range. So, I mean, we're talking a very low risk trade here. I mean, it almost makes it worth it. Some of the best trades I've ever taken were taken because they were cheap. I don't know. It's up to you guys. What do you think?
Your call, JD. What do you think? We're taking it or not?
I'll keep an eye on it. We're looking pretty choppy right now. But
Yeah.
this confirmation candle is a real tight range on it so far. Only 5 ticks. 5-tick wide confirmation candle so far. So I'll give it a few candles if we don't get confirmation inside of, let's call it 3. The next 3 bars. Maybe we'll hold off.
I can hear JD in his head thinking, all right, let's just like stay right here because I hate gold. I hate crude oil.
I hate crude. Gold turned out to be a decent short, even though it looked like a head fake for quite a while. Got to about 1 hour, maybe 1.5 hour, 1.5 hour.
Yeah, we're still.
I'll never complain about a missed trade though. So move on to the next one.
Yeah, it's like it's been ranging here in this area for the last 3 or 4 hours, kind of getting near the low end of that range. But there's nothing up here. There's no reference. There's no moving average. There's no. I don't see any major reason to be taking this trade. I think we find better trade locations as the day goes on, and certainly, probably during the FOMC watch party, FOMC watch party. Be there today. Be there. Be square. Line it up.
I mean, there's a pretty decent probability that everything's just going to be real choppy going into that Fed announcement later this afternoon. So no reason to jump into the market if you're not fully confident in the trades you're taking right now. Could be real choppy.
And if you do, keep your expectations reasonable.
Reasonable.
What's that mean? Very subjective. No breakout in the opening range in crude oil. Oh, this NASDAQ.
Let's give the people what they want, Hogue. What are we seeing in the NASDAQ?
Nvidia trading pre-open 208.33 right now.
That is an all-time high.
Yes, it is. It's got me thinking. I don't know about what. I have no idea. All right, here we go. So again, NASDAQ. Don't fight a directional market. We added 6,300 in an open interest yesterday. If I remember right, we didn't have a very strong open interest change the day before yesterday. Let me double check that. We have about 1,000. So 1,000 more than that here yesterday, 6,300. So more buyers coming in at higher pricing. That's good for a continued upside auction. I'm cautious, and I have not this week given a grade to the upside auction because the market always seems to look the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. And if I give the auction process an A, that usually puts in a top. So no A's here. We're gonna give it a B, but we've come a long way in a short period of time. We have very important information coming out today. So ACH, baby, anything can happen. Jay, here we are, all-time highs again last night. What are we doing?
All-time highs last night, Hogue. Again, a market that is continuing to push to the upside, doing so on lower daily volume. I know we do have that open interest build, and yes, the market's always going to trade lower volume to the upside than it is to the downside. But the last 1, 2, 3, 4 trading days on this rally have been all under the daily average in volume. So again, I'm not going to be the first person to call a short in this market. I've done that plenty of times in my trading career, and usually I pay for it. So, if buyers continue to prove that they like higher prices, then we kind of have to get in the trend with it and find an opportunity to get into a long. On the daily, what I am looking at, similar to the S&P, that monthly VWAP in the NASDAQ is down at 2582. So I'm looking for more room to the upside if the market agrees. But if the reaction to whatever we hear today or throughout the rest of the week is negative, just keeping an eye on where that monthly VWAP is, 2582 for now.
25,082.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
I don't want to see it, Hogue. I don't want to see it, but just keeping an eye on where that is. We've gotten pretty extended from it.
Yeah, I hear Dalton. I listen to Dalton. I read Dalton, and he says, even if this is laggard buyers, we have no idea how many bullets they have left to continue to buy into this. It is so difficult to pick a top in a directional market or a bottom in a directional market. You just have to try and go with the flow. And the market certainly has been going with the flow since the gap open from Friday to Monday session. We did not close the gap yesterday in the NASDAQ where we did in the S&Ps. NASDAQ pushed higher the better part of the day, so we've been adding open interest at higher levels. Broke through the weekly kickoff high yesterday, closed above it. Settlement price, the NASDAQ's 26,163.50. New all-time high in the overnight session. Remember, we don't think that these overnight extended trading hour all-time highs will hold up for very long, which continues to prove as long as we keep going higher and higher and higher. It just makes sense, right? So overnight inventory long. Gap rules. We can't close the gap relatively early. Then we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Just like yesterday, we could not close the gap relatively early, and we rallied. Even in the S&Ps, we closed the gap, but didn't see acceptance inside range and value from the previous session. And we saw the rally kind of continue. A lot of this rally has been created by the NASDAQ. It's ahead of the S&Ps. That's for sure. And we've got kind of a neutral day turning into a trend day to the upside. We did see some long liquidation, some profit taking at the end of the day yesterday, which is somewhat natural. I mean, if I was long at the lows and I was going home flat, that would have been a good spot to get out. Jay, what do you think? Are we going to close this gap? Are we going to hold VWAP as we have been for the better part of the overnight session and continue this move to the upside? What do you think?
Yeah, it is just continuing to grind higher, Hogue. Continuing to grind higher. I don't want to be the first person to call a short here in this market or say that this rally is over because it hasn't proven that. Now, a lot of times we hear traders say, it's difficult to get into trades like this. So what I'd be looking at is what are these average pullbacks that we're getting before the market then turns and continues to make a new high. And we're seeing, if we look at a 30-minute chart right now, we're seeing about a 75 to 100 point pullback before the market turns around. And that's about, if I do take a short, right, I have to have reasonable expectations for the outcome of that trade. Could I take a short and say, hey, this is going to be the big one. This is the big thousand point move. Maybe, but do I want to hold through the catalyst that gets us that 1,000 point move, which is probably the Fed rate decision. So for now, the flow of the market is to the upside. It's either to me, it's find a place to get in long or a no trade for now, because you may just be trying to call the top in a market that continues to grind higher. So we're holding VWAP. I don't know how directional we get before the Fed. So we may see a pretty range bound session for the New York session until we get that Fed rate decision. But you kind of have to lean to the long side here, Hogue.
So
daily, just one quick look at the daily ATR. Daily ATR right now is 380 points. There is no lower wick on this daily candle. There's barely a lower wick on this candle. On this daily candle, a daily ATR move to the upside, if we see all of the rest of the range to the upside, would put us somewhere near 26,540.
Wow, that would be quite a move. All right.
And that would be a daily ATR move.
Okay. So the kind of range that we've set up at the high here, it's about 85 points. Um, I mean, it's just sitting right in the middle of it. Do you think it's even possible that this could just range inside of that level? This, let's call it 26 225 to the all-time high. Just a nice little range in there. Maybe we just kind of see some smaller opportunities. And if that's the case and you trade to that, make sure you're reasonable with your expectations for profit targets. But as the market is waiting for new information, wouldn't surprise me to see some range bound opportunities, but those are still opportunities. Just
Sure.
demand good trade location and be reasonable with your profit targets, and you can kind of print money on a day like today, just waiting for that bigger information and any bigger moves that may happen later on. Gold has pulled off pretty good here. We're getting a little bit deeper overnight inventory adjustment. Just wanted to point that out. But yeah, just back to the NASDAQ. Do we hold VWAP? Do we take another look higher and take out that all-time high before the FOMC? One thing's for sure, there's always opportunity. Maybe bigger, maybe smaller. And don't forget, FOMC watch party. Be there or be square.
Make sure you are at the party. We got a great show lined up ahead for you today. Hogue, I do like what you were saying there. If we assume that we're going to range before the Fed, and you can identify that range, you might be able to, and again, this is not financial advice, nothing we say on the show is, but you might be able to make your day trading that range and then can just sit and watch what happens with the Fed and not have to put on risk in extreme volatility. So, there's a strategy in that, right? Let the market define the range. It'll get comfortable, and we see it all the time. Gets comfortable trading a certain amount of prices. We trade those prices until we get to about a half hour before the Fed, and then you sit, make some popcorn, grab a drink, grab some lunch, and watch the party. We will see what the market presents today.
I got a half barrel of spotted cow for everybody, so be ready.
Be ready. Be ready. All right, JD. Speaking of getting ready, who do we have trading with us on TopstepTV today?
We've got a great show in store for you right here on TopstepTV today, folks. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Jack, Andre, and Hogue are going to be joined by Braden C. and Coach Dakota, or Dakota as they call him now. Dakota and Braden C. coming up in Fast Markets next. 11 o'clock, Hogue's coming back for the morning recap. He's going to talk about the trades that we didn't take in the opening call and maybe some trades that we will take during Fast Markets. 11:15, Trade with Topstep. Coach J and I are going to talk with our buddy from Toronto. James D is coming back for Trade with Topstep. 12 o'clock, we've got the shoulder tap. Jack and risk manager Aaron will be here to roast and toast a couple of traders. We'll take a look at some live leaders and see what's going on across the board. 12:15 p.m. Central Time, group coaching. Me, Hogan Hoop will be here. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat. If you got a question for one of the three of us, grab the link to that form, ask your question. We'll answer it live right here on TopstepTV. 1 o'clock, the Fed Watch Party will begin. Party, Hogue. Party. Me, Andre, Hogue, and Jack will be here from 1 to 2 o'clock covering that FOMC meeting and the report that they're about to release. And the Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's press conference will also be piping that in live. We're going to hear everything he has to say. So that should be a good hour for everybody. 2 o'clock p.m. Central Time, Andre, Mandy, and Dolby Time will be here for Power Hour. Don't forget about those earnings after the buzzer. We got Meta, Microsoft, and Alphabet all reporting after the close today. So the day doesn't end at 3 o'clock. Stick around. I believe Coach J will probably be here for At the Buzzer, monitoring those earnings after the bell.
We got two parties
one
today.
eye in the ditch for you. We got a couple parties today, yeah. Big party day. Big party day. I love that Hogue keeps a keg of spotted cow at his house, too. Is that just is that your emergency keg or your everyday keg, Hogue? How does that work?
I do keep one on just in case. There's the one that's open and there's the one that's hidden in the basement.
Gotcha. Where are you hiding it from?
My son.
You don't have to answer that. Don't answer that.
Oh, man. Good stuff. All right. We got a great show lined up ahead for you today, but we got one more piece of news that we want to get to. We were talking about, the equities potentially ranging and presenting some opportunities. We know our resident range trader at Topstep, Dolby Time, would love to hear that, and we're going to see Dolby later for Power Hour. But Dolby might also love this next piece of news that you have, JD. What is today?
Yeah. I could say this one's for Dolby, but it's also for millions of others out there. Tens of millions of Americans have a special day today to cuddle with their favorite feline, because today, Wednesday, is National Cat Day, just ahead of Halloween. It's a perfect time to recognize these lovable animals. Cats are known for their independent strength, but will often snuggle in your lap. I love it when Jack chimes in. About 49 million U.S. households own a cat, and ownership is trending up. The American Pet Products Association says the 49 million is 9 million more than just 2 years ago. Boost of 9 million households with cats in just 2 years. But there are also millions more cats that live in shelters. So organizers of a National Cat Day hope people who currently are not pet owners will be inspired to consider adopting a cat to help ease the shelter burden. Send us your Halloween cat pics. Or don't. Or don't.
Or don't. Who's going to be Catwoman for Halloween? Who's going to be Catwoman for Halloween? Shout out to all the cat owners out there. Shout out to all the cat owners. I don't think...
Too
yeah,
allergic. I was just allergic. But we made sure that our cat went to a good home.
I don't...
Good on you.
My brother owned a cat, but I don't think I could do it. I don't know. They've always kind of creeped me out, but I had a bad experience as a kid, so I'm sure they're great.
Well,
I'm sure they're great.
Well, you gotta be ready to donate a little blood.
Right. See, dogs. My dogs have never made me bleed, not intentionally, at least. Not intentionally. Let's take a quick look at the prices before we get into fast markets. 40-30-80 last trade in gold, 55% short tilt there. We have the NASDAQ 26,264, a 50-50 on the tilt in the equities. Take a look at the S&P, 69.4375. Again, we did have the S&P and the NASDAQ make new all-time highs in the overnight session, and crude oil still inside this 5-minute opening range, 60.13. Can't even say good no trade there because it didn't even trigger a trade. We have not traded a tick outside of that 5-minute opening range on either side. So crude is just going to be hanging out for now. And one more look at the Dow, because the Dow did make new all-time highs yesterday as well. 48,118 is that all-time high in the Dow, trading above 48,000 right now. 48.41 last trade in the Dow. So ton of markets moving, ton of opportunity. Stay patient, though. Stay patient. Make sure you have a game plan. We already talked about, that trade checklist. Make sure you have a reason to get in and out of your trades. And let's have a great trading day. See the team in the back. Not sure if we're ready to go. Yeah, we're ready to go, Hogue. Let's do it.
Party.
We got a watch party coming up. Hogue. Great day lined up ahead for you on Topstep TV today. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Hogue, let's go. Take us into fast markets.
Yep, JD and Jay. Hey, JD, it's great to have you back. Jay, always a pleasure to be with you. And yeah, we are having that FOMC watch party. Bring it on. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a huge day today. Looking at the top of the chat, Tommy wins the prize this morning, and actually that prize is absolutely nothing, but you're just the top of the chat. We have Bashir, Dan Trader, Rolling with Kevin, sort of a new name up there. Shubham, good to see you. Anastasios Trades, BK, Gorillionaire Alexandre, John Jones, Logan, Bergs 977. I saw your question in chat. The book you were asking about is called Mind Over Markets by Jim Dalton. He has two other ones. Markets and Profile and Markets and Momentum. Great books. Saved me from having to do something else. As always, folks, remain humble in your trading. Stay grateful, creative, and centered. Pray for peace. Hang around all day for the FOMC watch party. It's going to be a banger. And we got fast markets coming up right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn the machine back on. Turn the machine back on. Turn the machine back on. Turn the machine back on.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to FOMC Wednesday. This is Fast Markets. You know that we're living in an Nvidia world, and I'm an Nvidia girl.
Wow.
That's what I say when you had $350 billion worth of market cap since 30 hours ago.
They're 5 trillion.
Wow. They're 5 trillion.
They are.
Is it 5 trillion?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. It's a country. All right. Watch party indeed. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. It's an FOMC Wednesday. We got big earnings after that as well. Stay locked in throughout the day. Who we got here? Lower left-hand corner, Braden in the house. Lower right-hand corner, Dakota in the house. Jack in front of that beautiful mountain. Let's get into it. We got about 3 minutes till the open. Braden, thoughts coming into this massive, massive trading day? Braden's on mute. He is locked in already. Looking at those markets, saying, "What were we going to just buy the dip right now?" Last trade in the NASDAQ, 26,262. Dakota, thoughts coming into this trading day? Happy Wednesday. Huge day, Dakota.
Yeah, man. I was trading up last night. I'm up on the day, so up $200 going into it. Gold's been rallying. We have FOMC. These markets just won't stop going higher. It's insane watching this rally. I don't know what to really say about it. Just higher for longer. We're continuing to hit all-time highs. Patience pays. Wait from technical standpoint. I just want to see a pullback in these markets, and we have not got it yet.
No, we haven't. Up and away. We got 100 lot on the bid that was filled. We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes till the open. Braden, come on in. You ready? You locked and loaded? You ready for this huge day, or what's up? Happy Wednesday, Braden. Oh, we're working on it. Technical. We're working on it. All right, Jack.
Working behind the scenes.
Last trade in the ES, 69.43. Put in new all-time highs overnight at 69.49 quarter. Again, FOMC day, earnings after the bell. Thoughts on the ES coming into this day?
Pretty much, literally, this is all Nvidia, right? 15% of the NQ, so a 10% move over the last session plus this. Nvidia's way up, like 3.5% before the bell right now, equates to a 1.5% in the entire NQ, right? We have not been up that much, and that's because we had the worst market breadth ever in the history of stocks on an up day yesterday.
What does that mean?
It really is the Nvidia show.
What does that mean?
There were way more stocks down yesterday than there were up, but the index finished up.
So Nvidia did the heavy lifting, is what you're telling me. You're telling me Nvidia did all the hard work. $5 trillion market. Braden. 45 seconds.
It's a mystery. Every day I come on here, I don't know why that's happening. Yeah, market super extended, like Dakota said. I want to kind of look for a pullback today, but the threat of that gap at the beginning of the week's not even, that's not even an immediate threat anymore. We're 800 points past the gap. Some type of pullback, but be super, super patient. Let's see what the open looks like.
All right, let's take a look at the NASDAQ. We got a 500 lot up at 26,000. Where'd you go? Get back here. Looking at my level 2 data on Topstep X, 26,289. Offered 450 times. About 20 points higher from right here. Again, 450 offered at 26,289. And here we go. Well, we are open for the New York session. Oh, that was filled. 500 lot was filled to the upside. We got another 500 lot coming in here. 400 on the offer at 279.20. That's another 500 lot. We got offers to the upside in the NASDAQ, and they are getting filled. We're seeing some selling here in the ES now. Huge orders coming in the NASDAQ ladder. First one was that.
I wouldn't mind a play to settlement in the NASDAQ.
What do you got for? Wow, they keep popping this thing. What do you got for settle, Dakota? Last trade in NASDAQ.
0.43% down. So 100 points from here.
Okay. ES seeing some selling here. 69.36 last trade. I saw 400.
I'm shorting this.
All right.
Famous last words. Here we go.
It's up. Yeah. You got NASDAQ staying bid.
Just micros. So I'm not. It's nothing.
Are you in?
Yeah, from 67.
Okay. 267, 267, closing on that 500 lot.
Right, I'm going to add to this.
I'm just keeping my Nvidia chart open. Right now, these are 3.8%, trading 20. It's way past 200 now. 208.70.
What was the price to get to 5 trillion? It's like 202 something.
Oh, we went through that safely. We're at 5.07 trillion.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Pushing higher here in the NASDAQ, 26,280 last trade. We got a 500 lot, about 10 points higher here. ES catching a bit of a bid. We did bottom out right on that opening bell at 69.36. Right back up into 69.42. Dow popped as well. Crude on the move to the upside. I'm still there. The 500 lot is still there in the NASDAQ. Looking at the ES right back to 69.42. Gold
on pins and needles.
Yeah, this is a good one. Big size coming in. I have anything on the ladder in the ES. I got the NASDAQ ladder up right now.
69.55.
We got offers up there.
Oh, on the ladder. I thought you meant just like levels that I was looking at on the ladder. Nothing that I see too big.
And that 500 lot was filled. 289. 26, 289. Filled 500 times. Last trade, 26,284. Crude continuing to push higher here, up 50 cents in the last 2 minutes or so. Last trade in crude, $60.47. Hard lots coming in on the bid now in the NASDAQ. ES turned right back around, trading 69.44. 5 points from those all-time highs of 69.49, call it. ES ladder, nope. Jumping off right now. Cody, you still in this short?
Yeah, I want to build into it if we get some momentum to the downside.
Nvidia is 210. I didn't know there was anyone short Nvidia. I don't think you can squeeze them. Jensen was just spitting bars yesterday.
I saw that.
He was announcing partnerships with every company on Earth. It was really impressive to see.
You get a deal. You get a deal. China, United States, you get a deal. He was just calling all the shots yesterday. There you go. Look at the tilt 50-50. Pretty much across the board right now. Markets are flying around. We got the Dow trading right at 48,000 even. Made new all-time highs in the Dow. Also, not too long ago, 48,000. 118 would be the price. So about 120 points from here. We'll pull back in gold right now, 40.24. Again, it's FOMC Wednesday, 1 p.m. Central. We'll have the rate announcement. There is a 99% probability of a 25 basis point cut. Then we'll get the prepared remarks. Then we'll get the ever important Q&A, question and answer session with Jerome Powell. Bringing it to you live here on TopstepTV starting at 1 p.m. After that, we got huge earnings. We got Meta, we got Microsoft, we got Google, Starbucks, Chipotle. Take your pick. So after the bell, stay tuned to at the buzzer for that. Dakota, update your position.
Short 10 now from 78.
Good. 10 MNQ.
12 from 77.
12 from
Bill in this position if this market wants to go in my favor.
All right. Oh, yes, good call. We do have a number at the top of the hour as well. What are these numbers? Markets are flying right now. We have a Bank of Canada rate announcement in about 10 minutes. That number cost me money a long time ago. We got pending home sales at the top of the hour. Then we got crude oil inventories in an hour from now. But pending home sales, top of the hour. The biggest market mover, but you just never know.
14.
14.
Yep.
Average price. They build in this.
76.
Very good. All right, let that play out. Braden, any prices of interest you got your eye on? Last trade 275.
Some type of break of all-time high, then maybe trade it into the opening range, try to trade it back, try to fade it a little bit, but small size, and it's just so strong. But it does seem a little early for me to try to jump into anything right now.
All right, Jack, when you get those options levels that correspond with futures, let us know. 69.44 last trade in the ES, 5 points off those all-time highs. Not see much on the ladder right now.
Yeah, we're getting up to like the first. Let me do some trader math really quick.
Love it.
Between 45 and 55 right here, we could run into some resistance. Although I'm not exactly sure. It is an unusual day in which, if you're looking at the 0 date options, for instance, between now and when they expire, we have the Fed meeting, right?
Oh.
So I don't know how much I'm going to look at those today.
All right,
After the
16
Fed,
now.
sure.
Short 16, Dakota?
Yeah, 75.
275. Last trade.
If Nvidia just wouldn't hold this dang thing up.
Well, it came off a little bit. I mean, Nvidia traded as high as 211.63 there. Come back about a little more than a buck. What's a buck? Well, it's $23 billion of market cap.
Is that what it is? My goodness.
There we go.
It is incredible. All right, Dakota short 16 from the 276. We're trading 258s right now. Closing in on overnight VWAP in the NASDAQ. About 3 points to go. Overnight VWAP 26,253. Pop here in the Dow. 48,080. 40 points from all-time highs in the Dow.
Big volume going back and forth here on Nvidia.
Yeah, it is.
We're already probably about 150% of the opening 15-minute bar from yesterday. We got
what a powerhouse.
6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Jensen was feeling it yesterday. That's for sure.
He was cooking.
Yes, in the afternoon. I mean, he was just letting it. I mean, who gonna stop me? That's what he was feeling. Who's gonna stop me? I mean, 69.43 last trade ES. First 8 minutes in the New York session, we did see a low in the ES of 69.36 and a high of 69.45. Call it. What is short? What do we got here? We did see 2 separate big orders in the NASDAQ trading. 26.279 and 26.289. 450 each on the ask. Both filled. All right, let's get into it. Pin to the top of the chat. You see those Topstep daily levels. Click on that link. Those are updated and refreshed before every New York open. That's right. Do you one better? The indicators tab at the top of Topstep X. Click on that. Type in Topstep daily levels. You have those right there on your charts. We're referring to those throughout the day, throughout the week, and into perpetuity. Again, Topstep daily levels refresh and update before every New York open. Right there on your indicators and Topstep X.
I did love someone mentioned too, like part of the reason for this huge pop. Jensen said directly, there is no AI bubble.
I saw that.
I mean,
yeah.
There's other stuff he said was bullish. But what's the guy supposed to say? All right. The guy that runs the place that makes the designs, is not going to say we're in an AI bubble. That would be irresponsible.
Bad for business, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Another 200 up at 289, 26,289. About 20 points higher from here. Dow on the move to the upside. ES, a little bit of a pullback. We are whipping around on this Wednesday and FOMC Wednesday. Massive earnings after the bell. We're already seeing some volatility, seeing huge volume being traded already. We're in for a doozy. Make sure you stay tuned into TopstepTV throughout the day. We'll keep you posted on any headlines that do indeed hit. Pretty quiet right now, but yeah, Jensen definitely stole the show yesterday afternoon.
Powell's got to be pissed off that now he's got to go out there and cut rates the same day we get the first $5 trillion company.
Yeah. Spicy indeed. Gold selling off right now. It's 18. Gold down about $15. 15 bucks in the last 12 minutes or so. Yes, holding bid right now. 945. 4 points from all-time highs in the ES. Spoos. We got 200
I really
lot.
like that crude trade back down through 60.
Oh, new all-time highs
But
down. Through 60?
yeah, I don't have data for it on my live account, but that is back through 60 would be a good trade on crude. Stop it out above if we break that higher low or that lower high at 62.50 on the daily.
Braden, I gotta ask, why are you looking at crude? What happened? Well, why are you looking at crude?
We'll trade any market.
Yeah,
Yeah. You ask me that all the time. I guess I'm kind of just like a Swiss Army knife a little bit.
You are a trader.
I'll jump around if like NQ. This isn't my. I don't think this is many people's style right here. What we're seeing on NQ, just 800 points up the past 3 days, no gap fill, in sight. So I tend to browse a little bit.
Huh? What's that? Again, new all-time highs in the Dow. 48,130, 48,134. And we're still cooking the upside. It was just 48,118. We got that 200 lot. It's 26,289 on the offer in the NASDAQ. We saw a 450 lot get filled on the ask up there already. Chat is fired up right now. They're saying, I want to get short right now. NASDAQ on crack right now. What else we got?
Bitcoin was the play so far. It seems people are selling their Bitcoin to pump into Nvidia.
Really? Wow, that's even more spicy. That is a spicy trade right there. Oh, incredible.
Choppy open, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, this opens a mess.
I think if you come and sit down in front of the computer for the market open, start drinking a coffee like as soon as the bell hits, like a full cup, and then don't touch it until you finished your coffee. Then you can touch the market.
That is very wise words right there. Wise words.
About halfway done.
Rule.
So minus Nvidia, the NQ would be down 0.3% right now.
I mean, yeah.
So we're just trading Nvidia.
Pretty much. In the chat here, Andre, I love you, but does anyone really give a damn about the Dow? Stephen R, you better have my back on this. You chat, Stephen R, where are you getting there? Yep. Stephen R, you better have my back. New all-time highs in the Dow, 48,143. ES holding bid. Dow, not done. There we go. Cody's still short 16 from 276.
Yeah. Nothing's changed on my end. We've went sideways. We went to the right.
What are you looking for a downside target? Ooh, big pop there. Nah,
I'm looking for the retest of settlement. Honestly is going to be my stretch target, but I'll scale out if we do get some momentum down to these lower 50s, 40s.
S&Ps, the SPOOs, the ES closing in on all-time highs here, about a point away. 69.48 quarter.
So something to note if you are trading the Dow is what's moving them today is Caterpillar had earnings. Their stock's up 11% right now, and Caterpillar is actually the second highest weighted. It's 7.5% of the Dow. So watch that Caterpillar.
We had Boeing before the bell also. Hopefully they crushed. They better have. If not,
let me check.
That's
probably in the Dow somewhere.
Yeah, I would figure. Yes, holding bid 2 points beneath all-time highs last trade at 69.47.
Boeing's the 17th weighted stock in the Dow. They're down 3% or so.
Come on, Sam, buy more.
Probably not.
Buy more, Sam. 50-50 across the board on the tilt for the most part here. See some huge volume. Did not quite get to those all-time highs in the ES. Got within a point. Love it. A little bit of a pullback here, 69.45.
Nvidia is holding this market up by itself, man.
Herculean effort.
It is.
We had a few flip. All of the Mag 7 was up. We have Microsoft and Meta flipping slightly negative, down 0.3%. Everything else is within a percent up or down. Nvidia's up 4.75%.
You do it, man. That is how you do it. When Justin walks in those rooms, does he peacock when he goes in those rooms? He got Zuckerberg. He's got all the heavy hitters in there. I mean, you got to just be peacocking like Elon. Like, man, I'm keeping all your stocks propped up. Kiss the ring. Kiss the ring. All right, Braden's in.
I'm going to quick long scalp through the 80s into 90s. Just 3 micros. Entries at 85.
All right. Where'd that go? Where'd you go? I saw you. There was a 600 lot. All right. 26,289. Seeing some size on the ask up there. Braden is long. What price did you get again, Braden?
85, 3 micros long. Just looking to take it off on the pop through 90s.
All right. 5, so last trade 282. Go to short. Braden long right now. Yes, holding bid. Dow. Do you find more buyers? Ooh, some selling came in there. Still 50-50 tilt. We got pending home sales. Something here at the top of the hour. Bank of Canada came out as expected, 2.25%. Next up, U.S. pending home sales month over month. Is that the one that's all right? So expected is 1.35%. Is that back in?
I'm out there for $100 loss.
All right. Doubt it was cooking.
I didn't finish my coffee. I think that's why.
Braden, come on, go finish that coffee.
Everybody who's like fiending the trades are gonna chug their hot coffee
and then just be ramped up, just be fired up, just start clicking buttons. Oh, that backfired. Go to where are you looking to get out? You got short 16. You built into it. You started at 77s.
Yeah, I built into this. I want to see settlement. So we have 100 points to go, but I'm going to scale out just the way I scaled into it, which is if we start to test these lower 50s, 40s, and 30s, I'll scale out a little bit at a time.
Okay. Since he range bound right now, the ES.
Trying again, same idea. 79 entry, 3 micros long. Same idea.
Yep.
Trying to move through 90s.
Did we get to the 90s? We did kiss the 90s a couple times. Already got up to 92s. Seen some offers keep coming in at 26,289. Last trade, 282s. Market's very indecisive right now. NASDAQ, that is. ES, I suppose, as well. There is volume being traded. I can assure you that. There's a lot of comments in the chat about the price action. This price action is interesting to say the least. Some people are calling it horrible.
To be expected.
Yeah, right before FOMC.
A mess. In the ES. ES. 69.44. You gave it a run up to this 69.48. Tried to make new all-time highs. Couldn't get the job done. Dow did make new all-time highs. 48,181. Where's Leon? Haven't seen Leon in the chat. Start yelling at a market, Leon.
Welfare check.
Yeah. Leon, where are you? And Crude has found some buyers. Back up to $68.48. The chat. Not even really forming clean ranges of trades. Just messy chop for now. We're 20 minutes into this New York session. The market Feel itself out.
Added into some of it, 5 micros. Wow, look at that.
Whoa. Look at that. As right buyers just stepped on it, popped all the way up to 296. Braden. Wow, look at that. I love that. So,
I added into that like a second before. That's awesome.
Know. Braden along 5. Again, ES got within 3 ticks of all-time highs. Back down a couple points, 69.46.
Through all this, 10-year still does
48,000.
4%.
It's stuck there, right, Jack? We obviously
10-year don't care.
10-year don't care indeed. Dow continuing to cook here. It was the coffee, they're saying. They're Dawn. What's up, Dawn? Sorry, yesterday on TopstepTV. A little bit. And NASDAQ ES keeps trying, keeps tapping on the ceiling. We go again, 69.48, point and a half from those all-time highs. NASDAQ's got about 20 points to go to get to those all-time highs in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ all-time highs, 26,000, call it 310. Yes, keeps trying here. 1 point away. Seen 1, 2, 3 times we got up here. Sellers have stepped in. 5-minute candle staying green, staying strong bid right now. Okay, NASDAQ closing on those 300, 26,298 half. Keep trying. The old college try, as Michael Patak would call it. They keep trying. ES within 2 ticks of all-time highs.
69.60 is interesting for me. Yes.
6-0. Okay.
I don't trust this move at all.
Holding bid. We'll run out of steam. We'll run out of gas here. And the ES keeps trying. Keeps holding bid. As I trading. Dakota, you don't trust which move?
Just any breakout move today before FOMC and after we've already had such a big run. Now, we all know anything can happen, but are we going to have a big breakout rally today before FOMC? I don't know.
I mean,
I like,
yeah.
I like Braden's idea of I like the idea that like we could break out, test all-time highs, and then go back, return back into where we opened. That could be a possibility, which, you know, come back up, hit my stop loss, come up, test these 300s, and then reverse. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yes, got within a tick. We got up to 69.49. Took up all-time highs. Braden, did you add? Did you shave some?
I added 2 more low 90s, so my new average is 7 micros at 82.
6.
Looking for the move through 300, and yeah, I don't think we're going to see any crazy breakout. Obviously, anything can happen, but I'll look to take most of it off kind of on the test of all-time highs if we can get it.
Okay. Nice 309. 309.
Yeah, some of these big single names are just being squeezed upwards kind of psychotically in front of the Fed announcement, especially the speech portion. Once again, more or less, the market is pretty certain of what the rate will be, but things could get wild once we get to the Q&A.
Shedding some there.
All right, there's your pop.
I ended up getting in 8, but I just took half off. I only got 4 left. I got some orders in the 300s.
Okay. Endless 26,301. We're 7 points from all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Yes, right there. Tick. Can we tap on it? We get to these all-time highs. I'm going to bring in one of my 500 lot at the 69.51. The offer in the ES. Come on in. Get in here, man. Huge day. We're seeing some size being traded in the NASDAQ, seeing size being traded in the ES, new all-time highs in the Dow. What's up, Hogue? Happy FOMC Wednesday. Oh, new all-time highs ES. What's up, Hogue? Talk to me.
Watch party. It's
Watch
watch
party.
party day, FOMC day. Let's go.
Oh, man.
Good morning, Andre. Good morning, Jack. Good morning, Braden. Good morning, Dakota. Good morning, everybody. Got some size on the offer in the S&Ps, 572 on the offer at 69.51. That would be a new all-time high. It's kind of funny. It stopped the overnight 3 ticks from weekly kickoff high on the S&Ps, 39.50. We got Nvidia holding up the world like Atlas.
All-time highs. All-time highs.
There you go.
IQ.
Braden.
Yeah, I'm getting out. I've got one left at 295.
Okay, here. Nice trade.
So, thank you.
New all-time high. Auga.
Bulls on parade, Hogue. Let's start with the ES, Hogue. Break it down. What was overnight? What was open interest coming in here? Is this just more, what do you call it, initiative buying? More buyers just coming in, buying these all-time highs. We're continuing to cook here.
That's exactly right, Andre. That's exactly right. We've had nothing but initiative buyers since Monday morning, and it just doesn't seem to want to stop here. New all-time highs. We just broke out above weekly kickoff high. We added approximately 8,700 in open interest yesterday on the rally to the upside. We did see some long liquidation. We saw some profit taking yesterday at the end of the day, which is, somewhat typical when we do put in a new all-time high. And another new all-time high in the overnight. Now we just put in another new all-time high in the regular trading hour session. I don't know what's going to stop this thing. I have no idea what is going to stop this or when it's going to stop. But I feel like we need some sort of a pullback. What's going to happen after the FOMC and after Chairman Powell speaks? I don't know. Could it be a buy the rumor, sell the news event? You see us getting a little bit of a pullback after all this, but we're still seeing new buying coming in. Andre, same in the NASDAQ. We had another estimated 6,300 contracts added an open interest on the rally yesterday. Buyers are still coming into this. We talked about it a couple of weeks ago. We need new buyers for this thing to go, and we've got our new buyers. Another new all-time high. Really was kind of expecting the range to be kind of respected. The all-time high was 26,309.75. Was looking for some basing to come in around 26,230.50, 230, something like that. Just kind of stay in this range until the FOMC comes out. Gotta be reasonable with your expectations. But man, oh man, this thing is strong. And Nvidia is just killing it. Just killing it. $210 now.
Music to your ears.
$211.
We got a number here in 45 seconds. U.S. pending home sales month over month.
Delta's positive, 5,000 in the S&Ps, 2,700 in the NASDAQ.
NASDAQ's 2,700 already?
Yeah.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, there's my executions just to make it easier on Hogue for the market recap. I honestly don't know how you keep up with all the trades, Hogue, but good job on that. So it was an 8 micro trade, kind of sizing in through the 80s, 90s, or sorry, 70s, 80s for the entry long. And then I took off 4 at about 312, and then kind of 1 up there, kind of in the 310s to 320s, and $300 on that trade. So
number 5 seconds, 5 seconds. Trade.
Thanks,
all-time highs. But home sales, it came in a little lighter, lower, less than expected. 0. Yes, 0.0. Expected 1.21 per 0.0. No, there was no change. Okay. Yeah, 0.0. All right, sorry. Go ahead, Braden. Got that number out of the way. So yes, you built into it, right? Looking for that pop. 8 micros. Yep. You started with 3. You came in and started with 3 at 279, 26,279, and you built into the position. The first one, you got stopped out, got back in at a better price, and was able to catch that move to the upside. Is that do I have that right, Braden? That's what I got down here in my notes.
Yeah, pretty much. Kind of getting long out of the when markets are that strong and we're like holding structure. I still like sell ideas, but it does make you lose confidence a little bit in the short whenever it continues to just hold like that. So, and this market's so strong, I thought, what the heck? It's easy to start out with 3 micros long, and if it starts to look good, you can always add. But it is a strong market for sure.
Question in the chat here from Dave the Wave. Why don't you guys update your position on the top of your screen? We do, Dave the Wave. But as you see, they're going from 3 lots to long 5 to long 8. So you can't, I mean,
And we're doing it in
That's
in a
true, yeah.
Google sheet, and it takes
in
time to
real
update.
time.
Give
It's
us a
in
break.
real time. I can assure you we
Look
are.
at their screens.
The prices change. The positions change. That's why I'm here to call it out. So stay locked in. I'll try to do my best. I can assure you they are doing their best as well. New all-time highs, 26,326 half, 69.52. New all-time highs in the ES. Gold, they're screaming at me, Hogue. Why don't you talk about gold? Talk more gold. 40.27 last trade.
Yeah.
Gold is kind of breathing for now, Hogue. It's breathing. We're still seeing huge, $90 range overnight. But right now, we're 40.27. Is this the healthy breather we need for a run to all-time highs up at 4,400, Hogue? Take a look
It's
at the
starting
chart.
starting to look that way. Starting to look that way. We got a lot of work to do before we get back to those all-time highs. However, there now is some weak structure above for the market to target. We had a 1-tick gap left from the session on Monday to Tuesday. Now we've gapped higher again. That kind of creates, to a degree, an island bottom just by 1 tick. 1 tick, we stopped short of closing the regular trading hour session day yesterday.
Island bottom.
So we had a lot of overnight longs in this market, and those overnight longs have started to kind of cover some of those overnight longs. But now we've got a failed downside auction below the initial balance low. Initial balance low is 4,023.30. We looked below it. We closed back above it. We got a failed downside auction. The target for this would be the initial balance high, 4,043.70. If we get it, I've been looking at this morning, wondering where can I get long and limit risk? And that just gave us our opportunity, that failed downside auction. Still some decent risk on that trade, but at least there's a structure there that we can lean on. Looking to see if we can't get this rotation back to the initial balance high and maybe look at some points higher. We've got the 200 session moving average above, which will be a barrier, 4,053.70. We've got a little bit of a gap above that. To close that gap, we'd have to get up to 4,073.40. Then we've got, some more work to do to see all-time highs. Before we see all-time highs, naked point of control, 41.27. We're a long ways from all-time highs. The big barrier, I think, is going to be these single prints from back here on the 21st, where we saw resistance, and this is really where the market started to turn to the downside. Now it looks to me like it maybe turn around Wednesday. I don't know. I'm if I'm long because of the failed downside auction. And let's see if we can maybe take some off up here at the initial balance high, 43.70, and see if we see any continuation above. I still like gold. I still think it's a good trade. And we did see that pullback. Is this the low on that pullback? I don't know, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Stuff, Hogue. Well, speaking of pullbacks, seen some pullback here in the NASDAQ. Dakota, did you jump on that short? It's kind of the setup you were talking about.
I did. Yes, I did.
Right. What price did you get? We're trading 285s.
315.
315.
315.
Nice. How many times?
Nice.
This is the trade Dakota was talking about. Looking for those new all-time highs. And seeing a pullback. He's now short from 315. Last trade 286 in the NASDAQ.
How many are you short, Dakota?
How many are you?
I'm short 20.
My guy. 20 micros. The beauty of micros.
Yeah, I'm scaling out of some of them here.
Okay. Jack, we like those 69.60s up at the ES. Got within 8 points of that. Right back to 69.46.
Unless something really cool presents itself, I am happy to watch this. Pretty crazy.
We heard Braden was mentioning those gaps from the reopen on Sunday. Out there. Do we fill the gaps after when Powell takes the mic? I know they're way down there.
Probably not.
No.
Stranger things have happened.
I was saying, what could he possibly say that's going to be? Well,
I mean,
What?
the gaps are large and they are below.
Yes, they are.
The
Buy the
gap
rumors, sell the
over the weekend
news.
from Friday to Monday starts at about 68.70 or something in the
70?
futures. To fill it, we would need to get down to 68.30, and then the gap between Thursday and Friday would start at 68.10. And to
Yeah.
fill that, we'd have to get down to about 67 70.
I
That's a
mean,
long way below. Stranger things have happened.
this.
Buy the rumor, sell the news.
I'm trying to think. What could he possibly say? Well, we already got December pretty much priced in. January's
This
50-50.
this one's tricky because like that's a gap 800 points away, and what we're seeing like after that gap, it's just been sustained buying, like just a strong trend. There's not like the crazy volatility that you would even need to go whip down 800 points. You're just seeing just like a
Yeah.
strong, slow bleed. Yeah,
Well,
yet.
Yes, chat raising rates. Yes, that would the gap.
Well,
We're
we're even saying, I'm not saying this is going to happen because we're pretty sure, or at least the markets seem pretty confident. Their dot plots have seemed that way. And we haven't seen too much change in the data that there's going to be another quarter point cut in December. Now, that doesn't come out, we'll get the dot plots. If there's doubt cast on that next rate cut, yeah, then we could fill some gaps.
Yeah, I got to. There's always trolls in the chat, but yes, I'm short for 316. I don't know why traders just don't believe it, and I do need to show this. Let's take a look at my performance stats.
Already. Look, here we go. Are you still short, Dakota? Are you still short
I'm
while
still
you went
short.
Look at this guy.
Still short.
Yeah. Here's my stats that I've been trading on air whenever I'm on air during slow markets. If you've missed it, it's recorded. Everything's being shown. And this has been my stats. Just trading
Up
my
and to the right.
same thing you're seeing here. So yeah, there you go. That's for those in the chat.
Say take that, Dakota.
I mean, I see him talking shit, but it just
Where?
whatever.
Who?
At this
Sure.
point, who cares?
Mm-hmm.
They just enjoy the show.
Oh, be nice in the chat. Dakota's badass. Stop being a baby, Dakota. Get him, Dakota. You show him, Dakota. Dakota, what was that? He's short. He's short indeed. Selling off here 26,276. You still short 20, Dakota? Are you going to take any off?
I'm short 15. I took one off as we approach these 70s again. Like I said, I'm looking for settlement on a runner here before FOMC, and I'll continue to scale out. I love chat so much.
Always. I remember Braden when Braden was going back and forth with Chad also a few weeks ago. Absolutely love it. Look at that smirk. The rye grin from Braden. Good stuff. 26,275 last trade in the ES. I'm sorry, the NASDAQ. About 50 points. Just made new all-time highs. 26,326. ES made new all-time highs. 69.52. We're 8 points off of that. On the tilt. On the hour, we will get those initial balance high and low
We're aware.
prices.
Once again, from behind the scenes, I will state this again. We have people in back. These guys are slinging contracts back and forth. People are trying to put it into a Google Drive sheet that takes time to update up top.
Man, this
Trying
is the
our
first
best.
time. This is the first time production's been hearing it from the chat now. Andrew's shaking her head.
Going after
there you go,
everyone.
Andrew. Boo. Andrew's saying boo. That's what you get. There is no one safe on Topstep TV, but we absolutely love it. We got 4,400 people watching all across the globe. This FOMC Wednesday. Huge earnings after that as well. Click subscribe. Click thumbs up. Click bell. Let us hear it. We greatly appreciate you tuning in. We are just getting started. Let's take a look at some of our today's live leaders. About 40 minutes into this New York session, let's take a look at live leaders on Topstep. We got pretty decent numbers. Are we getting put up? You bring that in when ready.
Watch party.
Watch party. There we go. Alexander up 19. Jeez, we got Bean up 16. Luca up 13. Tika up 12. And Yang up another 12. All done so far. 40 minutes into this New York session. Yeah, of course, they could have been trading Asian sessions and European sessions as well. Most important things about those numbers. Hell, jot those names down, and we'll update you periodically throughout the day. Most important thing is that you keep the green. Lock in those profits. Well done.
Lock it
Really
in.
into this day, especially going into FOMC.
All right, Nvidia. We are now right back to 4%. If Nvidia starts to sell off a little bit, we can pick up momentum. And someone's asked, "Where's settlement?" Well, I still have 100 points to go, so I still see this 100 points lower than where we're at right now.
Buyers just jumped right back in there. Did kiss overnight view up in the NASDAQ 26,264. Right when we hit it, we popped 14 points. 282. All right, Hogue. That's all I've got. Go fill the gap. What could he possibly say?
It may not be anything he even says. So we have the gap from the weekend gap, right? It's been all buyers since then. So if all these buyers are shorter time frame laggard buyers late to the party, and they're already all in, and the longer time frame have their hedges in, and when it comes out, okay, it's a quarter point rate cut, and he starts talking. If we don't see buying continue throughout the afternoon, there's going to be a whole lot of shorter time frame, weaker hands longs that are going to say, we're not seeing any more participation to the upside. We're going to bail. And that could be kind of a buy the news, sell the rumor type event. My dad used to tell me all the time, well, there's a big grain release coming out today, and everybody is sure that this is going to be really bullish for soybeans. So everybody on the trading floor has been talking about it, and they're all long. Watch what happens. The numbers come out, it gets quiet on the trading floor, and then all of a sudden the selling comes in because everybody's already in. Now, a lot of people would ask me, well, how can you say that there's too many buyers or too many longs when for every position there's a short? We're pitting time frame against time frame here. If it's the short time frame laggard buyer longs that have pushed price up to this level in the futures, maybe even some in the stocks, and they don't see participation or continuation to the upside, they'll get nervous real quick. And if they start getting nervous real quick, sometimes that selling begets more selling. It's just something that happens. It's the buy the rumor, sell the news effect. I'm not saying that is going to happen,
right?
But there is that probability that it could create a liquidation event. Even if what he says is positive, if the buyers don't keep coming in, the current longs, especially the ones that are long at the top, will be the first to get nervous and start to get out. And if that snowballs, that's the buy the rumor, sell the news event. Make sense?
It does make sense. It's regardless of what he says, just watch what the charts do. Basically, is what we're saying. And laggard buyers, aren't we all laggard buyers at these prices?
Yeah. But some of the laggard buyers on this move up, if they're short time frame traders, they're the first to bail. If the laggard buyers are funds, they're not outright long. They're hedged against a bunch of other products. So if the market does pull back, they're protected in those profits.
So you're saying locals? Are the only ones that are going to be able to take this thing lower. Yeah,
speculators, from the pea shooters like us to the big time speculators. If they're all in already and there's nobody left to buy it, there's only one thing for it to do. That's the buy the rumor, sell the news effect.
Will he perhaps walk back The rate cuts for December. I mean, in September, it was, yeah, you're getting a rate cut today. We got 2 more in the holster of this year. Is he walking back a little? We'll see. Stay tuned to find out. We're all going to find out. Like Jack said, that Q&A session starts about 1:30.
Come to the watch party.
Yeah, the watch
I got
party.
the beer. I got the beer and the popcorn, folks.
All right, let's go around here. Take a look at these prices. Crude trading $60.51, about a penny off the session highs there. NASDAQ trading 26,290. 290. Did pop up to 26,326. Dakota, update your position for the chat.
Short 15 micros from 316.
Okay. 316. What are you looking for to the downside, Dakota?
Ultimately settlement,
Thank you,
Andre,
fix
which is a big move,
Okay.
I know, but it's prior to FOMC, and I do believe that we could see downward pressure. But I'll scale out as we start to sell off. Like I'll close out some at like 250s. I'll close out some at like 230s, and then hold on to a runner if we can get that pressure down to settlement. Because I'm looking at more than just what we're seeing here. I could see Microsoft is down 0.75%, Meta's down 0.5%, Amazon, a tick in the red. I mean, Intel's down 1%, Netflix even. And it's very mixed. Like we've been saying, Nvidia is just really holding this market up, and it's just,
Atlas.
We'll see what happens to this market. I could be wrong, but I like the risk reward, and I'm in a good position, so I'm gonna try and take advantage of it.
Sherwin-Williams covers the world. Nvidia holds it up.
There you go. Oh, wow, Hogue. Trademark that. Maybe the play's gold then. More rate cuts, maybe long gold, weaker dollar, takes more dollars. Somebody go, I'm looking for anything here.
Well,
if
we
then,
do start
if
to
then.
see, you start to see equities crack, that could put a bid under gold for sure.
Good stuff. Okay. We got the bottom of the hour here in about 12 minutes. Braden, you are flat, correct? Oh, $200.
Yeah,
nice
that's correct.
Job. It is still king of the market. All right. A little selling coming here in the ES. Let's get the tip of the week here. It is Wednesday. We're going to say this for a third time, but see in the chat. Who knows what the tip of the week is? There it is. Backtest your trading plan.
Backtest your trading plan?
Jack? It is. Did you backtest?
Possibly by verifying the strategy with history?
That's a good idea. What else you got, Jack? I like that. Check.
Maybe test across market conditions.
Fantastic.
Just for better results and build confidence in your plan.
Sounds like a plan. I like it. Yes. Backtest your trading plan. Indeed. You got to adapt. And shift gears, as we call it. Shifting gears. And Top Step tip of the week. Bring a new one every Monday. In the chat, we go, wish Andre stop asking Dakota same question and take a trade himself. Oh, I'm driving. Trust me, I wish I could too. So Dakota, chat is on me now. They've come for you. They've come for production. Who else is left? We got Braden and Jack and Hogue. You are next up on.
This is their hobby. It's their hobby.
Yeah, SS Chicago got what I was about to say. The VIX is up 3% today as we're up in the markets.
Oh, yeah.
Notable.
I was asking that, Jack. VIX up, equities up. How does that occur? That's not very often that happens. What is fundamentally, or I guess what is happening?
To happen at around all-time high. In this case, there's a few things that are contributing to it, right? You have, as I mentioned, the market breadth, hard word to say, is very, very bad. Like, we're very concentrated in a few names. Like Nvidia is this whole move right now. So I mean, all the VIX is demand for protection, or the demand to buy volatility essentially in the options market based on the S&P 500 and out 30 days. So yeah, it would seem to me that there's a demand for puts to hedge or speculate or otherwise, and people are bidding Nvidia options to the moon. There's demand for it to go way up and demand for protection from it going way down. It's still like the VIX is still low
What is it?
Historically, 17, close to 17.
Yeah.
That's not super low, but it's the way it's rising is unusual for that. We do have the Fed meeting this afternoon.
You're not filled. 300 lot on the offer at 26,298 quarter in the NASDAQ. That was filled.
Can you expect volatility to increase with the FOMC?
Well, you shouldn't. Yeah, it can be expected, but you shouldn't be able to predict it to go up like that, or else that's a great trade for you to make, right? If it always went up ahead, then there's a great strategy for buying, the UVX or something, right? In the couple hours running up. So it's not that simple.
And then there's a VIX of the VIX.
Yeah, there's call options. Sorry, there's options on the VIX, which is based on options on the S&P 500. It's the inception.
VIX of the VIX.
All this leverage, man.
Oh, it's don't think about it too much, Dakota, or else you'll never get long. You'll have no reason. We've got the EIA crude oil inventories number at the bottom of the hour. Expected 1.2 million barrel surplus. Will it come anywhere near that? Stay tuned to find out. We'll also get those initial balance high and low prices. The ES and the NASDAQ.
I'm expecting this kind of price action to continue into FOMC.
Yeah, What price action is that, Dakota? How do you describe this?
Non-directional. Very, very difficult. Maybe a little more unpredictable, I suppose. It would be the best way to explain it. Like we'll see random, tape bombs in either direction. And I know chat uses chop, but a little more unpredictable than a normal day.
Finding its way. All right, Jack. Anything in the ES? Haven't seen much. Pretty tight range. I mean, it is unpredictable, a little messy right now. 69.43 right overnight VWAP. The way we got to all-time highs, not very convincing. About 20 minutes ago, you look at 69.60.
69.60. I just wanted to show
the
VIX up here. You can see we've had a lot of action recently in it. Going back to that Friday, right? We spiked above 20, starts getting saucy. Above 30 is real fun.
Party.
But you can see over the last since Monday, so pretty much this week, we had a volatility rolled off. Actually, this move down here was one of the sharpest 2-day percentage-wise decreases in the VIX.
What are those 2 days? Was that when the tweet hit on that Friday and the 2 days after?
Yeah, so this is Friday. And then
what a Friday.
Yeah, you can see it here. Friday. I'm too lazy to throw up percentages, but you can see it. But you can see how we are over the past 2 days rising and rather sharply rising. These are our candles right now.
Brayden, I think you were on with us when that 9:55 a.m. tweet, I believe. Just kept selling and selling throughout the day. We'll see. What's back in here on the ladder? Seeing some size on the offers in the NASDAQ today. Another 200 lot up at 26,297. Saw 500 at 289, 500 at 279. When I say at, that means it's on the offer, right? Quantity at price. Quantity at price. Most of them all been on the ask. Did see some hard lots on the bid in the NASDAQ right off the opening bell.
Pay price for quantity.
Price on quantity. Yep. Price on. I'm still rehearsing it in my head.
Pay price for quantity. Sell quantity at price.
That's it.
Straight on the phone.
That's it. I'll sell 100 at even. I'll pay even for 100.
There you go. Still to this day, 20 some odd years later, I'm still rehearsing in my head, so I don't sound like a buffoon.
100 at even. I'll pay 90 for 100.
90 for 100. Yep. 90
100
for
even,
90
90
on.
for 100. Yep.
Sell it all.
Hold on. Trades BK says, okay, I'm bored. See you at lunch for the move. Oh, wait. Hold on. Come on. Might get the move.
Guys, let's have a little therapy session here. Have people been getting beat up the last couple days in these markets?
Yeah.
It's cool. Like, it happens.
All good. Oh, it's there's opportunity. There is opportunity. You hang around, Trades BK. You hang out. See if we can catch this opportunity.
I think the opportunity this morning's to the downside. We'll see. I'm still short. So it's just patience, right? Market will test your patience.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna get short with Dakota here in the 80s. Looking for the break of kind of that 70 level.
In the
short 2 micros. And make it 3 micros at 83.
283, short 3. MNQ 26,283. What are you looking for a downside target, Braden?
Just to flush to these lows that we continue testing, like the 70s, 60s, and then I'll take it off. Like 20 points of downside. I'm not looking for a crazy amount of follow through today. We're just not really seeing that, but I think we can tap into the 70s here.
Okay. We got those EIA numbers at the bottom of the hour. We also get those initial balance prices. What's the initial balance, you ask? We're going to ask for the high and low. First hour into the New York session, the high price and the low price of the NASDAQ and the ES. And we'll work off of that. So that pop quiz, I guess not a pop quiz, will be get your answers in at the bottom of the hour. Also, we got that EIA number. Last trade in crude, $60.51. Expected. 1.2 million barrel surplus. 90 seconds for that number. Hogue, are you jotting down the prices? Because you are the answer key for this quiz. I think I got NQ initial balance high. I think that one's in ES. That one's pretty clear to me. I'm never quite sure, so I always like to ask the chat, what do you got? All right, chat, let's get that. Okay, well, I'm getting those answers in early. I like it. I think we're...
Tashi has it.
Yeah, okay. What, a NASDAQ or?
NASDAQ.
Okay, all right. Very good. Let's see. Well, NASDAQ's... I also get those ES. IB high, IB low. ES. I think I got it. 30 seconds. All right, both these guys are short. MNQ. Oh, you're short from 315. 315. Oh, man.
Yeah, from way up there.
Not bad for a bad trader.
Yeah,
not
right.
bad for a bad.
You see the chat.
Chat's fire. I see what you did there.
Yeah, Dakota's a hell of a trader. He's been in the game for a minute. EIA Crude. Let's get ready for this. Watch this. Will it even be close? Expect a 1.2 million barrel surplus, and the number is... Not even close. It's about a 7 million barrel drawdown. 7 million barrel drawdown, and there goes crude.
No way.
Not even close. Popping here. Love this number.
It's closer to what the API said. It was, what is it, minus 6 million barrels last night?
Yeah, 6.8.
Oh, 4 million, they said. So right in line with...
I mean, it's not even close.
A little over the API number there.
And seeing
how do they miss it by so much? It's crazy.
And we just allow it, and and the markets react to it. I mean, at some point,
it's just accepted now.
We just accept it.
Like, my theory has been that I'll look into it, but they're just displaying like the wrong units. Like, I have no idea, like, how much it could be one way or the other. Right? I think the U.S. produces like 13 million barrels a day. Let me check this real quick.
Except for that one time, Dakota, you were on, they nailed the number.
Yeah, that was the only time I've seen that.
That was the only thing. What?
I started talking crap on their number counting, and they nailed it.
Absolutely nailed it. All right. We did see crude pop up to $60.71. Talking about about 25-cent pop off that. All right, IB high, IB low. Dan Emmons, great job. ES Hogue, hit me with initial balance high, initial balance low for the ES.
All right, initial balance high is the all-time high, 69.52. Initial balance low, 69.38 and a quarter. You look at that, it's a very narrow initial balance, which means the probability of trading outside of it is very high. It's not going to take a lot of energy to extend this range. May not happen till 1 o'clock, but it's a high probability that this range will be extended. NASDAQ, all-time high is the IB high, 26,326.50. And the IB low, 26,254. And the orders, it is a 72-point initial balance. Again, a narrow initial balance requires less energy to extend outside of. And again, that extension may not happen until 1 o'clock today, but there is still some decent opportunities, as our traders have been showing us. Our excellent traders have been showing us this morning. Still opportunities in here, folks, so stay locked in.
Oh, you say 38s or 36s in the ES? 38 quarter or 36 quarter?
36 quarter.
6 quarter. Well done.
And I just confirmed that. Yeah, that is correct. I've been wrong before. Don't trust me.
Hey, not wrong. Not wrong. We just got, we're all in this together, Hogue. Chat is
mistaken.
All watching each other's sixes. Braden, did you add into this? I heard over Phil.
No, I got stopped out. I wanted to see it kind of play out quicker. It's just a very choppy morning. Maybe look to play the ranges a little bit more. So that short entry was just too low. Still kind of like the short idea, but that entry was too low. So we'll reassess that. But I'm going to step away real quick. You guys can take my camera off if you want to, but I'll be away for a couple of minutes.
Oh, I know. Production absolutely loves this. Look at that. Production absolutely loves it.
Dennis asked, what news is at noon? Noon
Big
is
news.
the FOMC rate announcement. And then at 1:30, we got Powell coming live to read his prepared remarks and then take questions. There will also be dot plots.
Ooh.
Yes, there will. Big news. Pretty much it doesn't get much bigger than this. Yes, I am really jotting down notes. I really am jotting down notes by hand. Helps me remember things. Also got my post-it notes. I'll cherish to have post-it notes. And
he's journaling.
Yeah, have those stickies around on my screen. Just to remind yourself.
Nothing's stopping Nvidia.
It's still going.
It's still going. Go to 6 trillion market cap. Why not?
Like
Why
today.
Let me
posturing. Man. No posturing.
So
can you do a quick? What would it take to get
Nvidia up $10? Here we go. Nvidia up over $10 right now, so that's over $230 billion in market cap. So what are we adding? That's like adding a Salesforce. It's very close to adding a Goldman Sachs.
Oh my God!
It's more than a McDonald's. Wow. It's more than an Uber. A Disney, an Intel.
More than countries. It's countries. I mean,
in a day,
the entire Blackstone group is 185. AT&T is 180.
Jesus.
So they could. I'll do this one more thing. So they could. $230 billion is a full AT&T plus a. It doesn't go low enough. Plus 50 billion to play around with.
30 or 50 billion.
I don't know
among friends.
Still thinking about that Oracle day. This might be more impressive. Well, I don't know, 40% in a day. It's all wild. Another 500 lot in the
Until
NASDAQ.
you realize that over the last 2 days, Nvidia has added an entire Oracle.
Wow. Checkmate. We got 500 lot up at 26,315. What a time to be alive. All been on the ask in the NASDAQ. Incredible. Absolutely.
It's not a
The
bubble,
question
though.
isn't this worrying? I mean,
It's scary.
Yeah. In what
I'm
way?
afraid
In
of
what
it.
way is this worrying? And how so?
Like, Nvidia is going to own the world.
Gold. The gold was a bit worrying when gold was rallying $1,000 in 6 weeks.
I mean, there's no reason to worry on the day to day, but just look at what the top company is. This would be good. Talk amongst yourselves.
The market survived COVID. There's nothing to worry about. The market survived COVID.
Yeah.
One way or another. So
Markets have
Resilience.
survived a lot, right?
Yep.
World wars, COVID, it's everything. And we continue to make
Yeah.
all-time highs.
Right. Well, the economy literally shut down for 2 months straight, and markets went higher.
I just want to point out is these things tend to change. Maybe they'll give me some further back ones, but we'll just go back to the 80s. The highest market cap company was IBM for most of it. It
Big
changes
Blue.
within decades. IBM in the 90s, Microsoft and General Electric were fighting
Motorola?
to be on top.
Oh,
In
it was
2000s,
Motorola.
ExxonMobil. In the 2010s, Apple was the most valuable company for most of the decade. In the 2020s, Nvidia has become the most valuable company. I say this only to say that they change, but not, not on a
Yes.
frame that is super important as a day trader. Picking tops is kind of a folly.
Josh, if anything, Powell will just bail out Nvidia.
They don't need
Nvidia
it.
You mean Nvidia will bail out the stock market? I think that's what we're seeing. I think it's the other way around. I think Nvidia's
Hold it up now.
Yes, they are. Little pullback here in gold. 40.25 last trade. Oh,
So
yeah, go
somebody
ahead,
asked
Jack.
really quick to comment on the divergence between ES and NQ and RTY. 2 reasons. RTY has 0 Nvidia. ES has 7 or 8% Nvidia. NQ has 15% Nvidia plus Palantir, which is also up a lot.
Nvidia.
But largely it's just rotation. Like the huge stuff is doing well at and the small stuff isn't. Rotation. It happens all the time. Like the NASDAQ and the RTY will occasionally diverge by quite a bit.
We got a little news clip to bring you here, but all right, we got those initial balance high and low prices, ES, NASDAQ. I got about 20 minutes till the top of the hour. You did say you're gonna need more, or gonna not take as much energy to extend, go above or below the high and low price. So we might have a situation developing here because the last couple of days, big wide ranges. So what are you looking for in the next 20 minutes or so, based on what we just put down for those IB high and lows?
Well, as far as let's look at the ES. So as far as the ES, we had overnight inventory to the long side. We put in a new all-time high in the regular trading hour session, which is something that we would expect to some degree to happen. The market doesn't like it when the all-time high is in the extended trading hour session. But we've got this range up here, and we were talking about this on the opening call about probably kind of staying largely inside of this range until the FOMC information starts to come out, and then of course the speech and the question and answer. That can certainly change things, but the way it sits right now, our initial hypothesis of staying somewhat range bound this morning has sort of ring true to a degree. We did take out the high. Okay, well, we're back inside of that range. We're now rotating back to the low of that range. Watch and see what happens at the IB low, 69.36 and a quarter. then see if we do find some buyers down there. If we extend the range and we can't continue, that's a failed downside auction. And basically, value high from yesterday would be kind of the lower end of the extreme of the range that we were in prior to the open today. So that low would be 69.20, 69.32, 69.33 area here. But the market is idling. It is waiting for new information. It is kind of choppy, just kind of what markets do when they're looking for new information. And in the NASDAQ, same situation. We did extend a little bit higher than the upper end of the range that we were in prior to the open. We did put in a new high. We've come back into that range. We've rotated into that range. The low end of that range, I would look at around here for 26,230 approximately. And my main hypothesis this morning is that we were going to set an early range and bounce around inside that range until 1 or 130. So right now, the main hypothesis is, even though there's small initial balances and it won't take a lot of energy to trade outside of it, everybody's waiting for new information. And when we wait for new information, that's what we do. We just kind of rotate from low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low, until the information comes out and we can make adjustments based on that information. It's really what I'm looking at here in the equities this morning.
I like it. All right. Are there trades? Low to high, high to low. We're seeing a little bit, speaking of going towards the lows here, 69.40.
There's always trades.
Oh, let's see.
Always.
Let's see what happens when we get to these 36s. ES, if we get down to 69.36 quarter. NASDAQ seeing some push to the dollar. Dakota, you've been short this entire time still?
Yeah.
Guy.
Short.
How many?
He's got good trade location. That's what it takes in range-bound trade, is to get good trade location.
Absolutely. All right, I want to watch this ES. More selling coming there. ES 69.39. Initial balance low 69.36. Let's see if let's take a little more selling here in the NASDAQ. 6,280. Yes, pushing lower.
Remember, it won't take a lot of energy to extend it.
I'll
Does
take
the
3 off
extension
right here at
continue?
70.
The question. Nice.
Took 3 off. Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to take 3 off here at 78.
Pretty much where you took the first 5 off.
Yeah.
70.
Exactly, Hogue.
Hogue takes notes too.
Yeah.
Morning recap coming back for this. All right, 69.37 trades. All right, closing initial balance low in the ES. NASDAQ still has about 20 points to go. Gold to push. Gold trading 40.24. All right, Dakota, up. You are now short how many?
12. Average price,
job.
317.
All right. Well, here we go. We got some hard hitting news for you. It is Halloween season, and there isn't. I'd be low right here in the ES. I'm gonna pop these stops. Who's gonna play the range? I'm gonna play the range. All right, let's get the hard hitting news in here. This is probably bad time. Let's get some hard hitting news. It is Halloween season. Inflation's hitting you. Let's do it. What's happening with inflation?
It should hardly come as a surprise what the popular treats are for trick-or-treaters.
It's chocolate, super popular year-round, and will be perfect for trick-or-treaters. Second is gummy candy, and when you think about some of those creepy, crawly, spooky shapes, that's perfect in gummy candy. And then coming in at third place is admittedly controversial. It's candy corn.
Trick or treat!
Carly Childhouse with the National Confectioners Association says a vast majority of Americans plan on eating chocolate this Halloween season.
We expect that sales of chocolate and candy for the Halloween season will grow by about 3% this year.
But with high cocoa prices, every producer, from specialty chocolate makers to candy giants, is changing up how they sell their treats. For consumers, this could mean less chocolate per package, higher prices, and less cocoa content, meaning less chocolatey chocolate compared to before. In terms of prices, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups saw an 8% increase in price compared to 2024. Hershey's Variety Packs 22%, Mars variety packs 12%. Last year alone, Americans shelled out $7.4 billion in Halloween chocolate and candy sales, a 2.2% increase from 2023, according to the National Confectioners Association. And that enthusiasm isn't going anywhere.
Even as people may face some challenging economic times, they are leaving room in their budgets for chocolate and candy.
I'm Ivan Rodriguez reporting.
Whoa. Pudge? Sugar. Sugar.
Newsday.
Ivan Rodriguez.
Halloween is very much a tax on population density. I have to buy so much. I get like, if it's a nice day, we need futures for it because if the weather's nice, I get about 300. If it snows like it did 2 years ago, I'm stuck with all that candy.
All you gotta
I
do
get
is
pre-diabetic.
leave some candy corn out there, and you'll get no one. I know Hogue said he likes candy corn. Yeesh.
Oh no,
This sucks.
Ooh, man, oh man, that is
second worst candy to circus peanuts.
Oh, you don't like it? You don't like candy? Okay, good.
No, if I'm gonna eat it, you got to mix it with roasted peanuts because it makes it taste like a candy apple.
Interesting.
Okay,
there's my hack for candy corn.
I mean, yeah. Trey's BK. I knew you weren't gonna go anywhere. I like that. You eat pieces for breakfast?
I'm gonna show it.
Yeah, sure. The hack is to go to the rich neighborhoods where they give out the king size Snicker bars and
that's right.
Change your costume. An hour and a half after, change your costume, then go back to that same neighborhood. Double up on those king size.
The best candy, Midnight Milky Way.
Ooh,
Milky Way
I was
with
gonna
dark
say
chocolate.
Yep, you get it. Right. Anyone take a
I like
long
a big
mouthful
hunk.
of- What?
Those big hunks, the white candy bars.
Is that like a Utah thing? I don't know what you're talking about.
Who doesn't like?
You don't know what a
hunks?
big hunk is? It's like
We're looking
white.
at 4. We got 5 on the screen right now. I mean, what are we talking about?
Whatever.
No, I want to see.
Chat knows.
I'm looking for an image.
Yeah, Google.
Brother,
Google a big hunk.
I'm looking at it now. I have never seen this thing.
Really?
I got it.
I'll hand out frozen peas for Halloween.
Oh, I've seen these things. Kids will egg your house. I mean, oh, there's a good Curb Your Enthusiasm trick or treat, and yeah. Anyways,
never heard of this. Never heard of it. You guys have not. Do it. Get a big.
You guys ever
big
lived?
hunk, and
You guys ever lived before?
put it in the microwave for like 10 seconds. Best.
Frozen peas. Yep. Braden, a lot of nonsense going on here. This is what you do when markets are a bit of a holding pattern. Are you still short, Braden? Are you? No, you're.
No, I'm just
I'm
watching
still
this
short.
sideways. Yeah.
What have you been? What's your unrealized P&L right now, Dakota? You've shaved a few off. You were short 20. You're now down to short 12.
Yeah, I'm unrealized is 1100, 1200.
Oh, here we go. NASDAQ
Going up because the market keeps going down.
Yep.
Nvidia's back below 209.
Sell it.
I mean, it's like tick for tick with the NASDAQ.
All right, chat. Where you at now?
Ooh, wow.
I'll take another 3 off here at the 60s.
Yes, down to initial balance low. Did you get the 60s, Dakota? Oh, you got to 261. Yep. Okay, you got it.
Yeah.
We're saying micro.
Right there. Now I'm gonna move my stop loss. We got a nice pivot there at these 308s.
Ooh, there's some stops.
Here comes the range extension.
Yes, Hogue, some stops. Those that were playing the longs.
Yep.
All right, see some selling here. Doesn't take much energy. Dakota smirking to himself. I know exactly what that means, and so should you, chat.
I'm gonna just let my actions speak.
It's spicy today. It is a feisty FOMC. We got the watch party 1 p.m. Central. Got the rate announcement. We got prepared remarks, and then we got the Q&A. How many will descend? Will
NASDAQ
Myron be
hasn't
like,
even closed the gap yet.
which gap, Hogue?
NASDAQ is so strong.
Which gap?
The session gap close would be to yesterday's session high, which is 26,231.5.
Want to give a shout out, a big shout out. Love seeing this. Vegas Nick in the chat. I just passed my VIP combine. Go Bull
Nice.
Brigade. Hell yeah.
Nice. Good job.
Next senior, what's happening? Coach J also shorts. 69.50.
Nice.
Bottom out at Hogue. Looking for Hogue right now. Looking for a failed downside auction. Perhaps.
Yeah,
Oh, we saw
S&P's traded right to value high from yesterday. We were just talking about that. And look at this bounce.
Let me see. Yeah, I know. All those longs. All the longs.
What, did they start buying Nvidia again?
Yeah.
A little bit.
209.
Nvidia's trading 209 right now. It traded as high as 212.19.
Oh, all right. Here we go. Good stuff. More in chat. I passed my 50K combine yesterday. Well done. Crypto Owl. I like that name. That's pretty cool.
Hmm.
What's going on in micro Bitcoin? What was that trade? Selling off, right?
Down 1%.
I mean, you
Take
watch
a
on
look-see.
micro. Braden, have you looked at micro Bitcoin since that huge trade you had? Have you gone back to the well at all? This was an amazing trade.
Yeah, no,
Just got back from vacation. Hadn't looked at a chart in what? A week? He jumped right in the chair and got short micro Bitcoin.
yeah, I've been looking at it. It rallied all the way back up to 116, pulling back a little bit. Maybe it moved back down to like that key level 100,000. We never really saw it. The lowest we've seen in the past couple months is 103. So I feel like that's a pretty key level that we haven't really tested. Maybe it makes a move back down there. But yeah, it kind of looks a little bit short to me. I know it's in its gap as well. It had a gap, I think. So yeah, it is trying to fill that gap. It's just kind of fading into the gap.
What were you looking at? You were looking at Crude earlier too, Braden? Man, you just
Yeah,
Braden
I like
sees
the
chart,
Crude.
trade a chart.
I think I'm gonna request to put NYMEX data on
Is
my live account so that I can trade that going forward.
there a game there of some sort? You just put like a daily chart up of no names. You don't say what the product you're looking at. You just put the chart up and you can identify what the product is.
By the
Oh,
price?
I don't think I.
No, not even
That'd be
price.
fun.
Just look at the
No,
look
not
at
even price. Oh.
just what the graph. I mean,
Honestly,
gold. Could you do? Is there
yeah,
a game there? Name that market. Name that product.
That'd be
With
fun.
probably
dates, but
is.
no price scales.
Yeah,
Nope,
just
just
like
a straight up
candlestick.
Just a straight up. Yep, just a straight up daily.
Just the chart. No price scales, nothing.
Just the shape.
Well, but you gotta be able to see time, right? Or else
Sure,
you could
January
condense
1st.
like
Just for year to date.
I'd give it a try. You throw those out there.
Once
be
you put a
fun.
position on, then you'll know.
Take 5. Name that market. Name that product.
Name that market.
This one looks like a hockey stick that looks frighteningly up and to the
NASDAQ.
right. Yeah, well, gold.
Or Nvidia.
This one looks like Batman.
JD would bring his what was that? Is that corn or soybeans, JD? That range.
Corn.
It was
Yeah.
corn, yeah.
Name. Can we do that? Do we have to clear that one too? We have to clear that idea. $60.80. New highs put in the then Crude. And someone did point out there is a 500 lot in the NASDAQ up at 26,295. 295. It was at 315. They did bring it down about 20 points or so. Push lower here. Hope 5 minutes till the top of the hour.
Maybe failed downside auctions here.
Failed downside auction.
We didn't,
So what would the play be?
we did
Failed
not
downside
spend
auction.
We did not spend any time below those IB lows.
Huh?
See where this 30-minute bar closes.
Not yet.
The top of the hour.
Not yet.
Top of the hour here. Any setups you got your eye on, Braden? What's your P&L, by the way?
Like $70. It's just so sideways.
Yep.
So sideways.
Crude not done. Crude continue to push higher here. $60.91. Anything on the headlines? Nothing on the headlines. Pretty quiet. Markets are in a range. When I say markets, yeah, I'd be more specific. Equities. Equities are in a bit of a range right now. This whole time
You don't
is
even have to say
amazing.
that about crude.
Crude's
in a range.
Let's the 5-minute, just put in some session highs, $60.91. Took a peek beneath $60. We're digging down to $59.70. All right, let's see what happens here in 3 minutes. Top of the hour. Man, chat is fired up today. Everyone, all right, Braden, you can cross you off the list. They're taking shots at you now. Who's next? Who's gonna get it next? Braden's a hell of a trader, man. Be nice. Who's in the crosshairs? Even production caught some strays today, but I love it. We're passionate about it. We're fired up for this huge day. FOMC Wednesday.
Watch party. 1 p.m.
I'm fired
Watch
up.
party.
Man. Absolutely fired up. We'll have a little bit of prep. We'll come up with a little bit of a game plan, if thens. And gotta have a plan, right? Plan A, plan B, plan C. Like Mike Tyson said famously. What did he say, Jack? What did Mike Tyson say about game plans?
Everyone's got one until they get punched in the face.
That's right. It's pretty much the greatest quote ever. It's so true.
Have you ever been punched in the face?
I have. Very humbling experience, Dakota.
Yeah.
Me as well.
Yep. Everyone should get punched in the face once. What the? I take that back. Not everyone should get punched in the face. It's if you deserve it. If I said I deserved it, so yes. Let me walk that back. What just came in there? Some selling came in there. The NASDAQ saw offer jump in. It was a 260. Now they came down to 255s. Hit the bid there. They were chasing.
I took another 2 off here at 56.
Okay. Short time.
Yeah, I just got long there at 60s as he was covering.
Okay.
Maybe we transacted there.
Yes.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I'm long 5 at 60s, 260s.
Long 5. Very
micros.
good. Okay. Top of the hour in 60 seconds. 60 seconds.
See if we can take advantage of this failed downside auction, Braden.
Let's do it, man. I think we gotta
get some
set up
information here in this
do
next
it.
minute. We'll take a look.
All right, looking for that. Yeah. What's your target, Braden, on this?
That recent high at 282.
Wait, 2 recent high. Recent high off of the 5-minute. Which recent high?
Oh yeah, that I was just looking at the tick chart. I guess on the 500 tick chart we have a high at 282.
5-minute also. Yep, 5-minute. Also 282.
Okay. Now we got to hold that IB low.
All right, here we go. This could
I'd
be
like to see some price action higher for you, Braden, right away. See what happens. Sorry, Dakota.
Hey,
You've
if
already
Brady
got
can make money long, so be
He's
it.
short from
Great trade.
She's short from 315. He's
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Yeah, you're sitting pretty.
ES trading 69.39. Pretty tight range. Bottom out of 32 half. 69. We did make all-time highs earlier in fast markets. 69.52. Dow made all-time highs. NASDAQ made all-time highs. Got that out of the way. We'll see.
You get all-time highs. You get all-time highs. You get all-time highs.
Man, Jensen was giving out deals left and right yesterday. Man, you get a deal. You get a billion.
Yeah.
You get a billion, man.
This
That was just.
Who mentioned Nokia was up 24%
Oh, yeah, Nokia.
yesterday.
Back from the dead. What possibly? What do you want? The IP? What possibly would be the play there with Nokia? I mean, not trying to revive.
I haven't. Let me check. I haven't even been
Personal's
following.
favorite?
These deals have been flying fast and furious. Like Jensen really was just, as I said earlier, spitting bars yesterday. Let's see what we got.
What do they want, Nokia?
Why not? I mean, they just
Yeah,
paid
I
for
know.
all their deals in today's
I
price
know.
action.
I know.
Well, that's
right.
the thing. Nvidia took $1 billion stake. Who knows why? Who cares why? They're worth
Yeah, who cares?
$5,000 billion.
He made it back, like 10 cents. Stocks I go up 10 cents. He's taking it all back. All right, holding those 274.
He's tossing out $1 billion like
Candy corn.
$100 bills from an Italian uncle, right? You just go around and flip them off.
Like nickels.
Hey.
We got the 500 lot up at 295 in the NASDAQ. Reading long from 260, 5 of them.
I mean, we haven't seen any size in the S&P dome today. I haven't seen much. Maybe 500 was the biggest.
Yeah, there
but
was
nothing big.
On the ask, I believe, is on the offer. Yeah,
it was.
I don't even know if it got filled. 69.39 last trade in the ES. We got Braden short. We got Dakota. Braden long. Dakota short. We got, again, London close is not in 28 minutes. Their clock's changed. So is in 90 minutes, 11:30 a.m. Central. Our clock's changed this weekend, correct? And
the second day here.
The second. It's already November.
Not yet.
Well,
oh my gosh.
I think our clock's changed this weekend. So I believe that next week, London close will be in a half hour at the.
I added 3 more there as it comes down to 60s. So I'm in 8 micros to 62.
All right. Plus 8262. Looking for the 82s, perhaps. Tilt, haven't seen much on tilt either, Hogue. 50-50 across the board. Gold has been behaving for now. Gold might be the most sensitive product to this FOMC announcement. It may.
Yeah.
Do you remember that $100?
Especially when he's roll over.
Yeah. Hogue, remember that $100 sell-off? I think that was last FOMC. They absolutely smoked it.
Yeah.
3,000 like came in they just smoked all the bids. Buckle up. We got a big day ahead of us. We got 4,200 people watching. We got Braden in the house, Dakota, Hogue, Jack as well. Click subscribe. Click thumbs
and a watch
up.
party.
Yeah, it's Watch Party Wednesday. And now I'm going to bring in Dr. Volatility himself because we have announcements coming at you on TopstepTV. James, how you doing, my friend?
Hello, everybody. We made it to Wednesday. Before I get into announcements, Halloween is Friday. How many of you out there are going as your favorite TopstepTV personality? Send us your Andre, Jack, James, Hogue, Michael costumes to our Twitter. We want to see them. I thought I'd shout that out. I want to see the best Andre costume out there. I know someone out there can do it. I know you guys can do it. Anyway, take a look at the Cryon. Take a look at what Hogue has been saying. Take a look at whatever we've been talking about all morning. It's FOMC Watch Party Day, y'all. That's right. Today at 1 p.m., Jerome Powell and his purple tie are going to come out and they're going to say a bunch of words the market may like or the market may not like. Either way, we're going to be here breaking it all down for you live with expert analysis and commentary. We'll have Hogue, Andre, Jack, JD. All your favorites are going to be there for the FOMC Watch Party today at 1 p.m. Central Time. So be here. And why not get here early? Because you know what's happening right before that at 12:15 Central Time. That's right. I'm talking about group coaching with Hogue. Happens right before that FOMC meeting. And right now, we're going to drop a link in the chat and we're going to pin this one. And familiar viewers, you're going to know that this is how you get your questions answered live by Hogue, Hoop, and JD. So go ahead, think of any trading questions you have. It can be related to FOMC. It can be related to a product we don't talk about very often, strategy, mindset, you name it. This is your chance to get it answered live on air during group coaching. Again, that's at 12:15 p.m. Central Time today. So show up early, get educated, and then stick around for the FOMC watch at 1 p.m. Central. That's what I got for now, Andre. I'll shoot it back your way.
And it's your best James costume. Dress up as James. I like that idea. All right, Dow. Well, now Dow's trying to catch a bid. It is made new all-time highs.
They're all
48,001.
trying to catch a bid.
Yeah, they are.
They're trying.
Adding into that on the break of 67, trying to follow this back up to those highs here.
Oh,
gonna keep it tight as
You
well.
got now 10.
Yep, I'm in 10 at 63.
263. All right, well, this is a good one. Braden long 10. Dakota Short 10. Dakota Short from 315. Braden long from 263. Russell going bonkers. Is that true? Does that mean the 10-year woke up? Does that mean the 10-year woke up? Not really.
No. There is more sensitive souls, but yeah, it's pumping pretty good.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Braden, you said that too.
Remember when I took a
that?
Russell trade, Andre?
No. I remember you took a NASDAQ trade. When did you take the Russell trade? Why did you take a Russell trade?
Once? It was blasting out of control. People were getting like short squeezed, and just right at the end of the day, it might have made like,
did we get long?
$30.
How'd that MNQ? How'd that feel, Jack? When you took that MNQ trade, it was a winner. Did you feel
it was good? I don't mind the MNQ. It's just I hate looking at that dome. I'm gonna keep this Russell up for a little bit. This is some interesting action.
Okay, yeah, let's take. Whoa, hello. Name that product.
Howdy. Let's zoom out a little bit. What's the 4-hour look like? Much better.
Oh, check Slack.
Ranging on the Russell. Remember, oh boy. Remember, the Russell just recently hit all-time highs. It hadn't done so since 2021.
Check out the RTY. There's your RTY. Name that product. That is the Russell. Is that where the regional banks are? Is that where they would be?
Yeah.
Gotcha. What happened to that story? Where'd that go?
Just disappeared, I guess.
Sure did, Dakota.
For now.
Sure did.
Those things tend not to be a problem until they present it.
I mean, that's the big one. If you want the big one, like Jack says, that would be the big one. Kinda. They get bailed out. There's no such thing as a big one. Let's take a look here. Braden Long 10 from 263. Dakota Short 10 micro from 315.
5. I took profits down here at these 50s, so I'm short 5 now from.
So what's that realize looking like? Nice trade.
$1,000, $1,000.
How long have you been short the NASDAQ? Is this the longest you've ever been short the NASDAQ?
No. I mean, for the fast markets, yeah, because it's longest for fast markets because this price action has been really not going anywhere. But my setup has not changed.
Oh. Nice trade. Well, Josh certainly remembers the Russell trade. Says you made me a lot of money with that idea. Josh, you made that money yourself. You clicked the button.
Yeah, don't follow anything we do. That being said, it could be a sign of some rotation here. We see the Russell going bid. Nvidia's cooling off a little bit here.
Okay.
And by a little bit, I mean Nvidia is 3.6%.
What else selling here?
Yeah, I cut out of that trade.
Yeah,
down 130 on the session.
All right.
We're really getting the price action to the upside to where we there at Braden.
No, and I could tell. I mean, that hourly, yeah, there was a stance taken by sellers on that hourly candle. So like this one kind of needed to show some upside strength kind of quickly, but no, it
Nice
left an
cut.
exhaustion wick and now it's selling. So I just cut it out.
Yeah.
No, nice
I'll
cut there,
take
Braden.
2 more
Good
at
cut.
41. I have
Oh, I
3
know this.
left.
Are you looking for 215s, Dakota? To
I'm
close out the
looking for settlement, so we still have 80 points to go.
Okay.
Saw a lot of people asking about our good friend Eddie. I saw him weekend before last. Talked to him quite a bit throughout the week. He's looking great. He's looking healthy. He's feeling good. He misses everybody. He's resting, recovering, and he's doing really well. And every time you guys ask about him, I tell him, and as always, he sends his love and looks forward to seeing everybody again one of these days soon, hopefully.
Definitely miss
Thank you,
him.
Hope. Who's Eddie? Some might be asking Eddie, one of the original OGs, Topstep TV. OG for Topstep. It's called Topstep Trader back then. Hogue, Eddie, Patak, 3 amigos on the floor, running around with their hair on fire, getting this thing off the ground. But yes, it was a sight to be seen. What a sight. But yeah. All right, 26,240. Looks like we might get a little acceleration to the downside of the NASDAQ. Dow staying bid. ES definitely lagging
Still pumping
behind.
Hanging in.
RTY.
Okay. Interesting. Go to short 3,
Yes,
short 2.
hanging in there.
It is
Yep,
hanging in there.
Still short 3.
Is this all Nvidia? Is this basically what we're looking at right now?
A lot of it.
We'll do, Rich. We'll do. I'll call you later. We got Crude. Straight $60.96. Session high is $60.99. On the hour in 17 minutes. Hogue no failed downside auction. Kind of a range. I mean, this is just some FOMC.
Well, the S&Ps is holding. It's holding the IB low, sort of. NASDAQ is definitely looking a little weaker, but the S&Ps has already pulled back a lot further than the NASDAQ has. NASDAQ hasn't even closed the session gap yet. S&Ps did that. Traded all the way down to value high in the S&Ps. We got a long way to go before we get that in the NASDAQ, and that's the other side of settlement in the NASDAQ. So if Dakota's got his eyes on settlement, we can't hold this IB low. It's a perfectly reasonable target. Big target for prior to the FOMC meeting, but perfectly reasonable. And the S&Ps are just holding up.
All right, then they pop right back there.
Mm-hmm.
6,257.
Yeah, that's a nice little 30-point bounce on NQ on the break of the lows.
Any plays? Do we see any kind of setup in the ES whatsoever? Is range would be
failed downside auction. Still in the S&Ps.
Off of, okay.
Hasn't taken out that low.
So the failed downside auction, you take a long, right? Where would you set a risk? I'm not saying take this trade, just what, if thens, right? Constantly talking about trade ideas. What would essentially be the setup and the risk for failed downside auction? What price would we look at for entry?
So the entry, you just had an opportunity right at the initial balance low, 69.36 and a quarter. Risk is probably down below that value high from yesterday. But risk maybe down to around 31. So 5 points of risk for a potential, maybe 10 points of potential profit, maybe more if it really turns around and rolls higher. But I don't think that there's enough energy in these markets to really do much of anything that magnanimous for us. But it's really not getting a very good bounce off this IB low. When you have a failed auction, I look for it to really rotate back to the other direction quickly, and it's just not doing it. But technically, it's still a valid trade.
One item of note in that, in the SPX, we're just about 5 points above 6,900. Big fat round number.
I'm thinking the same
That
thing.
would put us
Dolby.
right at our stop.
Yeah. They sell the RTY, buy the ES.
Feels like the NASDAQ. I know it was magnanimous. What does that mean? What does that magnanimous mean? It's a good word.
Gratuitous, let's say.
Yeah,
You
what
know,
does
you
that
get
mean?
you
Come
get
on,
into a
Hogue.
trade. You get into a trade
like-
and it goes your way right away and hits your profit target relatively quickly without too much kerfuffleation going on. That would be a magnanimous market, a gratuitous market.
Whereas Brain says, look at that.
Jolly.
Jolly.
I've liked that, yes. Magnanimous, gratuitous, absolutely. Any question? Oh, yeah. Pin at the top of the chat. Group coaching. Get those questions in. Group coaching. It'll be a little bit more of a get those questions in, but we're gonna be talking game plan as well. Get those questions in about FOMC, if you don't mind, Hogue. Get those questions in about how to play at FOMC. If then, expected rate cut, 99.9% probability of a 25 basis point cut. Look at the language, right? Look at the language in the prepared remarks, and especially listen to the questions where they talk about stagflation. I heard Kashkari did bring up the word stagflation a few weeks ago, and the market was very sensitive to that. Equities sold off pretty aggressively. See if anything like that creeps in. Perhaps trade. Kicking the can on that. Anything else, Jack? Any other hot topics that Powell could touch on? Maybe stagflation, maybe sticky. I'm trying to think any buzzwords to look for or to listen for, I should say.
Stagflation is the big one. Concerns about growth, how they feel about inflation. Maybe something about maybe he'll get asked the question. This would be an interesting one. Probably what I would ask too about relying on the CPI for this last month. It was 40% imputed. That would be my question.
I like that.
Braden locked in.
Yeah, I got long there, 15 micros. I like that pushback to 60s, but I'll stop it out if we fade it. I'll stop it out very quick. I'm 15 micros at 59. I don't want to see this sell back under 50 here.
Okay.
We pushed really strong into like an equal high here at 60s, so I like to set up for this off that hourly demand to push back into the 80s, but it's got to kind of play nice here. Otherwise, I'll cut it.
You're still looking to get into those 82s. I know that was your target last trade that you did cut. Nice cut, by the way. You still looking for those 82s, Braden?
Yep, like right here. Quickly, kind of.
Huh? Long 15 micro.
We need it to be magnanimous.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself, Hogue. Magnanimous indeed. Again, pin the top of the chat. Get those questions in. Get those questions in that you'd want Jack to ask Powell. Might as well. You can ask the group coaches. Get those questions in. Play a little rehearse for the press conference again. 12:15. Yes, 12:15 p.m. JD, Hogue, and Hoop. JD is back, feeling better, rested, fired up. I want to know, Dakota, what are you thinking? What, all caps, Dakota, what are you thinking?
What am I thinking? I am thinking, I'm not just here for my looks, chat.
Boyish good looks. Wow. Okay. So, what are you thinking there, Dakota? Also, what are you thinking?
That's all I was thinking.
There you go.
Just chilling, hanging out in this store. There's really not much in terms of decisions for me to do. I'm not going to trade during FOMC, before FOMC, maybe a little bit after yeah. This is about it for me. Just had a really good setup here, and it's not the best price action, but it's the price action we got today.
What is the best? What is the best price action?
The best price action is when you get into a trade, it immediately goes to your take profit.
Oh, magnanimous. Yeah, that is the best. That is absolutely the best. Brain is long right now. Still flat. Let's go flat. Still quiet on the wire again. We can go over today's schedule. We did our little bit. We got morning recap coming up in about 35 minutes or so. Oh, then we got James D with JD, Coach J, trade with Topstep, Jack and Aaron for shoulder tap. That's at noon central. And then we got group coaching. JD Hogan Hoop form pin to the top of the chat. Get those questions in. Hogue, maybe we do a little bit of a strategy session, game plan session going into FOMC, maybe towards the end of group coaching. Hopefully, let's get some questions in about. Ask whatever the hell you guys want. Who am I to tell you? But maybe I'll sneak a question in there. Maybe I'll sneak a question in there about how to play something. Maybe talk levels, Hogue. Sometimes we do see those hit. I want to see that the gap. I wonder what that gap prices are. Then we got FOMC coverage, wall to wall.
That'll be something.
Yep. Got Jack, Hogue, JD, myself, and in Power Hour, once the Powell press conference does conclude, we got Mandy, Dolby, myself. We ain't done there. Then we got Meta, Microsoft, Google, Starbucks, Chipotle, earnings after the bell. Tune into at the buzzer, Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They'll be covering that all over that. Then we got slow markets, 7:30 p.m. Dakota, the star of slow markets. Who will be joining you today? And what can people expect if they tune into slow markets?
Today's Wednesday, so we have Coach Jay joining me, and we have been carving up gold every single night for the past month, and it just continues to get better. It continues to get better. Slow markets is one of my favorites. It's one of my favorite times of day. We have a lot of traders joining us. Traders are just passing combines, making money. It's a good time. It really is.
Yeah, put up huge numbers there in slow markets. Tune in for sure. Still along the 15 micros, Braden?
Yep. Probably start to cover some if we can break that high at 74 we just tested.
There we go. Lala in the chat says, love slow markets. Same. What's Dakota channel name? It's here on Topstep TV. On Topstep TV.
Yep. Right here. You don't even have to go anywhere.
In the chat, trading is boring, man. Jack.
Can be.
Is trading boring? Can we put up a poll question? Is trading boring, man? Yes or no?
When it's done right.
Is trading boring, man?
Right.
Yes or no? Put the man in there. Good question. See that?
There we go.
Is trading boring, man? Got FOMC. All right, Braden. 26,274. Oh, yes, indeed. All right.
Fill 5 right there, 76.
Done.
Looking for 80s, like I said.
Put man in there. It's trading boring, man. Okay. Question is up in the chat. I'll say no. It's not boring, man. I don't know who that is. The poll is up. Is trading boring? Dakota, what say you? Is trading boring? If you do it right?
Yes. If it's done right, when it comes to like adrenaline and getting your endorphins, yeah, it's boring, but it's a lot better than like a 9-to-5 job, right?
Oh God, yeah. 100%.
Yes and no. It depends.
It's the absolute.
There's my answer. It depends.
What do you mean by boring? I guess taking trades. Look at that. Making money ain't boring. Right up there.
Yeah, I'm out of that trade at like the 70s. I just honestly I feel like I can get back into it. That's really the reason. If I just feel like I can get back into it at a better price. The price actually is slow enough to. Yeah, thank you. I might
It's trading.
re-enter if we test the 60s again.
All right. All flat then? Update the P&L when you have a chance.
Yep, 200 on the day.
Well done. What Freedom, yes. A lot of hot takes. A lot of hot takes in the chat. It's trading boring. Closer than I thought. All right, we'll kill the poll. 54% are saying no. Braden, is trading boring to you?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it is.
Boring in a good way. Executions maybe boring. Watching the charts
Just like
go wild.
Any desk job would be boring, you know, same thing. Same idea.
We ain't clock punchers around here. When when a headline hits and those markets go nuts, this year hasn't been boring. This year has not been boring at all. You cannot call this year boring. I mean, wait till 1 p.m. Central Time. You'll see it. I know what you mean.
You'll find
trading,
out. Yeah.
Right. I know what they mean by that. Execution, sitting on your hands, waiting for the setups. That's what's meant by boring. Being disciplined in your approach, boring, perhaps. Boring in a good way. Watching price action go absolutely crazy. It's the most exciting. It's the most exciting thing on the planet. Doesn't get any better than this.
When done correctly, the decisions being made should be boring, but we're never in the same market, right? Like there's always something new going on.
Exactly.
Hey, I'm short 3 micro gold at 20.
Whoa.
I was looking for the break of that low right there, which we just got. I'm sure I'm going to get retested, but we'll see.
Okay, just went from.
But we just snapped to 14. Yeah, that's happened twice today. I got long in Q at like 70s, and we broke into 90s like in a second. Same thing with this gold trade. I don't know if we'll get follow through, though, is the issue.
Not European close. Not European close. Clocks change in Europe. It's an hour from now. All right, Braden got short. The gold went from NASDAQ a few seconds ago, now in the gold. I like it. All right, Hogue, you got your work cut out for you for morning recap. Couple words. We'll see you in group code. We'll see you in morning recap. We'll see you in group coaching. We're going to see you in FOMC coverage as well. More Hogue, more
watch
better.
party.
Yeah, watch party indeed. So Hogue, couple thoughts and sign off. Get out of here. We'll see you in morning recap, Hogue.
Sure. Andre, Jack, Braden, Dakota, pleasure every day. Folks, we'll see you in a few minutes for the morning recap. Always a pleasure. Good trading, guys. We'll see you later.
Thank you,
later, Mr. Hoagland.
Yeah.
Thank you,
See ya.
Hogue. Braden, you still in or filled?
Yep, I'm in there in the 20s, 5 micro short. I added a couple.
Okay. Boring. What they meant by boring, not boring. Whatever. Got the conversation going. Absolutely, like it was short 5. Yeah. Let me explain it. 50-50 on the tilt. Bottom of the hour here in 50 seconds. 50 seconds. I want to bring in the comeback kid himself. Feeling a little down yesterday. He's better now. Back to 100%. The show ain't the same without him. Mr. JD, come on in. What's up, JD? Good to have you back.
What's up, guys? Great to be back. Welcome to the stats segment. All right. Andre just talked about the London close. It's an hour from now, but we will be rolling back clocks here in the United States on Sunday night at about 2 a.m. Central Time. So be prepared for that. Daylight savings coming up this weekend. All right, let's take a look at some live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Impressive numbers coming from our live funded traders. Look at this. These top 4 traders all trading gold. Top four of the top 5 P&Ls were all gold traders yesterday. Periel, $45,748. Samuel B, $24,866. Raffle, $16,683. Raffle is also trading the NQ and ES. Nathwat, $12,016 trading gold, and Ashton B, our lone non-gold trader, trading the ES and the NQ with $11,560 in profits. 5-digit territory for all of these live funded traders yesterday. Huge numbers coming out of these live funded accounts. You want some more impressive numbers? Take a look at these payouts from yesterday. How is this to start a week? Anna G, $54,100. She, 33,150. Samuel R, 18,000. Adrian, 10,402. And Jonathan M rounds out the top 5, $10,125 in payouts yesterday. That is an excellent start to the week. Big money. These traders all line in their pockets with that money they pull from the live funded markets. Great job to all these live funded traders. I think I just said live 6 times in 6 seconds. All right, back to you guys.
Man, well, we see George on there. George taking a $20,000 payout. Oh, JD's house account. Look at that screen. JD, that's your chart setup, huh? I was wondering what it looked like. Huh. Oh, Dakota? What?
I'm still short.
Yes, you are. It still is short indeed.
We're just
Braden's
hanging out.
Gold. He's still in the gold, Braden.
Yeah, I am. And it kind of set up a little funky. Like I got in and immediately it wicked down to 15, but I couldn't really market order out because it kind of retraced, kind of back up to the entry. But I still like the idea. It's just kind of weird how it played out. But
well, let me ask you, Braden. You just closed out of your NASDAQ trade and you went right over to gold. What did you have one eye on gold the entire time? What did you see? We're talking less than 60 seconds.
I saw that we had like a weak range there on gold and with kind of that pin off 24 on the 1 minute. And then we kind of sunk into this low. So I really just wanted a quick scalp trade on the break of 20s, which we got. And but man, it's like you have to have a limit order in there sometimes, or it's right back up. I don't think I could have market ordered out of any of it, but just kind of a breakdown trade through the range. That's what I was looking for, especially with that nice selling rejection at 25 on the 1 minute. So just taking a breakout trade there. We just keep stair stepping down off of this overnight rally on gold. So I like the idea of that trade. It just kind of played out weird.
All right. Well, the NASDAQ give another shot to the downside here. 6,243. We got 1, 2, 3 times. We got down to call it the 39s or so, 38s. And buyers have stepped in. Will this be the time? Dakota? I know better breakout traders around. If you were flat right now, could you see the breakouts or breakdown? Or are you still seeing rain? I saw someone in the chat saying there's a 3-bar reversal set up right now.
Oh, I'm still short from session highs.
Yes.
We're going. Let's break through this.
Right We're gonna give it a
think
shot.
we have 70 points to go. 74 points. New session lows.
Yep, this is the line in the sand. 1, 2.
Oh, I was on mute, but I said the same thing. 6,900 SPX is just 4 points below here.
What is that in the futures?
4 points below here.
Oh, gotcha. 32s. All right, 32s. 69.32. Last trade 36. And we did get to 32 half about 40 minutes ago. Buyers did step in NASDAQ. I'm trying to.
Gold's rolling over too. They're both kind of selling off.
Real John Ross in the chat saying fresh highs incoming. Which market?
Alt-I.
Alt-I. All right, NASDAQ. Can you do it? Can you do it? Gotta get through the.
Still see 75 points down in the NASDAQ.
That's settlement, correct, Dakota?
Yeah.
They're asking. They're asking in the chat, Jack, what is settlement? What is settlement?
Settlement is the price for the futures, right? That they market to for, basically the price it ends at for your P&L the next day if you hold the position overnight. It's not the exact closing price. They have some sort of formula or committee or something. The CME decides it, but it's usually close to there.
For the bookkeeping, You got a value if you have if you carry positions. Maybe got to mark the value of that trade. And buyers, damn, they wanted to give a shot there.
Best way to get out of drawdown? That's a good question.
Best way? That is a fantastic question. In the day or
I don't know.
the week? Let's talk about the.
You take your hat and you just
Stop it.
put it inside out. Is that what you do?
Rally cap.
This?
Well, look at this. Look at that guy. Look at that. Wow, look at him. Well done. Is that how you do it?
That's how you do it. That's how you get out of drawdown.
That is what you get in slow markets. 7:30 p.m. Central, Sunday through Thursday. Get that. Dakota. All right. On a serious note, how we've all been through drawdown. Obviously, you've been on here for thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Folks to watch when you were in drawdown in your account. What did you do? What did you change? Your first move was what? And how did you have to accept it? What do you do? You're in drawdown, right? Obviously you're red. The P&L's red. Account balance is red. Then what, Dakota? He flips his head.
Size down. Let me get this back to normal. That's always a tough question, right? Because it's so personalized to you as an individual. But typically the best thing to do is just stop digging, right? You get yourself in a hole, you need to stop digging. That's the first step. And maybe take a step back. I've done it a few times. I've done it a few times here live in front of everybody where last year, go on shoulder tap with Mick. He's like, hey, you're struggling. Let's get you back into a simulated account, figure out what's going on. So I did that, got back on the horse, so to speak, got back into trading, got back into a live account. I did it again, 2 months ago? Shoulder tap, hey, you're struggling, figure out what's going wrong and, reset, size down, get into micros, hit these base hits, and get back at it. And so I think that's the same thing. Stop digging, size down, maybe go back to a practice account or an evaluation account and refocus. Size down is the biggest part, I think. Just micros. I showed my stats here. I'll show them again. This was done with micros. Just micros, scaling in, scaling out, and continue to do so.
Throw the question. We're filled.
I added some more. I'm 4,027 micro short gold. I liked how we came up and wicked off 22. We'll see if I'm reading this price action wrong, but I think we're gonna get a flush under 4,015s here.
Okay. Short 7 micro gold from 4020. Let's take a look at the tilt. Nothing, 63% short in the tilt in gold. ES trading 69.36. NASDAQ trading 26,243. Finally got lower. Man, I'm not at 226 or so, and buyers did step back in. Jack, I want to ask you. You are on shoulder tap 5 days a week.
I'm aware.
Yeah. What are you seeing? Do you see any data points that I don't want to say you can just turn the lever switch, flip the switch, but something that maybe you could prevent ahead of time or cut the drawdown a little shorter when you see some stats? You look at the stats every day. What can first thing you look at?
Well, for the most part, nobody ever sizes down. That's a big one. And nobody that I'm aware of seems to use a percentage of their account value as their daily loss limit.
What does that mean? Thank you, Jack. Please expand.
This
is professional. This is what professionals.
If somebody loses their account, let's say the value of the account, this is hypothetical, this would be very poor, but let's say it started at $100,000 and they have a 3K drawdown. Okay. They're risking, when they hit their DLL, they're risking 3% of their account. Suddenly it drops to 50. They're still hitting that $3,000. Now they're risking 6% of the account. Okay. At 25, they're risking 12% of their account. At 10, they're risking 30% of their account. and at 6 they're risking 50% of their account. It's like they take the DLL as like an immutable fact of physics or something. That's how much you have to lose in a day. How much you have to lose a day should always be proportionate to the size of your account.
What do you say? 1-2%?
I know that these accounts work somewhat differently, and it's probably not super. And this is some of the issues I have with super lowering, like the pattern day trader rule or something like that. Is right. I've seen professional traders risk 0.5% on a trade, 1%. I think when I was trading, compared to my yearly, I would say I was risking probably. Oh, now I'm doing some real trader math in my head. Let me think about this for a second. It was like 2%.
Yeah, would you say a lot? It's DLL or bust, but that is bust. I mean, yeah, that's just pedal to the metal. You don't have to hit the DLL. Survive longevity. There we go, chat.
And ours were a little bit. We were a little bit on the thicker side of that at my firm, where you might be 2 or 3%, but that was because the way in which we were trading, the blowouts were less frequent than most people. So you wanted to push it because it was like you weren't making more than that each day. You were making significantly less, but the blowout's the blowout.
Yep. Doesn't always have to go to DLL.
Somebody was asking about the settlement stuff, and there's a point to this anecdote about settlements, and I wonder if this happens at a market scale ever. But we used to have a thing at my old firm that you actually got a bonus, and top dog rights is if you got a kicker if you had the highest P&L for the month.
Ooh.
And people would be trying to gauge out to see who that person was, and occasionally on the last day of the month, people would suspiciously start piling into positions at the end of the day that were racking up, that were adding P&L to that day via the settlement. So to give an example, you might put a position on that would give you a huge P&L on paper at the end of the month, but the second the market opens for the first, it gets marked to settlement. So say you made, pump 50 extra K in, it went to that month, and instead it just means you start at minus 50K the next day, right? So there was some fights over whether those were legitimate trades or not. I do wonder if there aren't any places out there that try and juice their end of quarter returns or end of month returns by doing something similar.
Window dressing. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's allowed. But yeah, look up window dressing. NASDAQ kind of. I mean,
I still think we have 70 points to the downside here in the NASDAQ.
ES is completely at a standstill. 69.36. Half. We got Braden Short. 7 micro going from 40.20. We're going to get in the 15s. The last trade, 40.18.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is sometimes, man, this structure on gold's kind of setting up. I don't know if it'll happen, obviously, because FOMC. I don't know if we're just going to chop around here. But, man, the stair step lower where it just keeps kind of selling slowly, and then you just don't really see buyer step into it. Sometimes on moves like this, whenever you take that low, it can really start to pick up volume for whatever reason. It's just kind of the setup of how the auction works, I think. Where it's a setup like that, you have a strong push to the upside, some type of rejection off the highs, and then lower highs, and there's just like an eerie selling in this market. And sometimes on moves like this, when you break that low, it can really start to pick up some volume. I don't know if we'll see that because of FOMC, but I am interested to see what the price action looks like if we can take out 15 right here. Obviously, the key level of 4,000 is 15 points lower. Maybe we sell hard through that. But I'm going to stick around and find out.
An eerie. Explain what that looks like. Is that just a feeling? That's just from years and years.
It's
and years
like
of screen
it's
time.
like look at this on the 5 minute. It's the low. It's So it usually starts with, I don't know what it, I know. I noticed this a lot in markets, and whatever market it is, it kind of applies to all of them. A lot of times in NQ, and look at it sell here. It starts with some type of strong push, like the overnight rally. So there's strong buying momentum to the upside, and then we top out, just like every market does. And then there's a retracement leg. But the thing that's different about this retracement leg is this is hours of selling, continued lower highs, and just look at this, really like sticky to the lows, just not really buying reactions. If we crack this and you see this candle might start to extend here, like if this candle extends through this low with volume, it's just a setup you see in markets sometimes. That's the best way I know how to explain it. Something about this pullback seems more threatening of a sell-off than a dip buy opportunity. And watch, you'll see, like this might pick up volume here. Yeah, we will see. This may pick up volume on the break.
So we are now in the 40-14s, now 13s. Look at this. Braden, my guy.
Yep. Look at 10s to break.
Short 7 micro. You working anything? Are you working any bids? I know you're looking for a break through the 15s. We got it.
I want under 10s, and then I'll cover 5.
Under 10s. Okay. 40-13 last trade. 4 minutes here on fast markets. Morning recap. Now 40-12s.
Covered 5.
Beautiful.
Nice. Covered another one. See how that picks up volume there? See how that retracement just turns into like a slow bleed and then it falls. It falls really hard.
Excellent, Braden.
I'll put my last order like under 10.
NASDAQ
needs accelerating.
Absolutely fantastic read there in real time. That's Topstep. Where else are you gonna get that? I know we're not doing.
Nvidia's below 207.
Is I can look at that real time analysis here on Topstep TV. You saw the setup, you saw the execute, live footage, real trades, real executions, real profits, real losses, and now we got the NASDAQ.
Here goes NASDAQ.
Nvidia has spoken.
Woo, we're picking up now. Absolute fantastic
Nvidia's
stuff.
Picking up. 206.
I'm at 100 points.
Yes.
There's 100
yes.
Yeah, gold's dumping too in Q.
Guys.
It's like the spidey sense. When you've been trading for a while, you can kind of just feel it.
100%. 100%.
Took one off right there for 100 points.
On.
Nice trade.
Both you two. 100 points. So what do you have left there? What do you have? You got one?
I got one left, and still see this market going down another 70 points or so.
Wow. Gold's trying to break 10 here.
Yes, it is.
We got one left.
Nice read. Nice trade. Nice setup, Jack. Nvidia still push. What price we at Nvidia? Is that 07?
Just below 207s.
207.
It traded as high as, to give you it traded as high as 212 something, right? And as we say, 6 points in Nvidia is 150 billion in market cap. That'll move things.
Nvidia broke through 200s. Wow, crazy. It's at what? You said 206?
It got as high as 212. That's 207 right now.
All right, Brains, another push lower. Will we get to 4,000 evens in gold? Last trade, 40-12. Look at that bounce in. Just a 30-point bounce in the NASDAQ.
I'm flat. Yeah, I'm flat. I'm calling it. And I am going to lock myself done. I don't plan to trade FOMC. But that's it. $1,800. $1,800. And there it is. Just another day in the books. Look at
that. Nice job, Dakota.
Keep it going. It's nice.
2-hour
slow
trade.
market.
2-hour trade NASDAQ. All right.
Yeah. And I closed it out at 225. So caught from 318s to 225. That's 90% of this New York session range. Let's go.
Nice trade.
I just took that last one off at 4,007.
I mean, that. Look at that. You got your chart up. Just look at that. That follow through to the downside. Fantastic. Nice read. Spidey sense. What do you mean by Spidey sense? Just screen time, right? You've seen pattern recognition.
It's that I see this pattern all the time. It's a strong push, and then it's a typical retracement like you would see, but something about like this last test of this equal low, where it's like 2 hours of continued selling, and it starts to really tighten up, right? And it's a series of lower highs, just a sea of red candles. Look at this, 4,005.
Damn,
crazy sell off.
Bitcoin down 111,600 right now in the spot.
It's really about how we just really price action really tightens up. Buyers just don't seem to be interested or motivated on the pullback. It usually comes, kind of pushing into an equal low of some sort with lower highs off the top, and then just a continued little wedge here. He just tightens up, and then eventually breaks. And when it does break, it usually picks up a lot of volume.
Just like that. Look at that thing go, Braden. Hell of a call. What a read. What a feel. So keep on. It's 40.04. 4,004. I'm out there. Can we get to the 4,000 even? Dakota's flat. Dakota. MJ flu game. I saw it in the chat. You're playing hurt. You had to come on. You just had to come make $1,800 while you feel a little under the weather there, Dakota.
Yeah, being around. I went to that concert over the weekend and just not feeling the best. But yeah, that's why I don't mind locking out. And this is a beautiful thing about trading. Trade for 2 hours. Go take a nap. Go take a nap after this.
But of course, you're not going to miss slow markets. You get that nap, you'll be
no. I'm going to take a nap, and then I'm going to be up for the FOMC. That's at 1 p.m. Central. I'm gonna watch that. It's one of my favorite.
It's great watching. Great trader watching.
Yeah.
Yep.
I highly recommend. Don't trade it. Watch it.
Let's see. Well, okay, yeah.
Flavor Flav probably passed something along. That's pretty good.
Forgot about that. Oh my god, I completely forgot about that. Braden, are you flat now? What's the P&L?
Yep, I'm all flat.
What's the P&L, Braden?
760. 760 on that one.
I'm not gonna lie. You cut the NASDAQ trade, you jumped right in that gold trade. I'm like, man, he saw something, and that is how you end it on fast markets, Braden. Well done. What's your approach, Braden? If any, how do you approach FOMC?
I probably won't trade it, to be honest. It seems more like a gamble than actual trading to me, but definitely be cool to see how the market's set up tomorrow and the rest of the week. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Okay. Show Braden some love. Show Dakota some love. Nice trading there. It was the cup of coffee. They're saying, Braden, it was the cup of coffee that got the party started. They're thanking you for that advice. Look at that. Fantastic stuff. All right, Jack, we're going to see you in Shoulder Tap and FOMC breakdown, 1 p.m. Central on TopstepTV. All right, we got morning recap coming up after this with Hogue. Then we got Trade with Topstep. We got James D, Jay, and JD. FOMC watch party. Earnings after the bell. TopstepTV. Let's go. Hell of a session, guys. Way to finish strong. Let's go.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
All right, it is time for the morning recap. Some great trades, great analysis by a couple of great traders during fast markets. Really good stuff. And that's good because we didn't take any house opening range trades today. But I don't know, maybe a little bit by design. But we're going to start with gold and take a look at what would have happened with the opening range trade here. Now, this is the 5-minute chart. I'm going to go through a little bit of context here. We had a big up move last night, and the market did try and hold and maybe start to look to the upside, but it failed to hold the initial balance low for very long, and we saw more of an overnight inventory push to the downside, back down possibly for a look down back at the weekly kickoff low here at 4,000. If we had taken that trade, here's what would have happened. All right. So the first bar, this is the 720 bar. This is the opening bar. So we're looking for the first 5-minute bar to close outside of that. Had we taken the trade, we would have probably been short. It looked above at first, but didn't close that bar above. Had we taken the trade, the first bar to close below the opening range was right here, right around 40.36, and we could still be in that trade. So maybe a little bit of a miss on that, but we were just kind of, I think, maybe hoping for a possible long, which, of course, we all know now that did not play out. So a little bit of a miss today on the opening range trade in gold. However, Braden took a really nice gold trade. Margaret was having trouble holding that initial balance low. Braden got short 7 micro gold near the end of fast markets here. Within the last half an hour, he got short 7 micro gold, 40.20. It did take a little bit of heat on it, came back right up to that initial balance low, 40.23.30, and then the market started falling apart. And you heard some really good real-time analysis by Braden, just looking at that and saying, we're seeing, the market just kind of eerily selling off and looking for a continuation and some volume below that previous low. And that's exactly what happened. So we got some of that volume. He covered about 5 of those down at 40.11. Covered the last ones here down at around 40.07, $761 trade. Great job, Braden. That was a really nice opportunity. Crude oil. Another one. We were looking at the market in a longer time frame here. Opening in range, in value, right at settlement. The crude oil has been really tough for opening range trades, but of course today's the one day we don't take it, and it pays us out. So you got to take the trade. I guess opted out of it. We were in that trade, in that opening range for so long. Take a look at the 5-minute here. So 5, 10, 15, 20. Looks like about 20 minutes before we actually had a closing bar above the opening range. The next bar, well, yeah, I guess that would have been it. And then, of course, the market continues to push higher. So it took so long for us to get to even get a signal on that trade. We were close to the end of the opening call, so we just didn't do it. And there it is. It's the one you don't take that's going to pay you. It's all right. Here's the S&Ps. No trades in the S&Ps. We did take a look last night at the weekly kickoff high. We looked above it, put in a new all-time high in the extended trading hour session. Took that out just by a little bit here in the regular trading hour session. Then the sellers came in. We were looking for a move probably down to value high from Friday, or from yesterday, I should say. 69.32 quarter. The S&P is holding up a little bit better than the NASDAQ is right now, but still, kind of now holding below that initial balance low. We might be looking at a value acceptance play. We start to show signs of acceptance below this value area high, 69.33 approximately. Then the move could actually lead us down to value low. Let's just call that 69.08 on this platform. It is FOMC day. Make sure you stick around for the FOMC watch party. That's always going to be interesting. We're going to see what these markets do. And we're already seeing maybe some long liquidation coming into these markets prior to that release. Now, here's the NASDAQ. This looks a little bit like a mess right now. Again, on the 30-minute chart, looking at where we opened with a gap, put in a new all-time high in the regular trading hour session, and now it looks as though we have just now closed the gap to yesterday's high. Session high yesterday, 26,231.5. Just traded down to it. Dakota got out of his last a couple of really great trades today in the NASDAQ, and that trade in gold was fantastic as well. I'm going to go to a shorter time frame on the 5-minute chart now. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights of the trades that were taken today. Dakota first started off pretty early in the session here, right at about 8:30. Started looking for shorts. Shorted 15 MNQ, 26,275. That did not pay out all that well, so he did take a small loss on that. Got out, at a relatively small loss for 15 micros. Braden started looking to the long side. We had Dakota short. We had Braden long at one time. But Braden took long, 3 MNQ long. He took a small loss on that, but then he took another long not too long after that. He was long 8 MNQ. Where was that? That was 26,282. And that was a nice trade. That was a good trade. He got out of those at an average price of about 26,320, about a $300 win on that trade. Dakota started looking to the short side. Really nice trade location on this trade. This was a really, really well-placed trade. He shorted 20 MNQ at an average price of about 26,316. Got out of 11 of those really well down here at about 26,262. Got out of 6 more of them at an average price of about 26,250, just below the initial balance low here. Left his runners on and finally got out of one of them all the way at the low here, 26,216. Really nice out on that. And then right at the end of fast markets, decided he would just take that position off. It was a great trade. Got out of the last one at 26,241, approximately. About a $1,600 win on that one. Now, in the meantime, while Dakota was holding on to those shorts for seemingly forever, Braden got long 15 micros, 26,259 average. Okay, they're usually adding into these positions at some point, and got out a really nice trade, really nice exit on this trade, especially about 26,273, about a $300 win on that one. So at the end of the day, I believe Braden ended the day up a little over $700. Dakota up about over a little over $1,600. Great trading, great analysis, real time. Not going to see that anywhere else. And again, make sure you stick around for the FOMC watch party. It's always interesting, always fun to hang together and just watch and see what these markets do. All right. On that note, that is our morning recap. Let's take a look at today's quotable quote. All right. Oscar Wilde tells us, I think we may have used this one a few months ago. I'm not sure, but it's a really good one, especially for trading. Experience is the hardest kind of teacher. It gives you the test first and the lesson afterwards. How much does that fit into trading? You got to take the trade. You got to take the licks. You got to have the wins. You got to have the losses before you're really going to learn anything about it. You got to take the trade. And experience is probably the best trader, especially when it comes to trading, screen time, learning about markets, how markets work, the auction process, learning about yourself, how you work. Where are some of your weaknesses when it comes to trading? What are your strengths when it comes to trading? But you're all going to be learning lessons after every trade we take. Winner or loser, there's something to learn. There's the quotable quote. We're going to have a lot of fun here. We've got one of our favorite Canadian traders is here. James D is going to be here. Looking forward to seeing James D on here again. That is going to be with Coach J and JD. on Trade with Topstep. This is Topstep TV. Watch party. Let's go.
Welcome back to Topstep TV and to Trade with Topstep. I'm Jay. On the far right, we got JD, and in the middle, we got James. Second time this week, we got the J Crew on Topstep TV. James, how are we doing today?
All right. I was just saying earlier, I'm a little frustrated. I think I had a good read on the market today, but the execution just wasn't there. Ended up
Gotcha.
cutting a trade short, which I should have just let ride, as that was the plan, and I ended up sort of in and out of the market a few times. I'm down about $120 right now, but I'm still thinking short, and I'm still thinking settlement, like the 160s area.
Nice. Last trade here in the NASDAQ, 26,217. 26,217. James is looking for settlement. I know Dakota was in that short as well, looking for a settlement price as well. Again, 26,163.5 was yesterday's settlement. JD, we've seen you in and out of the show a couple of times. How we feeling, man? Anything you're looking at to potentially take a trade here?
Yeah, I like James' idea of a short into settlement. I got the MNQ up. I got the keys to the house account. I know James is in a trade right now. Were you short from James? You're short a couple MNQ,
I cut
right?
that. I cut that. It was
Cut
a
it?
like a
Okay.
wick test on the 5-minute, and it was just that flush that we just got into a new low, and I was out on that new low.
Gotcha.
Oh, nice.
All right, we've got yesterday's high coming back up on yesterday's high, 26,231. Might be a minor inflection point. If we get another little pop, maybe we can get back in on the short side, test that settlement price down below.
JD, I'm with you 100%. What I'm looking for is the 250 to 260 area for a short. To me, that would be the best possible entry. I might take a few scalps if we start to move up there, but you can see that purple box, the small one. I would, if we could get into there and then reject it, come back down. That's also just above IB. That would be a great setup for me.
Excellent. All right, everyone seems to be on the same page. We even got a couple comments in chat. Short into settlement is where my head's at too. I like it. That's confluence right there.
Yes,
I'm taking
it
a
is.
small
We do have some
stab long.
sized. Yeah, go ahead, James.
Just a small stab long to see if we do continue to move up a little bit. Stop is just above low of day.
Sounds good.
James is long a micro NASDAQ, looking for this pull up to eventually get in the market short. There was some size up at 250s, 26,250s, about 100 contracts offered there. Quick check in on prices. The S&P is trading at 69.34, and we got gold trading 40.11s, 40.11.5 last trade over here in gold. 26,220 and a half last trade here in the NASDAQ. We got James long a one lot micro, 26,223 and a half. How was the game last night? I did not watch the game. I haven't been watching the games. Go ahead.
It's looking really heavy, but I didn't watch the game either, to be honest. But I heard, is that game 3? We won the first, lost the second, and then they played the third.
Game 3.
On the third, yeah, I didn't watch it either. I haven't
It
watched
was
a
game
single
4.
World
The
Series
series is
game yet
tied.
either.
Tied. Okay, so it looks like
I do like this long feeler.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is we're not really getting any pops today. If you look at Nvidia, it's just these huge 5-minute red bars, and it's just like selling and selling. I think it wants to close its gap as well, and it seems like that's only $5, $4 lower for Nvidia, which I think is very plausible. But I'm not sure. Never sure. These past few days, everything that I thought I knew, you don't know. You don't know anything. The market can do anything.
ACH, as Hogue would say, anything can happen. And it's the truth.
Anything can definitely happen, especially in about 2 hours. Remember, we got a watch party. Fed watch party. Anything can happen. It's already kind of priced in that we are getting a 25 basis point cut, 99.9% probability of a. Actually, it went down, JD. 97.8% now. 97.8% probability of a 25 basis point cut. Somebody's losing a little confidence, maybe. That's already baked in. But what's not is.
Does that mean there's a 2% chance of a 50 basis point rate cut?
So right now, there's a 2% chance of no change.
No change. Okay.
2% chance of no change.
Now, is this the dot plot or is this poly market?
This is coming from the CME group. Yeah,
CME group.
FedWatch tool. Poly market.
Poly market.
Gotta ask.
What does poly market say about it?
It's a good question. Let me pull those up. We do got James in this long.
Where's poly market open?
30 last trade. in the NASDAQ. Those orders still up at 26,250, still sitting up there.
Yeah, I see
see what
249,
Poly Market thinks.
500 or 450 orders at 249. The tricky thing about those is like you would think the market wants to go move in the direction of these huge orders, but over the past few days, I've been seeing them come up time and time again, like these 500 lot orders that just kind of sit there, and then the market does gravitate towards them and then will quickly shy away. And it feels like and it just dropped down to 47s. Someone is scaling into a huge on the NASDAQ, it looks like.
Into a huge short position, you said?
Yeah, I would assume.
Interesting. It's always difficult to tell when you see people showing size on the NASDAQ or even the ES.
Yeah.
Is it outright futures that they're trading? Is it a hedge? Most likely when they're showing big orders like that, they just want to fill. So they're not afraid to show their big orders. So there could be any number of reasons that we're seeing that. And if they're chasing the market, then they really do just want the fill.
It's true.
Which,
I mean, a
when
hedge
you're hedging a
makes
position,
sense.
that's all you really want.
Yeah. I don't know. This long is making me nervous, which I guess is good, but small size, so manageable.
Yep. We are right at yesterday's high, 26,230. 231 was yesterday's high. Did make a little test of that.
I do want to see us be able to sort of like pop above yesterday's high and then hold above it just a little bit. I don't expect that we're going to last up there for long, but right now it looks like we're rejecting that.
Mm-hmm.
Do have some size here in the S&P as well, 69.38. There is 649 contracts offered. Again, that is 449 offered at 26,247 and a quarter. I know Andre was talking about, I think the last Fed rate decision that we had, we did see some size trade on the offer as well. It was a 3,000 lot on the offer, traded out, and then we got a 100-point sell-off in the S&P on that rate decision. So interesting markets for sure. Again, make sure you stay tuned for the watch party in just about an hour, just under 2 hours. We are going to be piping in the Fed rate decision and the press conference after. So make sure you are here for it. We got James Long right now, 26,223. NASDAQ trading 26,227. Let's take a look at the tilt. 50-50 in the S&P, 60% short in the NASDAQ, 70% long in crude oil, and 50-50 in gold here. Crude oil trading 60.95. Gold last trade 40.15s. James, how do you normally trade on? Go ahead, JD.
I'm kind of curious. I've got a question for the chat, and I want everybody to be completely honest with us, all right? We don't have to do a poll, but raise your hand. Do you seriously intend right now to hold a position through the FOMC announcement today? Will you have a trade on when that announcement comes out? Is that part of your plan today? Be honest with us, too. I'm genuinely curious. I really want to know. Who's here today just to hold a position through FOMC?
If we
I will say I'm not.
If we move up and get a good entry and then sell down and I'm like 100 points fit, I'll reduce the risk and leave it on. But if it's not, no, that's just because I did a high probability that we fill that gap. So it looks like we're moving up now, up into the red box here. Get a short entry, sell back down. If we're like below, say 190 by the time that decision comes out, I'll just reduce the risk on it. And it's going to be small anyway. So I think it all depends on your risk management plan. If you just throw on a 15 lot the minute before the decision comes out, I don't think that's very prudent. But if you got small size and you can manage your risk, obviously there might be slippage, so account for that as well. But if you're in a good spot, like Dakota's done that before, if you have a good trade that's working out in your favor, you might benefit from some of the volatility of the decision in your favor. Also, you might not, right? So as long as you're prepared, either way.
Absolutely. Nice trade we got going on right here, James. Coming up into that order, 449 contracts offered at 26,247 and a quarter. They're leaving it out there, so for all the spoof watchers, not a spoof yet. It is still sitting out there. 450 contracts now. Somebody's adding to it. Another 25 offered right in front of it. 26,247 and a quarter is that price. Let's see if the market wants to trade through it. Kind of just ran away from it there.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. It's doing that, man. I think they're like putting that order out, but then filling smaller lots right in front of it.
Right in front of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
We did just see 100 lots. Yeah.
I think. I think the market might try to come back up and test that high again.
They just pulled the size. Pulled the size, no longer sitting there. Just 66 contracts sitting at 26,250s now. S&P also pulled that 600 lot that did not trade out. That 600 lot is now gone.
I took my trade off there because the whole trade was sort of based around moving towards that liquidity. And now that that's gone, I took the trade off. I still will take a short if we get up there, but I no longer want the long.
Okay. Nice trade. Update that P&L for us if you can, James.
99 down, $99. No trade.
Nice. Came in down 140, down $99,
Chipping away at
flat, and looking for the next opportunity. Looking pretty good here. Looking pretty good.
Yeah,
let's take a look here. So James, I wanted to ask you,
interesting-
do you normally trade on Fed Day
I trade every day.
for yourself? There you go.
I trade
There you
every day.
go. The markets are open. I'm trading.
Like I was saying before, I think it's more just about recognizing what the risks are and adjusting for that. Don't trade your full size on those kind of days. No.
Yeah, overwhelmingly, I posed that question to the chat about holding a position through FOMC, and a lot of people have said no. Absolutely not. We'll see how many of you have been truthful with us. I have access to all your trade reports. I'm joking. I won't really check in on. I'm not going to keep tabs on every single one of you. I'm just joking. But yeah, I will be curious to see. I'll be looking at the tilt going into that FOMC meeting to see what kind of size and what position some of our sim traders have going into it. It'll be interesting.
So we're pumping up a bit here. We got 1 minute left on this 5-minute bar. I really like this area. We've got IB, a string of single TPOs or fair VAP on the 5-minute, and VWAP, all sort of in this, what is that, 15-point range from 267s down to 253s. I think a lot of activity is going to take place there. And we do have a lot of activity up in the 260s just in the volume profile. So
260 even is I'm looking at a 5-minute chart of an overnight VWAP there in the MNQ 26,260.
I'm tempted to just take a little scalp to break that high, but it might be gone already.
Getting long into it? Yeah, it's kind of running away.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it.
We got some questions in the chat. What does a rate cut normally do for gold? I think it really depends on the time frame that you're looking at it. If we're talking about for the accounts that we trade here at Topstep, what I will say it'll do to gold in the time frame that we're looking at is cause volatility. I try not to put on my economist hat and say, okay, the Fed is cutting rates. This is going to do this to price, because ultimately the market's going to tell me. And this time could be different, right? If the market has different opinions this time than it did the last time, we could see different price action. If I say that, hey, Fed cuts rates, gold prices should go higher, and gold continues to sell off, I might be a buyer of a market that's continuing to drop and losing money because I think something should happen. So in a short time frame, it'll cause volatility. In the longer time frame, I think the market is just going to tell us what that rate cut means. And as usually my approach. What do you guys think?
What does a bombshell look like today from the Fed? Is a bombshell no rate cut, or is a bombshell 50 basis points? We're already priced in for the 25 basis points. So,
yeah,
that's a great question. Actually, what's the expectation?
Yeah, what would move the market more? No cut or double the cut?
Oh,
it's a good question, JD.
Look at that little
Good
pop.
question here,
We're
G.
right up at IB on the NQ. IB low. We're super close to potential first short entry here. Oh.
Nice trade there, James. Was in long, now flipping short.
That was. Do you know if you can disable that? When price hit my TP order there, canceled all active orders. Oh no, it didn't. Never mind.
What price are you in short at right now, James?
250.
250.
251. Short one. So I'm going to. Where am I going to put the stop? I think I'm going to put the stop around 277. And one more short fill at 259 if we get up there. I might even put 2 up there, to be honest, depending on where my risk is at. Because I have 250 on the day and I'm down $80, and math is not my strength. So that gives me a 165. So that will be 50. Yeah, we'll see. I might leave it at 2 actually, just for the risk.
Anything done on the house count there, JD, or are we still flat here?
I put in order to join the offer. It traded 55.75s, but didn't take us out. So nothing done. I'm still working that offer. I was using my hotkeys. The down button is join the ask, and didn't get a fill on it on that last pop. So I'll keep it in there.
Got a poll.
I got a feeling we're gonna get it.
Poll up in the chat here. What would move the market more, no rate cut or a 50 basis point rate cut? I'm going to vote for a no cut. Also, we're seeing some size up here in the NASDAQ again. Looks like they moved that size up. 500 lot offered, 500 offered at 26,269 in the NASDAQ. We got 600 offered in the S&P here, 69.41. 69.41
That's right
in the S&P. Say that one more time, James.
That 269 is right at VWAP.
Right at VWAP.
Yeah,
right
I took my trade off.
Is that
I put a limit to sell 2 at 259. I do think that we get up there, and I feel like that's a better entry. So,
okay.
JD, where are you with the house count?
James D flat. House count is also flat. I pulled that offer. I'm gonna see if we get a pop up to this overnight VWAP also, which I have at 26,260. If we get another pop up there, I'll join you on the short side, James.
That's interesting. So it looks like the overnight VWAP and the regular hour VWAP are almost stacked right on top of each other, which I think gives us that extra layer of confluence, which is great.
I like that too.
And then
lunch markets, we're looking for a little.
Chad thinks no cut is going to be the market mover. That's going to be our bombshell.
Yeah. Sully says a 50 basis point cut would signal a major problem. Major problem. We will see. Again, we got about an hour and a half until the Fed watch party, so make sure you are here tuned in to Topstep TV. We're going to bring you all the market moving action. Seeing some size here in the S&P, 69.40 and a half. Now 945 contracts offered. Right above that, another 600 offered at 69.41. So about 1,500 contracts offered in a 2-tick range in the NASDAQ. Man, one day, JD, I'm going to be sitting at the desk of the person who is selling 900 contracts here. and I'll call you and let you know exactly what we're doing. Because that is a ton of size there. What do they know? What do they see? 900 contracts offered here. Trading through it. piece by piece. We're
Get 'em
taking like
all?
one contract. There we go. They just took them all. Just took them all just now. There in the
Took 'em all out?
S&P.
Chipping away at it.
I'm still seeing
These-
510 at 69.
In the NASDAQ, correct. Yep, still sitting
then-
up there in the NASDAQ. The S&P took out some orders at 40 half. About 1,000 contracts traded there. I'm looking at the delta for that price alone, positive 1,000. There's another 600 or so contracts at 69.42. And the NASDAQ, now some more size. Here we go. Here, it's starting. It's starting, everybody. Get the party started. 500 lot offered at 26,269 in the NASDAQ. Another 700 offered at 26,270 in the NASDAQ. This is a ton of size to be sitting out on the books. And if it trades out before the Fed meeting, these are passive sell orders because they're sitting above price right now. Again, we don't know what the intentions of these market participants are. Are they just getting net short? Are they hedging a position? We don't necessarily know.
They're putting on a 1,300 lot before FOMC. That's
right.
Are they even
big
getting?
cojones.
Are they even getting filled? Are they getting pulled before price even gets there? Are they trading out these big offers?
The S&P just traded out 1,000 lot. The NASDAQ's been pulling.
What about the NQ?
I've been seeing,
NQ's
honestly,
been
over
pulling?
the past 3 days, these size of orders have been on the books for the past 3 days, and it's been a mix. A lot of them are trading out. They're not trading out fully, but price is sort of getting up there. Maybe half of it gets filled, and then the order's gone. But more often than not, we're seeing it like, even today, the orders started on the books near high of day, and as price went lower, they were moving those orders lower and lower and lower. And then it looked like price was trying to just like gravitate up to it, and then it would get slapped down, which my bet was Nvidia. That was just dragging everything down because Nvidia is the NASDAQ. So
yes, it is. Yes, it is. Taking a look at Nvidia here. What is Nvidia trading at right now? It was up
206.45.
206. Made a new all-time high and selling a little bit here for this Fed rate decision. Still up on the day, still up 2%, 2.7% on the day, but man, what a stock that is. What a stock that is. James, is it right that Canada cut rates today?
Yeah, we did a quarter basis about an hour or two ago, I think.
Nice.
I think we usually report after you guys, which is because we try to stay in line with what you're doing for the dollar. But honestly, I'd say economically speaking, you guys are doing much better than we are. So I'd put the US at either a quarter point or no cut potentially. Probably more likely a quarter.
James, back in the trade here. Did you get back in long?
Yeah, this is just a really small scalp. On the 1 minute, we have some wicks right up here that I'm feeling. Oh, no, I think it's going to get rejected. Yeah, never mind.
All right.
But I still like that. That's IB. There's like 3 wicks on the 1 minute that just rejected the IB low. That would be really clean for an IB short. Whoa. Oh my God, another 400 lot on the books at 268.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we're at almost 1,800 contracts.
Size is back for sure. Seen it in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Again, if you are subscribed to Level 2 data, if you look at your depth of market, you'll see the orders that we're talking about. Some people use Bookmap to see these as well, but about 1,500 contracts offered between 26,268 and 26,270 in the NASDAQ. 1,500 contracts up there. Let's see if the market goes and fills them. The S&P just filled 1,000 lot at 69.40 and a half. Has a little bit more size at 69.42s. A lot of times these orders will act like a magnet and attract price, but magnets also can repel things as well. So sometimes we see the market run away from it because there's not a buyer in the market that says, hey, I'm ready to buy 1,500 contracts. So let's see what the market's reaction is. And I think that's what's most important. A lot of times people, James, they say, it's spoofing. Who cares about the passive orders? The market's job is to facilitate trade, right? Hogue says that all the time. And if there's somebody out there with 1,500 contracts, they're looking for a trade. Now, the market doesn't have to facilitate the trade at the price you want, right? So if there's a willing participant to buy it up there and take out those orders, then great. If not, then the market might tell that seller, hey, you need to come down because we're not willing to buy it that high. And then so the market's reaction to these orders is probably more important than the orders themselves.
Very true. Very true.
Very true.
Let's see what's going on here. Flat right now, James. You back in the trade?
I took the sort of the same little scalp trade just from 247, 2 lots.
Back in long.
I don't want. Yeah, I think we are up into those orders, or at least back into the IB. Alternatively, like we touched IB the 3 times on the 1 minute, and we just clean reject and move lower, which is possible. Very possible. I don't know why I just get my intuition is saying otherwise. I might be wrong though. I will admit if I'm wrong.
See volume really falling off the cliff. Volume has dropped since we started here.
Yes, it is.
Nothing but these decreasing 5-minute volume bars since we opened up this conversation.
Nvidia is selling also. It's sort of it's back down near its low, only less than $1 away from its low of days. So I don't know. Sorry, go ahead, Jay.
No, I know the initial trade idea, James, you had when we came in was a long, but sorry, it was a short. Were you just looking for a higher price on that short?
Yeah, I feel like for it to only get the IBO and none of the other sort of things I was looking at, like either of the VWAPs, this sort of area, all these orders up here, I feel like this short IB trade is a fake out. Like a bunch of shorts are going to jump in here. They're going to stop up at 57. They're going to move it a bit higher and then go lower.
Got you. Still seeing that size up there on
too
the book.
easy. You ever feel like it's too easy?
Oh yeah.
And timing is everything, right? Timing is everything.
Absolutely. Quick check in on some prices here. Gold selling a little bit here. 4,780 last trade in gold. 69.3875 last trade in the S&P. 26,247 half last trade in the NASDAQ. Remember, everybody, we got group coaching coming up after shoulder tap today. JD, Hoop, and Hogue coming back for group coaching. Make sure you get your questions in for them. Ask them all your Fed-related questions. What happens when the Fed does this? What happens when the Fed does that? What can we expect? How do I trade this? Is it smart to full port right before the Fed rate decision? Get all your questions in there. And if you ask that one, that's a personal favorite because I can't wait to hear what JD's answer is to that. Should I full port before?
We got a lot of questions today. We've got almost 35. Just about 35 questions. So,
wow,
we're gonna have a nice talk.
Good job, chat.
Into the Fed
Good
announcement.
job, chat.
Chat was paying attention today. They understood the assignment on a Wednesday. Happy Fed Day, everyone.
Good job. Happy Fed Day. Make sure you're here for the party.
Party?
I really want to see what these orders do as we get closer. As we get closer to the Fed. If we don't get up there, do they come down? Very interesting stuff. Again, that amount of size, somebody knows something or is preparing for something.
Mm-hmm.
As we approach, Fed is at what, 1 p.m. Central?
1 p.m. Central, correct.
The announcement at 1 o'clock. Press conference at 1:30.
Discussion up until 2. Or no, when does Jerome start speaking?
1:30 Central Time. He's usually pretty punctual also.
Yeah.
We'll have that piped in for you right here on TopstepTV. Say again, James?
From what I recall, the decision won't move the market too much, but his commentary will. Like if we get
the decision will move it.
If it's not what's
expected. The decision will move it if it's totally out of bounds, yeah. In either direction, 0 basis point cut or in a 50 basis point cut. Those will move the markets. Otherwise, as Jay said when we opened this, when we opened the segment, 97% probability pricing on the market of a 25 basis point cut. So people are already expecting that, but they will be sifting through his rhetoric in the Q&A and the prepared response that he's going to read off into clues for the future of rate cuts. They were saying they expect 3 more rate cuts going into the end of the year. So what is going to happen going into the end of the year? They'll be listening very intently on what Powell has to say about it. And I'm sure there will be a few questions flying around about it also. So that is your potential market mover there.
So the longs are playing a bit here. We re-engaged with IB low for a 4th time. Do we test the top of that wick at 57? I would say yes. Orders are still, all 3 orders are still on the books between 268 and 270. We've got 1,600 orders sitting there.
Seeing some more size here in the S&P as well. 575 contracts offered at 69.42. Another 600 offered at 69.43. We already did just see a 1,000 lot fill at 69.40 and a half, kind of sitting right below that price. But again, size on the book. Does the market go and fill it? Do they come down? We got James long right now. House count is flat. But let us know about you in the chat. How is everybody trading? Vibe check time. Are we up on the day, down on the day, just watching the show, preparing our hors d'oeuvres, popcorn and drinks for the Fed watch party? How is everybody doing out there? Let us know.
Hors d'oeuvres. It is a party. Yeah. Get your party hats out. Lego in the chat says, I've got my level 2 data and don't see those large orders. How do I adjust? Lego, make sure you're looking at the correct market.
Yeah, a lot of people will trade MNQ. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
you won't
this
see
is
the
actually
same
convenient.
orders. Go ahead, James.
I was going to say the same thing, JD. What I had originally had done when I got to level 2, I had here, but it was still linked to my chart and order panel. So make sure that you unlink your DOM if you want to be trading MNQ, but watching the NQ ladder, because the last thing you want is to accidentally put on an anchor when you're watching the books trying to trade MNQ. So
exactly. You have to remember they're 2 completely different products, right? The NQ and the MNQ. They're both NASDAQ, but they are 2 separate products, a micro and a mini. They don't always trade at exactly the same price, and they are different sizes. So
that's actually
you see
a
big
great
offers.
point. I was looking at the charts the other day, and they were making, like, the charts were different. The MNQ came up and swept a high, but the NQ never did, which I thought was just unusual. Oh, I think I got tagged in short here. I did.
Look at that. You hit 260.
So that long scalp just paid for $50. So now I'm only down 50. I'm going to put this short on. All 1,600 of those orders are still on the books there, which is fine. I'm going to put my risk up at 277, and I'm going to put
see if I can get these 260s also. You know what? I'm not going to fight it. We got in.
You're in, JD?
Actually, I only meant to do, I only meant to do 1. I put 2 on. House count short, 26, 258.75.
Micro or mini?
Micro.
House count short. James is short. James, I want to ask you a little. I know you're kind of locked into this process, so maybe we should just watch it. But do you trade like this often? So you just got in a no questions, no further questions. You're in a long, and you basically are getting out and then getting right back into a trade. Do you trade this way often? And we're seeing the market push maybe to go get these orders. See what happens here. Still sitting there.
We just pushed through that VWAP.
Yeah,
this is either strength or a quick liquidity grab. Yeah,
we came 2 points from the regular hour view as well.
Not taking a lot of risk on this.
Like one of those 400, the first 400 lot is gone, and the 700 just got pulled as well. So we still have it sitting at 266 times.
All of it got pulled. All of it's pulled.
All of it got pulled.
Pulled the market up. Yep, pulled in the S&P as well. So acts like a magnet, pulls the market up. But maybe they don't want that fill. Spoofed.
I think let's check what the volume was like and see how much actually came through. So we did fill an unusual amount at the 12:45 1-minute candle. We filled 3,500 instead of a usual, 600. So that is a significant amount of volume. So maybe not all of them, but a decent amount got filled. So I do want to basically just see this go right back down with a relative amount of like speed and momentum.
Tag that overnight VWAP, tag that New York session VWAP 26,266 in the NASDAQ. Trading back under it now, 26,260. We got James and the house count short here. Who is this? Moise in the chat says, how is that legal? I thought spoofing is a no-no. I mean, we were able to sit and talk about those orders for, 10 minutes before they pulled? Has anyone here ever changed their mind about a position? Maybe they changed their mind. Maybe they changed their mind. Right? If they were flashing 1,000 lot every 5 seconds, every 10 seconds, and trying to attract the market, that's a different story. But we sat and talked about those orders for 10 minutes. They pulled them when we got up there.
They were in
maybe
there.
that whoever that market participant is watching, they're saying, hey, maybe I could get a better price if I'm looking to sell this up here. So
very true.
Pay attention to the filled orders.
What I'm going to do actually is if we close this 5-minute bar with a wick in the purple box here, so no close, and we wick through, and if it actually closes red, I will add another lot and then move my stop to 266. Because that to me would just be a clean rejection of this area. It's kind of like a murky close, or we close kind of looking at now, or we even close that gap. I'm going to leave the trade on, but I'm not going to add to it, and I'm not going to move a risk.
Nice. All right, James looking to maybe add into this trade on that rejection of VWAP. Sellers are back here in the S&P, or the passive seller back here in the S&P 69.43. Again, watch how the market is responding to some of these orders. The NASDAQ is all the way up there now. That 500 lot is now at 279. So watch what's been happening so far, right? And James, you talked about this. Sometimes they're placing those orders out there and they're pulling them. What has the market's response been so far? Just push up to it and try to find it as they continue to move up. Nice rejection here, though. Did you get that ad?
No, I'm going to add if we close this
Still got another minute.
Red and below the IB. That to me will be a clean rejection. So I'll add to it. And the other thing I'll say is, like, if you're trading the level 2 and you're trying to sort of follow these orders, be aware that it's not 100%, right? Price does not always trade up to those orders. Sometimes it is like a reverse magnet where price pushes away from them. It's easy to get caught up looking at them like, oh, there's 700, man. Like the market's going to take it up there for sure. Not necessarily, right? So like a magnet, it can work both ways. 30 seconds on this 5-minute, and we might 3-bar reversal if we can push down below 46, which to me is bearish, very bearish.
Looking good here. Looking good. Back under 250s here in the NASDAQ. So, James, basically what you just said is there are no guarantees in the market.
Correct, which seems obvious, but I'd reiterate that.
Hey, sometimes, depending on who you ask, they might say, no, this is an absolute. I just know that anytime I've ever spoken to absolutes, I was absolutely wrong about what was about to happen. 26,245 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.39 last trade in the S&P. Let's take a look at gold really quick here, 40.13.5 last trade in gold. No real tilt to talk about, kind of 50-50 across the board. We've got James and the house count in shorts right now.
So I did that, James. Yeah, I added one when we got the 3-bar reversal. Move my stop to 266 at 5-minute wick. And now what I'm looking for is to close the 5-minute gap down at 232. If we can get down there and close through that, I would love to hold this for potentially a new low of day.
Excellent. Let's see if I can't get into another one on this little pop here.
That is a better entry for sure. I almost want this to be my last trade, so I might size.
All right, we just got into a second one also. House count's average price is 26,253 half. 253 hook on a pair.
I have the put on one more. That would be an extra $30 of risk, 100. Yeah, I'm going to put on one more. I don't like how we touched that 5-minute gap and now we're coming right back up. Not a fan of that.
Yeah. Still only risking $50 on this trade, but I'm okay with it.
Okay, so we do have 500 on the books at 79.
Keep moving them up. Keep moving them up.
Nvidia did put in sort of a shorter term low. It made a low at 1210 and then made a higher low at 1235. And it seems to be moving up as well. So either this is like a continuation bear flag or a shorter term like double bottom or lower high. Hard to tell, but I definitely am comfortable being short. So let it ride.
Let it ride. Question in the chat from Kronos Warrior. I accidentally bought one midi instead of a micro in my 50K combine. Closed it right away. As soon as I noticed. Do I get punished and liquidated out of all my combines for that? No, you do not get punished. But you did the right thing. As soon as you recognize you made a mistake, you got out right away. Some people have a tendency to try and trade out of mistakes, which just adds a little fuel to the fire. Something I don't recommend. Again, this is not trading advice of any kind, but when I do that, what some people might call flipping a ticket or fat fingering, I find things work out better in the end if you just get out right away, reevaluate.
Yeah. And I think this is the perfect time for me to say here as well. You know, you asked a pretty good question there. Do I get penalized for that? Run away from any place that penalizes that. That's not financial advice. That's just Jay's advice. If you make an accidental trade and you get out and it's considered flipping contracts or not with your trading strategy, run away. You found your home. Welcome to Topstep. Glad for you to be here. Because we don't have any kind of bullshit rules like that. But we got some trades on here. House count is short.
Your only punishment is a bad P&L.
And it might not be that bad if you just get right out of the trade, right? You could accidentally make some money real quick, and then you hope if you do make money really quick, don't rely on that. That's not a strategy, right? That luck strategy is not a strategy. So don't do that. But seeing the markets push just a little bit here, kind of just ranging, right, James?
Yeah, not loving this. We're sort of going, from this 260 range down to the 240 range. It's okay. We followed the plan. See if it tags us out. I feel like moving this might have been premature and keeping it at 76 might have been a better idea, but who knows, honestly. We still have that 500.
Do you have your CYA?
Sorry?
Where's your CYA set at, James?
66. High of that 5-minute wick.
Gotcha. I'm just above there. All right. I'm not saying like you get yours first kind of thing.
Use them as a shield. Shout out to. Want to give a shout out to Romero in the chat. Romero Bullseyes, Topstep, you're the best. Took a payout and it helped me with the bills today. Thank you, Romero. That's all you. That's all you. Nice trading. Topstep is just providing the platform for traders to experience the markets, and taking money out and doing real things in life with it is the goal. So shout out to you, Romero. Nice job paying yourself, and nice job to all the traders that we have out here paying themselves. We got a couple minutes here before we wrap this segment. We got to make a way for a shoulder tap. Aaron and Jack are coming in, and then we got Hogue, Hoop, and JD coming back for a little group coaching. Let's get a quick update on these trades, how we're going to manage these ones, guys, and then we'll wrap and go into a break for shoulder tap. James, we'll start with you.
Honestly, not loving it. I'm not seeing the momentum or the speed to the downside that I was hoping for. Might take some off or just kill it now, to be honest. I'll probably just reduce and take maybe 2 off.
Okay.
And
We're sitting right on
So
top
just
of that
reducing
overnight
my risk.
VWAP right now. Yeah.
And then I might look to, if we do sweep that stop, I might try to get in around 276 or something like that. Or actually, we could get in around 290. That would be my final short entry for the day. If we get up there. If not, I'll.
Yep, I've already assumed the risk on this trade. I'm going to let it play out. Only taking about $60 worth of risk on this trade. We're sitting right on top of our overnight VWAP right now, 26,260. So we'll see if this can hold one more time. If not, I've already assumed the $60 risk on this trade. I'll give it a little room to breathe.
Here we go.
Time to play out. It's popping,
So
though.
we got these guys short. Yeah, it is a little bit here. 26. All those orders are gone, by the way. They've just been pulled. Who knows? Maybe they're above 300 now or above the high of the day, which would be an all-time high in the NASDAQ. We got a watch party coming up. We're going to go to a break here. James, great trading with you as always. Made a little bit of it back there, so good to see. Still a lot of trading ahead for the day. JD, we know you're going to be here for the watch party, so we'll see you soon. We're going to go to a break. We got shoulder tap coming up, Aaron and Jack, and then after that, group coaching, Hogue, Hoop, and JD. It's Topstep TV. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans? Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. Aaron is in the house today. What do we call this, Aaron? I guess the calm before the storm. Only about a 20-point range in the ES so far today. How's your day been going in risk?
It's been going great. Yeah, very choppy in the markets leading up to FOMC, but got some traders that are performing well nonetheless. The risk team is doing great. I'm doing great. It's good to be here.
Excellent. Well, since we have you here before the main event, are some notable traders to take a look at?
There sure are. Yeah, we've got a few traders that we can highlight today. If we want to pull up that card, and then I can get into some details. So 3 traders are up in the green, of course, but we've got a couple that are well above that 15K mark. Luca is sitting just below 15K. Latika, Yihang, but Alexander and Abin are leading the charge today, and performing very well, leading into the big event.
Right on. Well, let's try not to give too much of that back. All right, be careful. I know there'll be some people. We got a lot of traders here, and I know someone's going to try and YOLO this. And I hope you win, but not a great idea. But the trader we're featuring today, I would say, is a anti-YOLOer.
Yeah, I would say the same.
But that alone doesn't always translate to success. But it's good to be noted. So go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, Dominic G coming to us from Las Vegas, Nevada, the wonderful city of Nevada, or Las Vegas, I should say. He's got an average daily P&L in the negative for the time being. He's been trading with us since November. But like you mentioned, Jack, this card is not one that I'm extremely impressed with, I suppose I could say. Trading mostly gold, but dabbles in the micro products and as well as crude. But the P&L is something to be a little bit more concerned with. Looking at the percentages down in that other box here, 40% winning days, 40% winning trades, 3 trades per day. So not trading a ton. The volume that he's throwing around is not anything to be alarmed about. But the reward to risk is in the positive. I think what's going on here is the hold times are pretty extraneous, and it looks like we're holding on to losers far too long. 57 days in the account, but overall net negative in the account. Hasn't taken a ton in payouts. So I think what we can focus on here on this trade report is looking at quite literally those hold times. I think there's a lot to glean off the trading card, and I'll pass that talking stick to you here in just a second, Jack.
No problem.
But looking at some of these days on the trade report, he's holding for on average, 6 hours and 17 minutes. And he gets out, at the P&L high for the day when he does hit those profit targets. But if that profit target does not get hit, he's leaving these trades on to run. And typically, from the trend that we're seeing on that trade report, he's hitting daily loss limit or just taking a net loss on the day one way or the other. It seems like a set it and leave it type of strategy where you might have a trade idea that you've formulated the night prior, want to go ahead and execute at some point throughout that session, and you put that trade on and then lock your computer and walk away. To each their own. That works for some. In the case of Dominic, it seems like we could change that strategy slightly to where we're in front of the computer or not necessarily micromanaging that position. We never want to, get out too early and refute the trade idea. But I think one suggestion would be, watch things play out. If something's not working, if the trade idea is invalidated, go ahead and take it off. Cut your losses a little bit earlier than what we are, and that might move the needle in the right direction in terms of profitability. What are you seeing here, Jack?
Yeah, I have a question that would give some context. This is a 150K account. Do you happen to know what the daily loss limit is for this? Because it's not the normal 150. Is he limited to something by the account balance?
Yeah, I can tell you right now. Let's see. Loss limit on this account is sitting at $2,000. So this would have been likely a request from the trader to limit themselves. Proper risk management is being exercised to a certain extent, but it is a reduced daily loss limit compared to other 150K size accounts.
Yeah, he seems to do pretty well about setting a loss limit that isn't the whole thing. Like the biggest losing day on this account is minus $1,600. He had a minus 1,500, and then the next is minus 1,000. Biggest winning day is $1,800. Then had a $1,500, $1,400, $1,200. He's trading a lot in the hundreds, which I guess is good. That's part of the reason why. Sorry, I got a hair in my mouth. Not great on live TV. He's doing a pretty good job of, given the balance and everything, kind of sustaining this account by not just YOLOing it. But you're right, it seems a little bit driftless. And when you are driftless, it's pretty easy to break about even, or in this case, he only makes a couple trades a day. Looks like he's been trading one MGC or something usually, but I guess I'm not sure what the end game is looking at this account. You've kind of seen what that will do. And part of me is like, do you just want to take the payout? Because there hasn't been too much money taken out of this account, and kind of recalibrate, maybe work for a while in a sim account or something like that. Because trading one MGC like this, you're probably not going to greatly increase this account, but you could slowly bleed it. I've always been wondering, there's a lot of traders I've seen to trade gold who it's like they have hold times of around 15 hours. And I'm wondering, is it like, do they take the trade at midnight and then just take it to the liquidator? This is a little bit of an unusual card, I have to say, Aaron.
It is. It is. I was trying to figure out strategy or intention. I'm not sure if it is get right into a position at market open 5 o'clock, leave it overnight. I mean, he's trading out of Las Vegas, so same time frame that most of us here are familiar with. So probably sleeping for the majority of the positions that he's taking, which kind of leads me back to make sure we're in front of a computer, even if you have your risk parameters set. It's always a wonderful idea and something we dictate that you need to be available, whether we're giving you a call to lock in some profits or anything else happens in your platform, that you can reach out to the risk team or the risk team can reach out to you. I digress. I think some of the things that I've seen with other traders that trade similar to this, they do end up, kind of petering out. And that's not anything that we here at Topstep want to see happen, of course. So, I'm not sure, as far as suggestions go, if there's anything I could suggest in terms of different strategy, different products, different timing. But it seems like we kind of need to go back to the drawing board here, see what's going wrong and hold on to what's going right, and go back into that simulated environment, maybe in a practice account. Do some back testing. There's a lot of things that I think could be done with this account, Dominic. If you're listening to this, I think there's a need at this point to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling that as well. Like, I really did try and go back and reconstruct what might have happened on some of the big days to get a feel for it. Like, I was trying to. You can see I went back. If we go to my charts right now, I went to the GC and I was trying to. I saw that he made like what had to be like a $63 move, and I made this 15 hours wide. I was trying to see. It doesn't look like he put it on right at the open. Best I can guess, it was maybe like early in the morning and then a trailing stop. Anyway, I couldn't make heads or tails of it, but that kind of leans to what we were talking about earlier, that maybe take a payout. Or, it's weird because he's got like the minimum size now. If you're going to trade gold, you can't trade less than 1 micro. Maybe it just has to be smaller targets, like not, especially in gold, you can do a good deal with 1 micro in 15 hours. But whatever it is, we need to change one of the parameters here. So, best of luck. Maybe take a payout. And yeah, thanks for bringing this card. This was an interesting one.
Yeah,
Confounding,
I
at
wanted to
least.
do a little investigation with you today, Jack. But not it's insightful, maybe for everyone else watching. Do what you can to minimize your risk, but also keep in mind that we want to remain profitable in these accounts, right? We want to make sure we're getting to payouts. That's the name of the game here. So whatever any of us can do to remain alive and trading every single day is the ultimate goal. But I think Dominic can take a lot away from this segment, knowing that we're staying alive. We're not quite profitable, but there are things you can do to change the trajectory of this account.
Yeah, he could just be doing it for fun. I mean, he's got some decent money in the account, though. Depends on what you want to pay for fun. Well, with that, man, we are just 45 minutes away from the FOMC release. Aaron, thank you for joining us today. Before we get to that, we got Sorry, I can't read a schedule. I should be shoulder tapped for that. We got JD Hogan Hoop in the house for group coaching. They'll answer a few questions. Then we'll come in a few minutes early for the FOMC watch party. Stick around. We got a lot more Topstep TV coming your way.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. It's everybody's favorite time of day. It's time for group coaching. We're T-minus 40 minutes away from the Topstep watch party, Fed watch party. It's going to happen at the top of the hour, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, when the FOMC decision on interest rates is set to be released. We'll also be here for the 1:30 p.m. FOMC Chairman Fed Chair press conference. Why was that so difficult for me to get out? Fed Chair press conference at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. We'll be piping that in, and we'll be here for you guys during the Q&A, wall-to-wall coverage of this Fed report. All right, Coach Hoop, Mr. Hoagland, how are we feeling this afternoon? Hoag, we just saw you a couple minutes ago. House account is still in the short trade that we took with James Dobson in the last segment. And Hoop, you got an update on cattle. What are you seeing in the cattle market? You got your hard hat. I love it.
I got my hard hat ready for when the action starts to hit. So, yeah. I think it's funny, we talk about markets that, not that I could ever tell you if there's a gold cattle correlation, somebody's going to have to tell me where the hell that thing came from. But, we talk about, Hoag's talked about a market he's watched since the first of the year, and that's gold. The same thing in cattle. This market started out trading $177 right after Christmas. And it has just had this slow, steady march up. And then it just keeps finding, higher highs. Each one of these rallies was like $20. And then, it's kind of like what gold did. It just went into overdrive. The last one was almost $35. We went from 207 to 244. And then, we have, Hoag, we talk capitulation moment maybe in the market. Is this, obviously it's a daily chart, so it's a trend, and it's been a trend for a year, and now we've pulled back, and I drew this zone in. And did I pull the trigger on this one? No, but I love when you can just chart it out, call an area, and then it goes there and bounces. But we came down to that 223 area, and we found a little support. And then, of course, there's always some fundamental news that goes with it, right? Like clockwork. We've talked about, Mexico and letting the feeder cattle over the border is still an issue that hasn't been resolved. So needless to say, cattle at one point today was up almost 4%. And the other thing I would tell real quick to new traders who are looking at this is this: I put this little box up in the upper left-hand corner here. If you are just trading it in a practice account and you don't trade it, know the freaking market you're trading with and not just knowing the price action. So know the times it trades. Cattle does not trade overnight where the grains do. Know your contract size and know your limits, because new markets, agricultural markets, have limits. So the limit on cattle has been 725 points. It expanded the other day to 1,075, and it's still there. And until the market feels that it wants to shift it back, those limits will stay expanded. So that is just kind of this market, and once again, it feels like, Hoag, watching you break down gold since the first of the year, it almost feels like this looks, the only thing cattle didn't do is consolidate for 130 days. So it did do a little bit of consolidation. It was more vertical probably, but, a trend, and once again, is this a pullback in a trend? The Fed's probably going to give us a good idea today on gold a little bit, for sure. But yeah, that's just, we talk about gold, but once again, if you do, there's, you hear Jay talk about it at the buzzer. There's 30 some other markets that you can trade here. And there's been a lot of our opportunity in this one. So
I'm trying to think of any way that there's some sort of correlation between.
Yeah, let me know on that one,
gold.
Hoag. Yeah.
Until they start.
I think we got some new
cattle. I don't see it.
Yeah.
I think we got some new traders in the chat, guys. There's a couple people that I don't think really know what we're talking about here. One guy says cattle, really? Another one says, does that affect the steak price? Someone else says, well, I just don't think people realize you could trade futures on live cattle. which you can do right here at Topstep. And a lot of people do. You can trade most of the ag products here. Corn, wheat, soybeans, cattle, hogs. What else is there?
Soy meat. I mean, there's soy meal, soy oil. I mean, there's and that's where the market started. I mean, I think everybody, and us OGs, just everybody thinks that everything leads to NASDAQ. The grains started it, and so butter, eggs. I know they don't trade quote anymore, but real agricultural products is where the markets came from, and when and if who said that about steak prices? If anybody hasn't bought a frickin' ribeye over the last 6 months and haven't realized how they went up from frickin' to $16 a steak, then they don't do the shopping in their house. So, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, we're getting some nice movement in the NASDAQ here, fellas. Let's take a look at this house account trade that we have on. We got into this with James D during the last segment. Just a couple of micros. We are short from, what was our entry price one more time? 26,253 half. Missed our stop on the upside by just a couple of tickies. Talk about stop
That was really good trade location, JD. Yeah, that was really good trade location for today. Yeah, it's tight.
Yeah. Only took about $60 worth of risk on this. We're at 2R right now. Should I peel one off ahead of FOMC, do you think? Or should we just hold this and get out of the whole thing right before the announcement?
Hogue?
Seeing anything in the charts?
I know what Hogue's going to say.
We are up against the we're up against the 50 session simple moving average.
Yep.
And this is and we have closed the gap. We haven't shown many signs of acceptance of range from yesterday. Now the S&Ps are inside range and potentially showing acceptance in value. We're trading the NASDAQ. I don't see anything wrong with taking one off, removing the risk on the other one, and just letting it fly. Dakota's target this morning, he was hoping for settlement, and settlement takes us all the way down to 26,163 and a half. That's another 100 points.
Yeah, that's
quite a ways away. Yeah.
Yep.
And I peeled one, and we're only, a half hour away from this Fed announcement. Definitely don't want to be carrying two. Actually, I don't mind holding one, basically risk-free, but I will not hold two into that number. Right. Adjusted our stop into profit. I got another bid way down below, down by settlement price, which I put in just arbitrarily earlier.
It's spiked down there. You don't know.
Right.
Yeah. So you guys want to see some action? We got a free trade on right now. Maybe we'll hold this through the Fed announcement for you. Do not copy this trade. It's kind of late anyway. This is not trading advice of any kind.
Advice? Yep.
I got disclaimer. Put up that disclaimer. Hey, you. Yeah, you. Speaking of the Fed announcement, before we get into your questions, and we do have your questions, that's right, you in the chat, we have them. We're going to answer them live here on TopstepTV. Let's talk about expectations from this Fed meeting. Let's run it. So, the Federal Reserve will be front and center Wednesday afternoon, that is today. Economists expect the central bank will announce a quarter-point cut for interest rates. That's 25 basis points. We've been talking about that all day long. They say a decrease is needed to bolster a struggling job market. Fed officials are making these decisions without the benefit of federal economic data because of the ongoing government shutdown. Market watchers appear to feel optimistic as U.S. stocks started Wednesday higher. The Dow was up 160 points earlier. We now see that sort of coming back. We're trading on the lower end of the regular trading hours range now in equities. But that is what the expectations are for today's Fed meeting. We talked about it with Coach Jay in the last segment. 97% chance of a 25% basis cut. And the chance of zero cut boosted by about 2.5%. So there are some contrarians out there thinking there's a possibility of no rate cut. but for the most part, we're all expecting a 25 basis point rate cut. It has been priced into the markets pretty heavily. We talked about what a bombshell would be for this number. What would be a bigger bombshell? 0% cut or a 50 basis point cut? What do you think? This is personal opinion. Nothing but personal opinion here.
I
think the
voted
market
before
more.
0. I said 0.
You said 0?
You said 0?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that would be a little scarier than 50.
Yeah,
I'll go devil's
'cause
advocate and say 50.
Yeah.
They,
I think the
if they-
job
if they-
market is what the Fed. Don't you think, Hogue? I mean, it's always, to me, the Fed's just when the market starts to weaken. In terms of they're always worried. I just think they're always worried about jobs. That's never changed in as long. I mean, really, maybe the financial crisis was a little bit different, but it just seems the Fed just always starts when jobs start to waver. I just think the inflation thing's still kind of hanging there. So they've had to juggle a lot of crap. I give Jerome and the group credit because this isn't easy. It's not an easy job.
No, it is not.
Mm-mm.
If they were to cut
never going
50,
to make everyone happy.
I think that would scare the hell out of everybody, and everybody would be wondering, okay, what's wrong? What aren't they telling us?
Yeah, I can see that.
They're telling us what nobody knows because the government shut down and all the information is hidden from my site right now. I don't know, the whole thing's crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
Unless you talk to
Let's get into
Mirren
some of your
and you look at the
questions.
dot plot. Yeah.
Yeah. This is true also.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we appreciate you taking the time to fill out that form to send your questions in to us here on Topstep TV. Let's get into a few of them right now. First up is Johnny. Johnny wants to know, hey, it's about settlement and how price is attracted to it. Does price need to hit settlement during regular trading hours or the extended hours works for accountancy as well? Thanks. Short answer, no. The market doesn't have to do anything. We look at settlement price because sometimes on days, especially when you're sitting sideways in a range, there seems to be a tendency to hover around settlement price on those types of days. It could also be a great target if you're in a trade and you're looking for a type of retracement, but there's a lot of different ways to use settlement. I don't really like to look at it as a level of support and resistance because after all, it is just a price established by the exchange to mark positions to market and to set margin requirements for the next day. So that's really the biggest significance of what settlement price is. I wouldn't go out of my way to look at it as a moving average or something like a VWAP because that's just not what it is, But Hogue, you've been around settlement price for a long time. Settlement price is not the last price traded. It is not the closing price. It is the price established by the exchange. They have a formula for it. And it's what they use to set margins off of. But Hogue, how do you like to trade around settlement? Do you have a strategy for it?
Well, one of the things that I do look for, especially when the market is opening with a lot of overnight inventory. Okay, so this is the S&Ps, and the market opens at 5:00 p.m. Central Time, and by the time the market traded, by the time it opened in regular trading hours, price had moved further away from settlement, right? So we did get the push. We took out the all-time high. And all of these overnight longs are probably, thinking about getting flat for the FOMC meeting, whatever it is. This pullback might be as simple as an overnight inventory adjustment. Where would a target be for an inventory adjustment? Either where the market opened at 5:00 last night or where the market technically closed and settled on the previous session. So you can go back and you can look and, on any time frame, if you start populating the settlement price day after day, you'll see quite often if the market does move away in the overnight, there will be some sort of a push towards settlement. Overnight inventory it would be the reason I would target settlement for an exit. Probably not an execution, though. I agree with you, JD. Probably not a place I'm going to initiate a position, but certainly, you know, if we catch an overnight inventory and we get down to settlement, I'm either lightening up or getting out of that trade at that point.
Yep. Agreed. Oop, settlement price. How does it play into your daily life? Does it have any significance whatsoever?
I'm just always aware of where it's at. And like you said, I don't necessarily say it's a moving average. I've seen it, you know, rip through it. I've seen it, you know, be magnetic. It can be a lot of things. I'm just aware of it, you know, and I think, once again, I think, Hope, that just goes, I mean, it goes from years of staring at a board and not a screen. When you walked off the floor, you just, you know, Hogue, you always did that nod up at the market
Mm-hmm.
you were trading at, and
Mm-hmm.
you just saw open, high, low, close, and you knew where settlement was. And, you know,
Yep.
it's just, you know, very visual for a trader on the floor to walk off the floor. And you just, you know, somebody'd be up to you and you wouldn't have a chart or anything. And where'd we settle? Oh, 172.30. You know, it just, you know, it's just something that you just always were aware of. And I still think, you know, traders today, whether they're institutional or, you know, people just day trading from home or whatever, it's just a point of reference. And I think you need to be aware of where it's at.
Agreed.
Fair enough. If you're trying to find out where to find settlement price, you can either go directly to the source, to the exchange website, cmegroup.com, or check out the Topstep Daily Levels Indicator on your Topstep X platform. You see down here, this little blue line on this MNQ chart, 26,163. That is your settlement price for the NASDAQ from yesterday. It will always be the blue line on the Daily Levels Indicator. Seeing a little buying coming into the equities right now. Hasn't quite retraced all the way back to our stop, but I don't think we're going to be in this position by the time the Fed meeting starts, or by the time the Fed meeting concludes and they release that statement. I feel like they're going to come and take us out.
Probably shouldn't.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, is there a particular question on here? I know we talk about settlement quite a bit, and I'm always okay going back to it to give people a refresher. But was there a particular question, a number on the sheet that you wanted to get to, something that we don't look at too often?
I think 545, Tim, the question about the gap left in equities.
Sure. Yeah, let's do that. Tim V says, since the gap was left in equities, I find myself looking for a pullback to fill it. I think I've missed some longs because of this expectation. In your opinion, what is the best approach? Should we put a lot of weight on that, or just play the market as a normal until it begins to approach that area again? Well, Hogue, you know quite a lot about those gap rules, when they apply, when they don't apply, and how to work around a market that's not filling a gap or a market that is filling a gap. You called this one. Let's talk about it. When do you expect a gap to be filled? When do you start preparing for a gap not to be filled? How do you prepare for a gap not to be filled?
All excellent
Does that make
questions.
sense?
Yes. And I picked this one because we saw something this week that we don't see all that often, right? We saw a weekend gap where there's absolutely no trading. You know, you can do a session gap, and we'll kind of touch on that a little bit as well. But the weekend gap sticks out on everybody's chart. Everybody is looking at it. And the expectation is, I think in most cases, that the gap would probably be closed relatively soon. But when the gap isn't closed relatively soon, the market is trying to tell you something. It is rejecting price below that level, and you might want to start looking for opportunities to the long side. So, I'm probably the same way you are, Tim, thinking, okay, we got this big weekend gap down there. It's on everybody's chart. Everybody's thinking about it. Probably a pretty good chance we're going to get to it pretty soon. But the opposite happened when we opened on Sunday night. The market already started rallying. Monday, we did look back a little bit, but that we didn't close the overnight inventory, so we never went to the opening price from the previous night, and the market started grinding higher and grinded higher all the way through the end of the session. All right, well, what do we do about that? Well, we didn't close the gap. We didn't even
like take care of the overnight inventory, which was long. We basically traded to VWAP, and the buyers came in on VWAP. So when price is above VWAP and VWAP is moving higher, you're probably looking at volume at higher levels, and that's exactly what happened. We have another gap that we didn't close from Monday into Tuesday. What about that gap? What are we going to do about that? So there's the gap, Monday into Tuesday. So we got another gap there. Again, the market opens maybe a little bit long in overnight inventory, opens with a gap. And if the gap can't close relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. So yesterday, again, we opened and we couldn't close the gap relatively early, and the market rallied pretty much all day long. Today, in the S&Ps, the gap closed early. Let's take a look at this. So here's where, well, we didn't even have a gap. So we opened inside the range, put in the all-time high, a new all-time high in the regular trading hour session, and we rejected up there. We're back in range. Next acceptance, Tim, would be back inside value. Value high 69.32. We start showing signs of acceptance in there. The next stop would be value low, which would take us down to 69.80. But if you're trading the NASDAQ closed the gap relatively early. Not relatively. Well, relative is of course a subjective state, right? So within the first 2 hours, we closed the session gap. All right, now we're holding kind of right around it. We're kind of pricing right around it. We're now below VWAP. We're below the initial balance. We've got important news coming out. So anything can happen now, but it took a little bit longer for the NASDAQ to close the gap. But the fact that it did close the gap takes a little bit of the upside sting out of this market. Now, we don't know how traders are going to react when the FOMC comes out, or when the speech or the question and answer session comes in. So anything can happen. But I think we're starting to see a little bit of a crack in the buyers that we've seen pushing this market higher. It's all initiative buying. We've been adding open interest. Are we running out of buyers is my question. So the fact that we didn't open with a gap in the S&Ps, we did in the NASDAQ and closed it relatively early, we're starting to see some cracks. But, what about that weekend gap? Here it is. It remains on everybody's charts. Everybody sees it. Will it eventually be closed? Yes. And, on Monday morning, it was easy to kind of look and say, okay, yeah, we got this big weekend gap. We should probably go down and close that. And then maybe we can begin the move to the upside. And I'm sure, Tim, a lot of traders were experiencing that same kind of bias. Okay, wow, it's a weekend gap. We really got to close that. But the market generated information shortly after the open on Monday said, probably not. So we will eventually close that gap. When? I don't know. Is it important below? Yes, it is a weakness in structure below. There was no business that was allowed to be transacted there. We're eventually going to go back and see if there's any business to transact in that area, but I don't know when. So, Tim, you're not alone in your thought. Okay, well, we got this big weekend gap. We got to go close it, and soon. A lot of folks were probably feeling that way. We never really know, though. You got to put some weight on it, but it's going to become important when it becomes important, Tim.
There you have it, Tim. We're seeing a little rip in equities right now. We did get tagged out of our stop. We trailed our stop in the NQ, so we are flat. House count is flat. We made about $80 on that trade. Two micro NASDAQ ahead of the Fed rate announcement. $80 in the till. That's
maybe a couple of ribeyes there for $80.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's a couple bites of a ribeye. Yeah, for sure. Hoop gaps. You got a strategy for them? How do you look at them?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny we talk about that, in a different analogy in the cattle here. I mean, you look at, this is from the other day, where basically the market gap opened up lower, filled the gap, and then continued lower. Then it went limit down, and we went limit down and stayed there for a long period of time for the rest of the day. Then we gap opened up lower, and then we came right to the bottom of that previous day low, and the market just rolled over again. So I think, and this is just, I don't know, Hogue, I think agricultural markets versus an equity, because it's a little different dynamic of, maybe not the monster institutionals that trade equities. I think when you get gaps, especially going in one direction and you don't fill them right away, it just seems to me like in equities, they're just going to go.
Yeah.
I think in an agricultural market, they typically, I'm not saying it has to, but man, and they will fill it like they did here to the tick and then just roll over. So, and I think it's all dependent a little bit on your market. Technicals are technicals, but technicals inside of different markets, I do think the structure sometimes, but I think what we all said from the beginning, just because the gap's sitting there and we're looking at it and think it's got to get filled, and then you get, like we've talked about in the past, gaps and island bottoms and island tops. And, but ultimately, I just think ag markets tend to fill them more often than I see that. Like I said, like what we happened Monday and the gap opened up higher and we just kind of levitated there. I'm like, we're going higher. We're not gonna go fill this today. And maybe it's today with the Fed meeting. Maybe that's but once again, we don't get to dictate that. Market tells us that.
In trading cattle, it doesn't trade overnight, so you probably see a lot more, regular trading hour session gaps in it. So you get a little more opportunities with that.
100%.
Yep, makes perfect sense. All right, guys. Before we get into, we might have time for one more question before this Fed watch party starts. Let's hit one more piece of news, though. The Ellison family is back in the market. Party. The Ellison family. So David's making some moves over at Paramount. He is set to slash about 1,000 employees, mostly based in the U.S. This is coming off of some reports that he was in negotiations to purchase another production company. This is according to a memo that CEO David Ellison sent to staff. In it, Ellison said that the steps are necessary to position Paramount for long-term success. The cuts will affect jobs across Paramount's TV, film, streaming, and corporate departments. This is just round one of layoffs, as warned, as more layoffs are expected in the near future. So making deals for mergers and laying off his current employees. That's a tough beat over at Paramount right now.
Just when they're getting ready to release their really their second season of good show, Landman. So, yeah.
Landman, yes. And David Ellison's father, as we all know, the big shot of Oracle, not the Oracle of Omaha, but the other Oracle, the big tech company.
Oracle.
The other Oracle. He briefly was announced the richest man on the planet a couple months ago when Oracle stock came in up 40% overnight one morning. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
But Oracle's making deals too. They're getting federal contracts, I believe, right? All right, let's hit one more question. Should one give up? We got about 5 minutes here, guys.
Never give up.
Cyan wants to know, should I give up if I'm still not successful after 2 to 3 years? So, subjective question here. Everybody's trading journey is a little bit different, Some guys come out swinging. They come out of the gate and they're instantly successful. That's very rare, by the way. That's not going to happen to everybody. For most people, there's a learning curve, anywhere from 12 to 48 months, even longer. Who is it? Hogue didn't, the name just escaped me. Jim Dalton said it took him over 20 years to be successful. Can you imagine losing money for 20 years before finding success as a commodity futures trader? That's persistence. That's staying in the game. Oop, let's start with you on this one. Did you ever get the urge to quit? At what point
Hogue,
would you
Hogue,
have
how many times have you said, I'm son of a, this market is just,
That's it.
yeah,
I'm out.
I'm out. I'm done. Another career. See ya. That's why I think the beauty of what prop has become to me. Once again, I think JD, you shared this earlier. 15 years this week was my first combine. It doesn't have to be. I think it was periods of time where on the floor it was my job and I had to make a living. It doesn't. The pressure of that doesn't have to be that now for me in trading. I've went through that. So, quitting and just, yeah, I mean, mentally, the damage control is extremely hard. And, everybody says, well, you got to validate your setups and your strategies first. And, it's 3 VIP sessions, seasons. And the thing is still that's talked about is the mental, what this industry and what trading can do to you mentally. It will let you know, it'll expose every freaking weakness you have, and either you accept it and make it better and figure it out. But yeah, I mean, in terms of how many times I wanted to quit, I mean, and you know what? Everything just for me in my life, I've never been a quitter. So this is probably why 30 some years I'm still around this, because a lot of people would say after 2, 3 years, hey man, I'm not getting this. I'm done. I'm seeing you. It's been kind of cool. I made a couple bucks. I lost a couple bucks, but it's just not working. And that's just, it's the drive inside you uh, to deal with it. And once again, I think we all share that with our traders, right? It's because we're coaches and been doing this for 30 years. Doesn't mean we haven't wanted to quit, right, Hogue? So,
Yeah. I quit a few thousand times, probably.
yeah,
sure.
Exactly.
I didn't make any money at the mid-am. I made money, lost money, made money, lost money. I got hired at the CME for a prop firm, and I, made money, lost money. It wasn't until I changed the way I looked at the markets. And the book Mind Over Markets had a big part in that. I had a friend who was, who was trading, and he was trading well. And he saw me struggling, and he gave me his book, and so I learned a little bit about the markets that way. But at the trading, at the prop firm, we also had a lot of kind of mental help. Even kind of before it was cool to have trading psychologists or mental help. There were a couple guys in the office that were always there to talk to. And it's never easy. Never going to be easy. So Sam, you're the only person that can decide that. But if you're doing the work and you're doing the work personally, making yourself a little bit stronger, a little bit tougher, finding those weaknesses and trying to let go of those weaknesses and always learning more about the markets. There's no saying that you'll ever be wildly successful at this, but don't discount the fact, Sam, that you've been at this for 2 or 3 years and you have had degrees of success. Maybe not monetary success, but maybe the divots are getting smaller. Maybe you're learning more about yourself. Maybe you're learning more about markets. Maybe it's taking you longer. Maybe you're longer in a trading combine, but before things kind of go haywire, and you're always accountable to the things that you do and the things and the mistakes that you make, and so that you're kind of recognizing them before you do them. I think a lot more people could be more successful at this. Dalton says they either run out of money or they run out of time. But I think a lot more people could be more successful at this if they would have let themselves become more successful at this. So much of it is, your relationship with money, your relationship with business, your relationship with how you get paid. I mean, I got paid by trading in my dollars for a handful of dimes. When I started trading for myself, that all changed, and I had to get my head wrapped around that. So Siam, this is a very difficult thing to do. And there's no shame in saying, you know what, this isn't for me. I'm going to find something else to do. You can always come back. The markets are always going to be here. There's different ways to trade too. Maybe you'd be a better investor than you are a day trader. Maybe that
Swing trade.
that move into investment will help you eventually with your day trading. So, do you give up? No. Do you take a break? Yes. Do you keep thinking about it? Yes. Is it always going to be here for you if you want to come back? Yes, it is. There's no finality in walking away for a period of time. You never know what's going to happen in the future, Sam. We do hope, and we do hope for you for your eventual success as well as all of yours.
Always.
I'm actually happy Topstep created this prop space, so you don't have to go and blow tens upon tens of thousands of dollars.
Oh my God, JD, that's so
Sorry.
well said, man. Oh, it is. It
Yes.
is.
You're learning in a safe space here, and you're still able to
Yeah.
profit at the same time without putting up collateral.
Right.
$50 to get in
Not
the market.
75 grand. 75 grand on the
cost
floor
a-
to step in there. Yeah.
Yep.
It cost a lot of money to trade back in the day,
Mhm.
and if you wanted to trade, if you wanted access to the trading floors, it cost even more. But now here
And the
you are.
expense to do business, JD, right?
Yep.
I've shared this with people. I said, I had to make 10 grand a month just to pay the bills between seat lease,
break
your
even.
mortgage, your car. It's to break even.
Yep.
I'm like,
Break
I don't make
even. Yep.
120 grand to break even. So yeah, it's a great environment. I know it's frustrating. We'll agree with that.
All right, guys, we got to get out of the way. Thank you, Hoop. Thank you, Hogue. Hogue, you're going to be sticking around for a little bit. We got Andre and Jack in the background. We're going to get this Fed watch party started in just a couple of seconds. Hoop, we will catch you later. Hoop's going to hang around in the chat for a bit, I bet. But we got about 3 minutes until this Fed rate decision. Let's get the rest of the guys in here. We don't have to take a break. Let's just roll right in.
Watch party.
Let's party. Seeing a little bit of selling coming into equities again right now. We did get stopped out of that micro NASDAQ trade that we got in with James Dobson. Made about $80 on it. I thought we were going to be able to hold that one into the Fed announcement. After we told everybody all day, get flat before the Fed, I thought we were going to have a runaround for the Fed announcement. Didn't happen. Didn't work out that way, though. Didn't work out that way. Hoop. Oh, yeah. Hoop, we will catch you later, my man. We will see you in the chat for the next little bit. I think Hoop already exited. All right, we are good to
Looks
go.
that way. That or he's...
There's a doorbell. Who's there?
He's scared stiff.
Hello.
There they are.
What's
up?
up?
There they are.
Hello. We ready? Biggest rate decision ever right here. What we got? 2 minutes. 2 minutes
Ever.
till we get
We were born ready.
We will get the rate announcement, prepared remarks, and then we'll get the Q&A. Jack, thoughts? 2 minutes here. What do you got for us?
Well, I was telling JD I have my first 0-day SPX position on ahead of this for educational purposes. Basically, just long 6,900 straddle in the SPX. Let's see if we can get some movement. The idea is to cover one side for scratch and hold a free runner in case it does that whipsaw thing. So that's what I'll be looking at. But also, rate announcement, they'll release the text. We'll see what the differences are between them. I got Polymarket fired up to see what we think Mr. Powell will say. You guys were just doing group coaching. Any last thoughts besides the hit cancel all?
Good call.
That's what I'd be doing.
We're good.
Flatten all.
Flatten, cancel all.
What will he say
No YOLO, no
first?
FOMO.
Dual mandate or what's the other one?
Ooh, we're still taking this. He'll start with good afternoon, right?
Good afternoon. Yes. Hello. Well,
more. Basically, you bet
2%
on the
inflation.
odds. So there is a 82% better to say inflation more than 40 times, 19% more than
Ooh,
60
how about that?
times,
Over
tariff
under.
15 times, 22%. Here are some just plain words. Good afternoon, 98%. Stagflation, 30%. That's something to watch out for.
Government shutdown. Data. Yes. Imagine they'll be alluding to the fact that lack of data may be hindering some of their judges. So also we'll see what Myron's, what he voted
20
dissenters.
seconds.
Jack. Yep. And expected 25 basis point cut.
The ladder is thin. I'm going to pull up the S&P ladder. It is thinning out, folks.
NASDAQ
ES
disappeared.
chart. Yep.
4 seconds. Here we go.
Okay, the algos are going crazy. Reading the
They
tape
are.
right now.
Minor reaction to the upside.
Yep, 25 basis point.
Expected. Very good.
Coming out in line.
Yep.
As
expected.
Okay, let's.
As expected.
All right, now we'll get some.
A little bit of buying coming in.
Statement. Yep.
Ladder's still super thin.
NASDAQ ladder is
cute.
almost not even there.
Yeah.
Ones, twos, 4, 5 points apart, bid and offer at times. Ones, twos.
Mm-hmm.
Still sticking very close to the 6,900 SPX. No real movement yet. That's not ideal from what I'm in.
10-year selling off.
We kind of always assumed it would be the press conference that got things really moving. We are above 4%, as Andre pointed out, in the 10-year yields.
Gold hitting the skids here.
Is
Take a
selling
look at
off
the
as
GC.
well. 39.95. Last trade. Equities pretty muted. See if we have anything on those. Any statement just yet.
Check the old Twitter
Let
box.
me go to the I'll go to the Fed website. Hang on.
Good idea. Let's trade ES 69.36. NASDAQ trading 26,258. Gold did dip to 39.92, now back above 4,000.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of nothing, they say. Just wait, just wait.
Oh, yeah.
We got the Q&A. Q&A, bottom of the hour.
Digest.
Uh-huh. Oh, you got any levels? Got any levels? Downside with the gap. We're talking about the gap in, you guys are talking about group coaching. Long ways away. And look at gold pop. Gold just popped in 4017.
Just trapped
gonna
a
put
whole
the
bunch
link.
of short below 4,000 there. Holy cow.
I'm going to put the link to the
statement.
Fed announcement in the chat for everyone.
Okay.
I have some of the things
PDF.
they changed.
Okay.
They changed first word in it. Last time was recent indicators. Now it says available indicators. That's kind of
Available indicators. Yes.
Okay.
It's take into account that government shutdown, folks. Available indicators.
Good stuff. Pin in the top of the chat. And gold did pop up to 4020. 1,000 on the ES. It's 69.35. 1,000 on the offer.
Selling coming in. Here we go.
1,000 offer. Wow. We go fill that thing. 3 points higher. Let's trade 69.33.
Wants it.
Yep. Anything in the getting close? A couple ticks away. Yeah, 1,000 on the ask. 69.35 in the ES. Not quite there yet.
1,035.
What's up?
Yep, that's what we're watching. We're watching it.
1,035.
We're gonna run away from this thing.
See, we haven't seen 1,000 lot all day in this, and now when the Fed comes out, there's 1,000 lots.
Yep, 3 minutes after.
All right, we had two dissenters, it looks like, on different sides. Guess who the one dissenter who wanted a half a point was?
Our favorite.
New guy.
Myron.
Oh, and Schmid preferred no change.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Here we go. Back up to 35.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you just keep front running it.
Yes, they are.
Ooh, traded out. Got them all. I got them all.
Yep. Anything on the NASDAQ?
Yep.
Look at the NQ
You're filled.
ladder. NQ ladder very, very thin.
Extremely. It like evaporated.
Yep.
Nvidia still holding 207.
Okay.
Not a lot of movement so far. A little controlled chaos.
And 25 basis point cut as expected.
As expected.
And we're selling here in the NASDAQ, and very, very thin.
We will see some direction as soon as people digest this, and when he starts talking, things are going to fire up.
Here we go.
It's going to be a hell of a watch party.
Travis Cook in the chat. Please refresh your stream. Please refresh your stream.
69.30 last trade ES. And that 1,000 lot came in on the offer at 69.35. You get filled. Nothing really on the tilt. And here.
Just very whippy. Very whippy. And
press conference. Bottom of the hour.
1:30.
Yep. Be bringing that to you. Wall-to-wall coverage here on Topstep TV. While we're at it, please click subscribe, click like, and click notify. That bell upper right-hand corner. FOMC was more volatile for now. Gold creeping lower. Right there, 4,000. Is rate cut bullish? In theory, yes. Bullish for equities, yes.
But this
has been till now.
Priced in.
We'll see about now.
It's really about the future.
Yep.
Right. Coming in, there was a. All right, so we got that rate cut out of the way. Today's rate cut now. Before we start here, it was 87.5% probability of an additional 25 basis point rate cut in December 10th. And yours got to be right around 4, maybe a couple bips above, Jack. Bit of a holding pattern right now.
Yeah, generally, if you don't see stocks moving a lot, then the bonds probably aren't moving either. We're just above 4. We've been stuck for a while. Just
4.018.
All right.
Yeah. 4.018 is what I see.
Yep, we will
Looks like
have
we might
Powell.
be pinned to this 6,900 SPX until we hear from dear leader.
Okay.
Dear
Is
leader.
that 69.30 in ES 34s?
Yeah, 69.32.
I'll speak in the bottom of the hour. Bottom of the hour, about 22 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yep.
Hey, our old friend Papa Giorgio is back in the chat.
Papa Giorgio, a little pop there in the spoos. I mean, yes, in the NASDAQ as well. Very thin. This algo on algos right now.
Some of that hot
Nvidia.
algo on algo action.
Absolutely.
Just going.
I got Powell calling me here.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Give us the heads up, Hogue.
Yeah. Let me take this call, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Sounds good. Yep, still above $5 trillion market cap for Nvidia.
Yo, Jerry, give me a minute.
Oh, he knows him Jerry. He calls him Jerry. I like that. 69.37 last trade. The ES 26,244 in the NASDAQ. Tilt right around 50.50. And Jerome Powell speaking at the bottom of the hour to get that 25 basis point cut as expected. And we will wait. Anything else in the prepared remarks that catch your eye?
Not so much so far. And when he comes up, he will read that exact thing, I believe, and then they will get to the Q&A, which is when things will really start flying around.
Okay, what do we have? What were some of those props? 40 times inflation over under?
Yeah, some more interesting one is only a 16% chance he'll say Trump. I agree. He tries to avoid that. 71% chance he'll say sorry. He doesn't have to say
4.
it like that. He just has to say sorry.
Okay.
Has he ever said sorry? Can you
Has
remember
this
him
said-
ever
I
saying
don't know.
sorry?
What would what would that do to the markets if he said sorry? Sorry for what?
He just
exactly?
came up
Sorry,
and said,
yeah.
"I'm sorry," and then
Who's
left
sorry?
the podium.
That'd be bearish.
Or I have to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry, please close that effing door. Also, how funny would it be if he just effed with these poly market odds? If he just came out and went, "Good afternoon.
up?
Sorry, stagflation, feedback, variable, descent. Sorry, pandemic, update, Trump, recession, artificial intelligence." I'm out.
Wow. Bingo. Some other things
All
from
right.
the.
All right. He's not. He's on the phone and he's not saying he's sorry. I'll be back.
All right. Let us know if he does. What we got? Uncertainty about the economic outlook remains elevated. Some of the other. Fed to conclude aggregate balance sheet drawdown on December 1st. Beginning December 1st, we will roll over all maturing Treasury principal payments, as well as reinvest all mortgage-backed securities principal payments into Treasury bills. Is that unwinding? No. What exactly is that, Jack? Is that easing of sorts? Look at that. That is.
I'm just reading through right now.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, we did have that 1,000 lot in the ES on the ask 69.35. It was filled. Currently trading 69.36. We'll be speaking at
Not
the
much
bottom of
happening. Not much happening in the tilt right now. We got 50-50 in the ES, 60% short in the NQ, 59% long in crude, 58% long in gold.
Okay.
So just for
Gold
a
will be
little
settling
crash
for the day.
course, anytime the Fed is buying securities, that's injecting reserves, right? It's injecting cash into the system. When they're selling them, they're taking cash out of the reserves. And that cash multiplies because when you give more reserves to a bank, they lend it out, and then that person puts it in their bank and so forth. You get the money multiplier effect.
So glad you're here, Jack. I appreciate that. Looking at December Fed watch, still right around that 87.5% probability of another 25 basis point rate cut. Again, we did get the expected 25 basis point rate cut about 12 minutes ago. How long till Powell speaks? I'll say 18 minutes. Scratch that, 17 minutes. Bottom of the hour.
Well,
one thing that really
not a
moved,
whole lot of action so far, but it's coming.
Yeah, gold was the big mover, if anything. Sensitive to the dollar. I'll keep an eye on the 10-year as well.
Here's one.
Yeah.
Zero in the chat wants to know, when is Powell supposed to decide if he's staying on past 2026? It's not really his choice, is it?
Well,
oh no, he might be
It's an appointment.
asking a more nuanced question. It's an appointment, but he can stay on as a member of the board for another 2 years, I think. His
There you go.
appointment is over then, and I do not know when he has to decide. I don't even know if he has to decide. It might just automatically happen unless he decides that enough is enough.
Yep.
What bank? What district? Is he Virginia? Yeah, we are down to 5 finalists for Fed Governor Chairman, May 2026. Stay tuned. We'll sell in here in gold, 39.96. We'll selling in the 10-year. ES NASDAQ. Let's soup again. Very thin. These are algorithms. So, Jack, about this trade you have, what is the thought? What's the strategy? What's the sentiment of this trade? Are you expecting it to?
So
volatility,
here's what the trade is. The vol seemed pretty low at 6,900. It was buying a straddle means buying the 6,900 call and put, right? And that was for about 0.5% move. So what I've done is I have limit orders on either side to essentially scratch the trade if we get at least a 30-point move, probably one way or the other. And then I'll be scratched, but I will have a free whatever the other leg is. So if we rip up and then like sell off hard, that'd be great. If we dip real hard and then buy back, that would also be great. But I'm hoping there's a pretty good chance at least one leg is going to get hit and I'll scratch it. What I don't want is us to stick around where we are now through the Q&A. But not a huge trade. I like it.
Fire stuff back in gold, right back to 4,000. 4,002 now trades, bottom out right around. Oh, we got the count. Oh, look at that lower right-hand corner. We got the countdown clock until Powell. Yes, thank you. Chad, buy, rumor, sell, fact. What would the rumor be? What would the fact be?
How now, brown cow?
There you go. Is teaching your trader to gamble. Quite the opposite. Question in the chat. You guys teaching your traders to gamble? Nope.
Not really. Who's doing that?
Yeah.
Not at all, actually. Like that.
There you go. Countdown clock, 13 and a half minutes. There's something back in that 1,000 lot, 3 minutes after the announcement. What do we got here in the NASDAQ? NASDAQ, very thin also. Yep. Oh, a lot of hot takes in the chat. I like this. I like it. Red or black? We got red or black. What do you go with? Freedom Day Trader. It is the NASDAQ. I mean, spread is wide. There is nothing in there. ES pretty much
exactly at 6,900. Yep. Nice. SPX.
Options net flow is so damn bullish, says John Ross. Anything until 50-50 across the board. 12 and a half minutes till Powell. Anything else in the statement? Nope. Will the president find it the appropriate time to hit the Twitter? Getting his rate cuts.
He's in Asia, right?
He is in Asia. Yes.
He's meeting with
Malaysia,
CEO
right?
of
Let me look it up.
Yeah, it was just in Japan. I believe South Korea, Malaysia.
Very early in the morning, like 2:18 or something like that.
Gold stuck at 4,000. Oh, come on. 15 micros. Come on, Trader Dog. Come on.
What's he doing?
I'm in 15 micros, long from average of 26,217. I'm in Q. Let's go, Bulls. $11 minutes till Powell speaks. I like the countdown clock. Well done back there. Oh, yeah. Earnings after the bell. Make sure to tune in at the buzzer. What do we got? We got Meta. We got Microsoft. We got Google. We got Chipotle. We got Starbucks. Amongst others.
Starbucks.
Yeah, wait till the Q&A starts. Yes, the Q&A. Anything in particular, Jack? JD, you're looking to hear from Mr. Jerome Powell? Question. What question would you ask him, JD? No. Jack was asking.
Well, the consensus going into today was for 3 more rate cuts into the end of the year. I guess we just got to sit back and pay attention to what he's saying, what he's talking about, what he could possibly say to allude toward how many rate cuts we should actually be expecting going into the end of the year. There's only one meeting left, if I'm not mistaken.
December 10th, yes. And another one, January 20th. Yep. Trader Dog. Scared money, don't make money, Dre. Let's go.
ain't wrong.
But does that mean we should be expecting a 50 basis point cut in the December meeting? Or a surprise cut somewhere in between now and then? What would be your take on that?
That would be amazing for volatility.
So again, from this morning, my question was going to be, in light of the last CPI number being 40% imputed from other sources, and even if the government opens, the next CPI is likely to be that way or more. What are you monitoring as far as inflation gauges, and how worried might you be that these numbers might be lagging or incorrect in some ways? The part I wouldn't say is it's pretty impressive that they impute 40% of it and it comes in right at what was expected, right?
On the nose, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Straight for tomorrow, absolutely.
What are they looking at, though? Are they looking at private payroll data? Is that
they have to know what the? I mean, you didn't talk to the BLS and say, "Hey, I mean, what are we looking at?" I don't know if it matters.
But they weren't there. I mean, they have that mystery non-farm. They're not supposed to get it, but yeah, they've said in the last meeting that they look at the private payroll stuff, ADP, Challenger, and like. And then I would be like a follow-up question: SPY 700 calls, yes or no?
I mean, great time to buy. I mean, we've already heard it is a great time to buy not only stocks but oil as well. What was that last month? Oh yes, that's right. Speaking of earnings, and at the buzzer, we'll be joining the fellas for those earnings and at the buzzer with Paul and Jay. Buckle up. We got let's see what happens here in the next 90 minutes or so. Powell beginning to speak at the bottom of the hour.
We will be bringing that in live for you.
Oh, yeah.
But we've gone flat. Markets are quiet. Just awaiting new information right now.
Well, maybe walk back the certainty for probability of a December rate cut just to give the Fed some wiggle room. I mean, definitely has to talk about the uncertainty, right? No data, uncertainty, maybe brings back the probability of another rate cut. We would see, what do we see? Treasury selling off.
You didn't tell me anything.
Nothing, Hogue.
You didn't tell me anything. You told me his favorite Grateful Dead song is Sugar Magnolia, but that's about all he told me.
What about that they got that bootlegs albums? That's so good.
He's still got a whole bunch of cassettes. He doesn't know how many.
Again, the press conference generally takes around an hour, and we'll be bringing that to you from start to finish. So we'll roll into Power Hour. We've got Mandy joining us, Dolby as well. Let's see what the Chairman Powell has to say. About 6 minutes. Hogue, any levels? That's the gaps. What do you have for gap? If we did go start flirting with gap fill in the ES, what price down there would we be looking at?
All right. Oh, there's only the weekend gap as far as gaps below are concerned. To fill that, we'd have to go all the way down to 68.41 quarter.
That's what Jack said.
We do have some levels above that, which could offer opportunity. The spike base from Monday hasn't been checked yet. That's 68.9975 or 6,900, which was a level that Jack was looking at yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The point of control, 68.8975. The top of the gap for regular trading hour session is 68.77. And then again, to close that gap, we've got to get all the way down to 68.4175.
41's all right.
I'm sorry, 41 quarter. 41 quarter.
All right.
To answer a quick question from the chat, got Shiner asked, what rules would brick and mortar prop firms have for their traders during FOMC? Whenever I say something like this, I have to preface that I only have experience at 2 of them, so I can only say how it was done there. But in what we were doing is there were only a few times you absolutely had to be flat, and you absolutely had to be flat during FOMC. You absolutely had to be flat. We were trading bonds during the that product during the auction. Like you couldn't have 10 or 30-year trades on at 10 or 30-year auctions. I don't know if that's common across the industry. I will say part of it was this was a directive from our CEO who had, it's funny that I forget the story, but had PTSD because he kept on saying is the reason we're always flat is because this one thing happened in 1998 or something, and like it would have blown out everyone. I don't remember what it was, but it scarred him. I did see like a couple of people when they announced Operation Twist try and trade a small position and lost like way more money than I ever would have thought you could lose in that size. So the rule was generally we would be flat.
Sure does. Hoop just takes one time. Gold pushed a little bit lower here, 39.90. Last trade.
I would imagine, I mean, my clearing firm doesn't have any restriction. But I would imagine some of those, clearing firms that you can trade E-mini S&Ps for $500 in your account, I would imagine they would have probably some restrictions on that.
Hmm.
And that's, that would be day trading only, of course.
That was going into the announcement though, like after, I mean, trade the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Under 3 minutes. We'll get the prepared remarks. Essentially, we'll read what was already released. Then the questions will begin. We are in government shut. What about non-farm? No non-farm. We still need, well, I guess it would be September's non-farm payroll. Get that. Will they?
A lot of folks in the chat saying margin requirements increase.
Yep.
It's if you don't have the margin in there, of course.
Mm-hmm. Well, also we used to trade very differently. Like we could trade through non-farm, but we mainly used what are called, and they're still around, I believe, implied spreads, like a guaranteed price. Because the danger in that when you're trading spreads using like proprietary spread programming is the misses. You talk about slippage can become catastrophic at that point. Like if you're trying to like trade, get a good price on like a double spread through FOMC, you could be missed for more than you're worth, buddy.
Yes, there is a video stream. We'll be bringing that in less than 2 minutes. You'll see it in the lower right-hand corner. We'll be showing it from start to finish. Very thin right now.
A lot of questions coming through the chat about restrictions on trading. We don't have restrictions on trading. You can trade through anything you want here. As Jack was just saying, there are some numbers that we recommend you do not trade through, but nobody is stopping you from holding position through a number.
You're all big boys and big girls.
Please.
It's risky.
Yep.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
When you get slipped.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
And again, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Agree.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look at these prices. 40 seconds. 40 seconds till the chairman will take to the podium. 26,245 last trade in the NASDAQ. Pretty quiet in the equities. Gold did see some spikes up to 40.20, all the way down to 39.90. Yes, trading 69.34. We saw 1,000 on the offer. 69.35.
Any odds on whether he'll be on time?
I don't see those. He's usually reasonably
Sorry.
punctual.
Yeah.
The sorry prop is hilarious. All right, here we go. Here we go. See the podium not there just yet. Should be walking through that door. Look at this thing start. Top Step TV. We'll be bringing you Powell live here, start to finish.
And there's the man.
There he is. Let's go.
There he is.
Buckle up.
Punctual. Right on time.
Good afternoon.
Yay!
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Although some important federal government data have been delayed due to the shutdown, the public and private sector data that have remained available suggest that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed much since our meeting in September. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals and in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. GDP rose at a 1.6% pace in the first half of the year, down from 2.4% last year. Data available prior to the shutdown show that growth in economic activity may be on a somewhat firmer trajectory than expected, primarily reflecting stronger consumer spending. Business investment in equipment and intangibles has continued to expand, while activity in the housing sector remains weak. The shutdown of the federal government will weigh on economic activity while it persists, but these effects should reverse after the shutdown ends. In the labor market, the unemployment rate remained relatively low through August. Job gains have slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Although official employment data for September are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index suggest that total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8% as well. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or two or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point to 3.75% to 4%. Higher tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods, resulting in higher overall inflation. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to ensure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. With downside risks to employment having increased in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance. With today's decision, we remain well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We continue to face two-sided risks. In the committee's discussions at this meeting, there were strongly differing views about how to proceed in December.
Real hard.
A further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion.
There you go.
Far from it. Policy is not on a preset course. At today's meeting, the committee also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. Our long-stated plan has been to stop balance sheet runoff when reserves are somewhat above the level we judge consistent with ample reserve conditions.
Yeah, Phil?
Signs have clearly emerged that we have reached that standard. In money markets, repo rates have moved up relative to our administered rates, and we have seen more notable pressures on selected dates, along with more use of our standing repo facility. In addition, the effective federal funds rate has begun to move up relative to the rate of interest on reserve balances. These developments are what we expected to see as the size of our balance sheet declined and warrant today's decision to cease runoff. Over the 3.5 years that we've been shrinking our balance sheet, our securities holdings have declined by $2.2 trillion. As a share of nominal GDP,
yes, on the offer.
Our balance sheet has fallen from 35% to about 21%.
6906.
In December, we'll enter the next phase of our normalization plans by holding the size of our balance sheet steady for a time, while reserve balances continue to move gradually lower as other non-reserve liabilities, such as currency, keep growing. We will continue to allow agency securities to run off our balance sheet, and will reinvest the proceeds from those securities in Treasury bills, furthering progress toward a portfolio consisting primarily of Treasury securities. This reinvestment strategy will also help move the weighted average maturity of our portfolio closer to that of the outstanding stock of Treasury securities, thus furthering the normalization of the composition of our balance sheet. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting our maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Right, buckle up. Here we go. 60 points lower gap fill in the ES.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, are you uncomfortable with how market pricing has assumed a rate cut is a foregone conclusion at your next meeting?
Well, as I just mentioned, a further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion, as I've just said. So I would say that that needs to be taken on board. We had, just say this, 19 participants on the committee. Everyone works very hard at this and takes their obligations to serve the American people very seriously. And at a time when we have tension between our two goals, we have strong views across the committee. And as I mentioned, there were strongly differing views today. And the takeaway from that is that we haven't made a decision about December. And we're going to be looking at the data that we have, how that affects the outlook and the balance of risks. And I'll just say that.
You and some of your colleagues have framed last month and maybe today, I won't put words in your mouth, there's a risk management exercise. At what point do you conclude that you've taken out enough insurance? Are you looking for some kind of improvement in the outlook, or could this unfold along the lines of last year, where you made a sequence of adjustments and then waited to gather more information?
So
I'm out of the first leg of that, right?
I've been thinking about it is the risks to the two goals for a very long time, the risk was clearly of higher inflation. And then that has changed now. And as we saw particularly after the July meeting, we saw the downward revisions in job creation, we saw a very different picture of the labor market, and it suggested that there were higher downside risks to the labor market than we had thought. And that suggested that policy, which we had been holding at a I would say modestly, others people would say moderately restrictive level, needed to move more in the direction over time of neutral. If the two goals are sort of equally at risk, then you ought to be at neutral, because one of them's calling for you to hike and one of them's calling for you to cut. So if that got back into balance, then you'd want to be roughly at neutral. So in that sense, it was a risk management. And I would say the same about today, sort of the same logic. But as I mentioned, going forward is a different thing.
Claire.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thank you for taking this question. We've just heard from you that the discussion in December and the conclusion of the discussion is not a foregone conclusion. I'd like to just dig into that a little bit more about what sort of arguments were brought up. Was there any consideration, for instance, of the investment we're seeing in AI and some of the generation of household wealth through rises in stock prices related to the AI boom? Thank you.
I wouldn't say that's a factor in everyone's assessment of the economy. I wouldn't say it's the driving factor. I don't think for anybody. I guess I would say it this way. Once again, I would just point out that we have the situation where the risks are to the upside for inflation and to the downside for employment. We have one tool. It can't do both of those. You can't address both of those at once. You've got a very different situation. So you have some people have different forecasts, right? So they'll forecast faster or slower progress on one or the other, and they also have different levels of risk aversion. And some will be more averse to inflation overruns, and some will be more averse to underruns of employment. And so you put that together, and as you can see from the SEP and from the public discussion that goes on between the meetings when participants go out and talk, they're very disparate views, and they were reflected in strongly differing views in today's meeting, as I pointed out in my remarks. And that's what leads me to say that, that we haven't made a decision about December. I always say that. It's a fact that we don't make decisions in advance. But I'm saying something in addition here, is that it's not to be seen as a foregone conclusion. In fact, far from it.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up on QT? How much of the fund impressions we've seen in money markets are related to the U.S. Treasury issuing more short-term debt?
That could be one of the factors, but the reality is we've seen, the things that we've seen, higher repo rates and federal funds rate moving up. These are the very things that we look for. We actually have a framework for looking at, what the place we're trying to reach. What we said for a long time now is that when we feel like we're a bit above what we consider a level that's ample, that we would freeze the size of the balance sheet. Of course, reserves will continue to decline from that point forward as non-reserve liabilities grow. So this happened, some things have been happening for some time now, showing a gradual tightening in money market conditions. Really in the last, call it 3 weeks or so, you've seen more significant tightening, and I think a clear assessment that we're at that place. The other thing is, the balance sheet is shrinking at a very, very slow pace now. We've reduced it by half twice, and so there's not a lot of benefit to be holding on to get the last few dollars, because again, the balance sheets, the reserves are going to continue to shrink as non-reserves grow. So, there was support on the committee as we thought about it to go ahead with this and announce effective December 1 that we will be, freezing the size of the balance sheet. And the December 1 date gives the markets a little bit of time to adapt.
Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. So much of the rationale for cutting interest rates, even as inflation moves away from the 2% target, seems to be, that there are these mounting downside risks to the labor market. But if those don't materialize and the labor market either stabilizes around current employment levels or even starts to strengthen somewhat, how would that change your perception of how much interest rates need to fall from here? Would you then be a bit more concerned about underlying inflation and the possibility of second round effects from tariffs?
Yeah, I mean, in principle, if you were to see data that suggested that the labor market's strengthening or even that it's stabilizing, that would certainly play into our decisions going forward. So, we do have, we get some data. The labor market is a place where we get, for example, we get the state level data on initial claims, which are sending a sort of a signal of more of the same. We also get job openings, and we'll get lots of survey data. We'll get the Beige Book and things like that. So we'll have a picture of what's going on in the labor market, and the fact that we're not seeing an uptick in claims or a downtick really in openings suggests that you're seeing maybe continued very gradual cooling, but nothing more than that. So that does give you some comfort.
But if this shutdown lasts a while longer and you don't have that data in hand, I'm just wondering how that hinders the committee's ability to assess the state of the labor market and make the right policy decisions, and also how much is that factoring into the debate about December?
Yeah. So we get like I mentioned what we get in the labor area. We get some data in inflation, some data in economic activity. And we'll have a picture of what's going on. We also will have the Beige Book again. I would say we're not going to be able to have the detailed feel of things. But I think if there were a significant or material change in the economy one way or another, I think we'd pick that up through this. So in terms of how it might affect December, it's really hard to say. December's the meeting's like 6 weeks away. We just don't know what we're going to get. If there is a very high level of uncertainty, then that could be an argument in favor of caution about moving, but we'll have to see how it unfolds.
Steve.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, can you characterize the meeting in terms of, you said strongly differing views. Was this a close call, this cut, or was it a close call maybe the other way because you had dissents on both sides? Thanks.
So I was referring to the discussion about, to the extent it related to December. You saw we had 2 dissents, one for 50 and one for no cut. So, that was a strong, solid vote in favor of this cut. The strongly differing views were really about the future. What does that look like? And I think people are saying, they're noticing stronger economic activity. Forecasters generally, broadly, have raised their economic growth forecasts for this year and next year, in some cases quite materially. In the meantime, we see, a labor market that's kind of, I don't want to say stable, but it's not clearly in motion. It's not clearly declining quickly in any case. It may be just continuing to gradually cool. And again, people have different forecasts and expectations about the economy and different risk tolerances, and so there's you read the SEP, you read the speeches, there are differing views on the committee, and to the point where I said what I said.
And just to follow up on the balance sheet, if you stop the runoff now, does that mean you have to go back to actually adding assets sometime next year so that the balance sheet doesn't shrink as a percent of GDP and become a tightening factor?
So you're right. The place we'll be on December 1 is that the size of the balance sheet is frozen. And as mortgage-backed securities mature, we'll reinvest those in Treasury bills, which will foster both a more Treasury balance sheet and also a shorter duration. So that's what. In the meantime, if you freeze the size of the balance sheet, the non-reserve liabilities, currency, for example, they're going to continue to grow organically. And because the size of the balance sheet is frozen, you have further shrinkage in reserves. And reserves is the thing that we're managing that has to be ample. So that'll happen for a time, but not a tremendously long time. We don't know exactly how long. But at a certain point, you'll want to start reserves to start gradually growing to keep up with the size of the banking system and the size of the economy. So we'll be adding reserves at a certain point, and that's the last point. Even then, we didn't make decisions about this today, but we did talk today about the composition of the balance sheet, and there's a desire that the balance sheet be right now it's got a lot more duration than the outstanding universe of Treasury securities, And we want to move to a place where we're closer to that duration. That'll take some time. We haven't made a decision about the ultimate endpoint, but we all agree that we want to move more in the direction of a balance sheet that more closely reflects the outstanding treasuries, and that means a shorter duration balance sheet. Now, this is something that's going to take a long time and move very, very gradually. I don't think you'll notice it in market conditions, but that's the direction of things.
Janelle.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. How are officials interpreting the latest CPI report? So some components came in lower than expected, but core inflation was still at 3%. So at this moment, what are you learning about the drivers? And also, do you view that the risks are greater that the Fed makes a mistake on employment or inflation?
So the September CPI report, we didn't get PPI after that, which is important for translation into what we look at, which is PCE inflation. But we can still make a pretty good assessment of what that will be. When we get PPI, there might be some adjustments. But so directionally, it was a little softer than expected, and we always break it down into the three components. So basically, you've seen goods prices increasing, and that's really due to tariffs. And that's compared to a longer run trend of very, very mild deflation in goods. So that's moving inflation up. On the other side of that, good news that housing services inflation has been coming down and is expected to continue to come down. So if you remember a couple of years ago, that's the one that we kept expecting it to do that. Now it's been doing that for some time, and we expect to continue that. That leaves the biggest category is services other than housing services. And that's kind of been moving sideways over the last few months, but a significant part of that is non-market services, and we don't take a lot of signal about the tightness of the economy from that. So if you add all that up, a couple things to say. One is that inflation away from tariffs is actually not so far from our 2% goal. We estimate, people have different estimates of what that is, but it might be 5 or 6 tenths, and so that if it's 2.8, then core PCE not including tariffs might be 2.3 or 2.4 in that range, something like that. So that's not so far from your goal. So that we look at that, and the thing about tariff inflation is the base case is that it will come, and it probably will increase further. But it is that it will be a one-time increase. And, we've been very focused for all of this year at making sure that that's the case and thinking carefully about what are the pathways through which it could become something else, troublesome inflation. One of those would be, a really tight labor market. We don't see that. Another could be inflation expectations moving. We don't see that. So I think, we're watching this very carefully. I think it's not the case that we're just assuming that it's going to be a one-time inflation. We understand fully that this is a risk we have to monitor and ultimately manage.
With the stubborn in services inflation, what are some of the things that the Fed could do to address that, and especially when we're seeing potentially labor supply challenges?
Sorry, say the first.
The stubborn services inflation that you mentioned.
Services inflation, yeah. Well, again, the part of services inflation that isn't coming down as we would like it to is the non-market part of non-housing services. And overall, that's just something that we expect will come down. The non-market part of it should come down. It largely reflects higher stock prices and financial services that are imputed rather than actually paid is a big part of that. But also just we think policy is still modestly restrictive in my telling. So that's the kind of thing that should lead to a gradually cooling economy. That's one of the reasons you see a gradually cooling labor market is because the Fed policy is modestly restrictive. So that should also help get that. I want to say, though, we're absolutely committed to returning inflation to 2%. If you look at longer-term surveys or market pricing, you will see that's a credible commitment, and there should be no question that that's where we're going.
Chris.
So they were selling dollars for 90 cents for about half a minute after that. Sorry.
So there's a big investment boom in AI infrastructure right now, as you know, and wondering if the existence of such a boom would indicate that rates are not that restrictive after all, and could further rate cuts at this point perhaps fuel an excess level of investment there or market bubbles. How is the Fed thinking about that?
This keeps rallying. I'm sitting pretty.
So I don't think that you're right. There are a lot of data centers being built and other investments being made around the country and around the world. Big U.S. companies are just investing a lot of resources in thinking about how AI, which will be based on those data centers, run through those data centers, is going to affect their businesses. So it's a big deal. I don't think that the spending that happens to build data centers all over the country is especially interest sensitive. It's based on longer run assessments that this is an area where there's going to be a lot of investment and that's going to drive higher productivity and that sorts of things. I don't know how those investments will work out, but I don't think they're particularly interest sensitive compared to some of the other sectors.
And then just a quick follow-up. You mentioned that you do have data that you're looking at for inflation and growth in the absence of government data. Could you give us a sense? I think we know a lot about the jobs data that's out there. Can you give us a sense of what you're looking at to track inflation in the absence of government data? Thank you.
So it's a lot of things, and it doesn't replace government data, but you know all of these. I'll just mention some of the many names: Price Stats, Adobe, and others. For wage inflation, there's ADP data. On spending, you're going to ask about spending at some point. There are lots of other things that we look at, but it's many different sources, and again, including what we get out of the Beige Book, which will be sort of come out mid-cycle as always. And it doesn't replace the government data, but it gives us a picture. Again, I think if something material were happening, if there were material developments, I think we would pick that up. I don't think we'll be able to have the very granular understanding of the economy while this data is not available.
Howard.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you. I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit on what you said a moment ago about the continued shutdown, making it more difficult to make a move in December, and that may make you more cautious. To the degree you are relying on private data that isn't the gold standard, or that you're relying on your own surveys of the Beige Book, do you worry at some point you're going to have to start making policy by anecdote?
This is a temporary state of affairs, and we're going to do our jobs. We're going to collect every scrap of data we can find, evaluate it, and think carefully about it. And that's our jobs. That's what we're going to do. If you ask me, could it affect the December meeting? I'm not saying it's going to, but yeah, you could imagine that what do you do if you're driving in the fog? You slow down. So that could or could not. I don't know how that's going to play into things. We may get the data may come back, but there's a possibility that it would make sense to be more cautious about moving. I'm not committing to that. I'm just saying it's certainly a possibility that you would say we really can't see, so let's slow down.
As a follow-up in the debate on this meeting, we saw recently some pretty big layoff announcements coming from Amazon and others. Wondering if that figured into the discussion at all, that you're starting to see this tension between growth and employment starting to be resolved, to the detriment of employment. And secondly, some of the stress is starting to appear in the bottom spur of the K, as they call it, household health premiums that are going to possibly be going up quite substantially, things like that. Has that started to become a factor in your policy discussion?
So those are both things that we're watching very, very carefully. To start with the layoffs, you're right. You see a significant number of companies either announcing that they are not going to be doing much hiring or actually doing layoffs.
We're seeing the Jerome Powell press conference live here on TopStep.
Much of the time they're talking about AI.
Transition into Power Hour. Here we got Dolby and Mandy joining us. JD, Jack, thanks for hanging in there. Any couple of words before we get back to the press conference, before we get out of here?
Yeah, I mean the stocks sold off on him talking about, they're not committed to cutting rates in the future. Seems like he was giving them a little bit of breather. We triggered. I'm sitting on a lotto ticket right now. We triggered triggered my. Yeah, no, it's looking good so far. So locked in for 200, and then have a lotto ticket for whatever. Vaya con Dios. So
good stuff.
I'll let you know how that goes in the chat.
Thank you. Yeah, JD, can you give me that summary of how this press conference is going, like you always do in the background, and we'll get you guys out of here.
Yeah, sure. I pulled up some talking points. So economic growth, again, as Powell mentioned.
Let's get back. Yeah, no, let's get back to the press conference, and we can recap after he finishes up. All right, sounds good. You guys get out of here. We'll work in
anecdotal data on that. And so we think there's
see you guys later.
Back to
Go Powell.
So,
Edward.
Thank you, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to take another crack at the further reduction of rates is not a foregone conclusion. So in December, he said, far from it. So if a cut might not be on the table for December because of lack of data, what does the other concerns then stem from? So if it's not lack of data as the reason December is not a foregone conclusion, what other things could be the concern then?
Well, the perspectives of people on the committee that, we've now moved 150 basis points and that we're down into, you're into that range between 3 and 4 where many estimates of the neutral rate live in that 3 to 4% area. You're there now. You're above the median number for the committee, but I think there are people on the committee who have higher estimates of the neutral rate, and that's you can argue these positions since it can't be directly observed, the neutral rate. So, I think for some part of the committee, it's time to maybe take a step back and see whether there really are downside risks to the labor market, or see whether in fact the growth that the stronger growth that we're seeing is real. Ordinarily, the labor market is a better indicator of the momentum of the economy than the spending data. That's the lore. In this case, that gives a more downbeat read. So people just have, again, we've cut 50 more basis points in the last 2 meetings, and there was a sense like, from some, let's pause here, kind of thing, and a sense from others wanting to go ahead. But that's why I say differing views, strongly differing views.
Yeah, so on that division then you're talking about going forward, so what's more important in this division? Is it inflation risks, is it employment risk, or is there a deeper philosophy division among the board?
Look, everybody on the committee is deeply committed to doing the right thing to achieve our goals, maximum employment and stable prices. You have differences on how to do that. And as I mentioned, some of that is different forecasts, but a lot of it is also different risk aversions to the different variables, which is common through all Federal Reserves. People just have different risk tolerances, let's say. So that leads you to people with disparate views. You will know that from the speeches you've been listening to from my colleagues. And so we're at a place now where we have in fact cut 2 more times. And we're 150 basis points closer to neutral, wherever that may be, than we were a year ago. And so there's a growing chorus now of feeling like maybe this is where we should at least wait a cycle, something like that. That's what it is. It's just what you think it would be. It's and again, you've seen it in the September Summer of Economic Projections. You've seen this in the public remarks of FOMC participants, and now I'm telling you that's what you can expect that in the minutes. And I'm just telling you that's what happened in the meeting.
We're watching Jerome Powell press conference live right here on Topstep TV. Little Sully coming in.
ABC News.
Yes.
What is your
have
explanation
25
for
minutes.
why the job market is weakening right now, and what will this rate cut do to improve the job market?
So I think there are 2 things affecting the job market, and one of them is just a dramatic reduction in the supply of new workers. And that's 2 things. That's declining labor force participation, which is a cyclical thing. And then there's declining immigration, which is just a big policy change that actually began in the last administration and it has been accelerated now. So a big part of the whole story is that supply side story. Okay. In addition, labor demand has declined, and you know, so the unemployment rate has gone down, meaning that demand for workers has gone down a little more than supply. So that's what's going on, but it is mostly a supply function. You know, it's mostly a function of the change in supply, I think, and many people think. So the question then is, what does the you know, our tool do, which supports demand, and you know, so. And I would just say, when you're in a situation where job creation, if you adjust for likely overcounting in the way that BLS does its work, is pretty close to zero. So maximum employment doesn't, on a sustainable basis, doesn't, if you're creating zero jobs, if it's in equilibrium, if it's in balance, it's a pretty.
Hey, what's up, Dolby? Jumping on Moon Train here.
So,
Jerome Powell press conference.
You know,
once this concludes, Dolby time, we'll get Mandy on here. We'll maybe see if we take some trades
for us to react by
in. Though, go to a
with our
full screen one chart of NASDAQ.
And we've done that. We've reduced so that rates are looser. I wouldn't say that they're accommodative right now, but they're meaningfully less tight than they were, and that should help so that at least the labor market doesn't get worse. So it's a complicated situation, and some people argue that this is supply and we really can't affect it much with our tools, but others argue, as I do, that there is an effect from demand and that we should use our tools to support the labor market when we see this happening.
You also talked about tariffs causing a one-time price increase. Should American household consumers expect that inflation will continue to go up this year because of those tariffs?
So the basic expectation is that there will be some additional increase in inflation because it takes a while for tariffs to work their way through the production chain and finally get to consumers. And we see this now from the tariffs that were put in place now many months ago. We see those effects, but if you put tariffs in effect, and they've been coming into effect consistently in, you know, February, March, April, May. And that's all happening. So that'll continue to happen for some time, probably into the spring. These are not big increases, though. These are a tenth or so on inflation. They may be big increases on a particular product that's been tariffed, but overall, these are fairly modest. I think, you know, some projections go, we're at 2.8% inflation. You might get 2 or 3 more tenths or 4 more tenths maybe. But then, as all of the tariffs are in, they stop generating inflation. You've had a one-time price increase. As long as you're not, at least this is the theory, this is how we believe and hope that it will work out. Once the last tariff is put on something, at that point, it becomes a higher price level, but it stops going up, if you will. Prices stop going up. They'll just be at that level. And then measured inflation will come back down to non-tariff inflation. As I mentioned, non-tariff inflation is not so far from 2% now. Now, consumers are not interested in that story. Their prices are higher. More than that, the reason they're so unhappy about inflation is the inflation that we had in 2021, 2, and 3. Because, you know, you can say that prices aren't going up as much, but that doesn't mean people aren't feeling those higher prices from the inflation we had 2 or 3 years ago. They are, and that's, I think, a large part of why the public, if you sample people, inflation is still very much making people quite unhappy. Even, you know, and it's nice that, you know, that prices are not going up as fast as they were, but they're still much higher than they were. And it'll take some time for that effect to wear off. As real incomes rise, it will feel better over time, but that's going to take time.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. Do you have any concerns that equity markets are or are close to being overvalued at this point?
Good luck with this answer.
It's not answered.
We don't look at any one asset price and say, hey, that's wrong. You know, it's not our job to do that. We look at the overall financial system, and we ask whether it's stable and whether it could withstand shocks, right? So, you know, banks are well capitalized, while some households are clearly under stress. In the aggregate, you know, households are in good shape financially, relatively manageable levels of debt. At the lower income spectrum, you are seeing rising defaults, particularly around subprime auto, but nonetheless, in the aggregate, pretty good. you don't see too much leverage in the banking system or the financial system. It's a mixed picture, but it's not an overly troubling picture. And again, I'm not, it's not appropriate. We don't set asset prices. Markets do that.
Well, you must be well aware that by lowering interest rates, you're contributing to additional asset price increases. And I wonder how you balance the idea that lowering rates would help the labor market with the reality that it seems more likely to be stimulating increased investment in AI, which is the rationale for thousands of job cuts that have been announced in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I don't think interest rates are an important part of the AI, of the data center story. I think, people think they're great economics in building these data centers, and they're making a lot of money building them, and they think they have very high present value and all that sort of thing. It's not really about. It's not about 25 basis points here or there. We use our tools to support the labor market and to create price stability. That's what we do. That's our two jobs, right? So we're here by lowering rates at the margin, that will support demand, and that will support more hiring, and that's why we do it. Now, no 25 basis point or even 50 basis point hike is going to be a dispositive thing, but ultimately, lower rates will support more demand, and that'll support hiring over time. And of course, we also have to be careful about this, which is what we've been doing, because we know where inflation is, and we know that, I've told you the story. It's a complicated story, but this is the best assessment that we can make. Because there's uncertainty around inflation and the path ahead for inflation, that's why the pace we're going has been a careful one.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida from Politico. On AI, I'm just wondering, it seems like a lot of the economic growth that we've been seeing is fed by investments in AI. So how worried are you about what a sudden contraction in tech investment would mean for the overall economy? Is there enough strength in other sectors? And specifically, are there any lessons that you take from the 1990s in how you might approach what's happening right now?
Yeah, this is different. In the sense that the companies that are so highly valued actually have earnings and stuff like that. So if you go back to the 90s and the dot-com, these were ideas rather than companies, and so there's a clear bubble there. Whereas I won't go into particular names, but they actually have earnings, and it looks like they have business models and profits and that kind of thing. So it's really a different thing. The investment we're getting in equipment and all those things that go into creating data centers and feeding the AI, it's clearly one of the big sources of growth in the economy. Consumer spending also, though, has been, is much bigger than that, and has been growing and has defied a lot of, negative forecasts, continuing to do so this year. Consumers are still spending. Now, it may be mostly higher end consumers, or maybe skewed that way. But the consumer is spending, and that's a big chunk of what's going on in the economy, substantially bigger than AI. You could point to growth. I mean, actually, growth as opposed to level, but consumer spending is a much bigger part of the economy.
And why do you think that the labor market is slowing so much, even though consumer spending is strong?
Why has it slowed so much? Well, what's happened is that the supply of workers has dropped very, very sharply due to mainly immigration, but also lower labor force participation. So, and that means there's less need for new jobs, because there isn't this flow into the pool of labor that, where people need jobs, because there aren't those people now. So there's not a supply of workers showing up for jobs. In addition, demand has also gone down, and so has labor force participation has declined, which is more of a sign, in this case, of demand as well as trend. So I think you're seeing some softening. The economy's growing at a slower rate than it was, 2.4% last year. We think around 1.6% this year. It could have been a couple of tenths higher if not for the shutdown. And of course, that will reverse. But you still got the economy growing at a moderate pace.
Andrew.
Hey there, Andrew Ackerman with the with the Washington Post. I wanted to ask if you could elaborate on how you think about policy in the context of the data drought. Does it make you inclined to stick with your plans as set out in September in the absence of the data that might change your mind, or does it make you inclined to proceed with added caution because of uncertainty?
Yeah, well, we'll know when we face that question, if we face that question. It'll probably be argued both ways, right? But I've said a couple times here that, if you really aren't getting information and you really don't know, and the economy looks like it's solid and stable and hasn't really changed, there will be an argument. I don't know how persuasive it will be, but there will be an argument that, you slow down when you can't see as far ahead. Others may argue, I'm not sure where this argument will come, but you're perfectly right.
We're watching Jerome
You could also
Powell
argue
press
about-
conference live here on Topstep TV. Dolby just jumped in. Mandy is waiting in the green room. We're all going to get back to trading after Powell does conclude. Markets are a little bit range bound right now. 69.15 ES, 26,190 NASDAQ. We'll recap what he had to say, but let's get back to this. Listen to every single word he says, and then we'll get some trades on.
Right. As the Fed moves forward with a revised Basel proposal, potentially changes to the GSIB surcharge, has that changed at all? Or are you planning to significantly reduce the amount of capital in the system? Thanks.
So there are discussions going on, I think, among the agencies, and I don't want to get ahead of those discussions. I continue to think that the level of capital, when I said that in 2020, was about right. And of course, there's been much capital added since then through various mechanisms. But I look forward to. I know those discussions are really just getting going. They haven't come to the point where they're got a whole plan and that kind of thing. So I really don't have much to say on that.
Brian. Hi, Chairman Powell. Brian Chung with NBC News. Is the weakness in the jobs market accelerating, and who's at risk if the interest rate cuts are not the effective medicine for a further slowdown in the labor market?
So we do not see the weakness, as you put it, the weakness in the job market accelerating. I would say, then again, we didn't get the September employment report, payroll report, but we look at, the unemployment insurance claims, initial claims, are reported at the state level, and we still get those, and we can accumulate them and get the national number. And there's really, there's no story. You can look at the numbers. Same thing with the job openings we get from Indeed. There's just no story over the last 4 weeks. It's kind of stable. So you don't see anything that says that the job market is, or really any part of the economy is making a significant deterioration. Don't see that. You see more things like I mentioned, though, which is you see big companies making announcements of either of layoffs or of the idea that they won't need to hire. Their number of employees is not expected to go up over a number of years. There may be different people working there. They say that too, but they don't need a bigger head count. So you see those kinds of things. You don't see it in the aggregate numbers. The layoff numbers have not gone up, but job creation is very low. And the job finding rate for people who are unemployed is very low. But the unemployment rate is very low as well. 4.3% is a low unemployment rate.
So as you make these cuts, is it the lower income workers that you're thinking about, or those who might have their jobs automated? Is there a particular section of the labor market that you're particularly?
So we can't, our tools don't allow us to target any demographic or any income level and that kind of thing. I do think that people, we saw this during the global financial crisis and the long recovery. If you have a long period of very strong labor market conditions, it benefits people at the lower end the most. The last 2 or 3 years of that long expansion, people at the lower part of the income spectrum were getting the biggest benefits, and lots of things were happening in that space demographically, which were very constructive. And we're not at that place right now. But so, a stronger labor market is the best thing we can do for the public. It's also part of our job. It is half of our job, but it is absolutely the best thing we can do for people. Along with keeping prices stable, those two things. inflation also hurts people on fixed incomes more than other people.
Courtney.
Hi, Chair Powell. Courtney Brown from Axios. As you know, the 12 Reserve Bank presidents' terms are up for renewal at the end of February. I'm wondering if you can give us a timeline for when the board will consider those reappointments and whether we can expect everyone to be re-upped or if we can expect some changes.
So it's a process that we go through under the law. The way the law works is we have a reappointment process every 5 years for all of the reserve, each of them and all of them. We're in the middle of that process, and we're going to complete it in a timely way. And that's really all I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel.
Daniel Davis, Agence France Presse. You've now had dissents in 3 consecutive FOMC meetings, but in this meeting you had dissents going in both directions, and you've just mentioned there's strong disagreement over the future path of rate cuts. Have these disagreements complicated your role presiding over the FOMC meetings, and if so, how?
I wouldn't say that, no. I think you have to take what comes, and what comes right now is a pretty challenging situation where we have, first of all, we have 4.3% unemployment. We have an economy that's growing close to 2%. So, overall, it's a good picture. It's a good picture. But in terms of our policy, we have upside risks to inflation, downside risks to employment, and this is a very difficult thing for a central bank because, one of those calls for rates to be lower, one calls for rates to be higher. We can't do both, so we have to balance the two. And so it's a challenging thing, and as we have worked our way through this process, you would expect that there would be a range of views across the committee on what to do and the speed with which we should do it. And that's what we have. That makes a lot of sense to me. All of these people are, people who take their jobs very seriously, work very hard at this, and just want to do what's right for the American people, but they have different views on what that is. And, it's an honor to work among people who care that much. It is, but I don't feel that it's unfair or anything like that. It's a time when we're making quite difficult judgments in real time, and I believe we'll get through this. And I think we've done sort of the right thing so far this year. I think it was appropriate for us to be careful about this. I think it would not be appropriate to just ignore or assume away the inflation issue. At the same time, I think the risk of higher, more persistent inflation has declined significantly since April. And if we do wind up resuming rate cuts at some point, we will at some point. I think we're trying to get to the end of this cycle with the labor market in a good place and with inflation, on its way to 2% or at 2%. So that's all we're trying to do, and we're doing it under, quite challenging circumstances and doing the best we can.
We'll go to Jennifer for the last question.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Both regional and large banks have taken losses on loans given delinquencies on subprime auto loans. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon warned, when you see one cockroach, there may be more likely. I'm curious how the Fed is looking at these loan losses and if it poses risks to the financial system or the outlook for the economy. Is it a warning sign?
So, we're obviously we watch these things very carefully, credit conditions very carefully. You're right. You've seen rising defaults in subprime credit for some time now, and now you've seen a number of subprime credit, automobile credit institutions having significant losses, and some of those losses are now showing up on the books of banks. We're looking at it carefully. We're paying close attention. I don't see at this point a broader credit issue. It doesn't seem to be something that has very broad application across financial institutions. But we're going to be monitoring this quite carefully and making sure that is the case.
And then separately, many, you yourself have said that we're in a bifurcated economy right now with high net worth individuals continuing to spend with the lower income pulling back. How much of consumer spending continuing hinges on the stock market remaining strong? In some odd way, does the market help keep the economy buoyant?
So there's some relationship there, but remember, the more wealth someone has, the lower an additional dollar of wealth matters. So your marginal propensity to consume declines quite dramatically as you reach levels of stock market wealth. So, the stock market, it would affect spending if the stock market went down, but it wouldn't drop. It wouldn't drop sharply unless there were quite a sharp drop in the in the stock market. People at the lower end of income and wealth have a much higher marginal propensity to consume of an incremental dollar of income or wealth, but they don't have the stock market wealth. So I think it's certainly a factor supporting consumption right now. But you would see it if you saw a material correction in spending, but it wouldn't be. You shouldn't think that it'll dollar for dollar stop consumption, because that wouldn't be the case. Thanks very much.
Okay. Jerome Powell press conference has concluded. Market has found its range. We'll be bringing Mandy in here shortly. This is Power Hour on Topstep TV. Thanks for your patience. Yes, the market's in range. Let's see what happens here. They're trading 69.16 in the ES, trading 26,223 in the NASDAQ. Again, walking back, certainty of rate cuts in December. We were pricing an 87% probability of a rate cut, another additional 25 basis point rate cut in December. Now it is gone down to 65% basis, 65% probability of an additional rate cut. Let's get into it. Did a good job keeping the markets stable. Let's bring her in. Mandy, let's get ready to rock. Let's get right into it, Mandy. How's it going? Markets are catching a bit of a bid here.
It is.
Get
It's
into it.
FOMC day, that's for sure.
I mean, looks like it was for a second. Look out below. It was for a second. Look out below. Initially said, not so fast on those rate cuts in December. All right, let's get right into it. We'll break down the Powell statement and press conference a little bit more. But Dolby Time, talk to me about these ranges. We're catching a bid here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, Dre, this is good stuff, and actually very relevant. So we are just getting back up within the 4-hour range low. So we're in that big consolidation, obviously, with FOMC, so market wasn't going to do anything too crazy. And that kind of 4-hour range low, 26,227, volume range, 4-hour range high, 26,320, 323, let's say. And now we're trading 26,225. So I think if we can accept back within range, I think we're back on the bull again, Dre. I mean, Powell did say he's not worried about an AI bubble. They make a real product.
Yes, he did. One thing I'm going to keep an eye out on is the 10-year. 10-year prices go lower. The 10-year, that means yields go higher. See if the equities want to follow. Take a look. Gold 39.75 last trade. ES trading 69.13 last trade there. Mandy, thoughts, prices of interest here in Power Hour. We got 32 minutes till the closing bell. 22 minutes till MOC.
Yeah, I am looking to go long, get a buy somewhere if we could continue to hold into these like 25s, probably on a candle close with a push. Better confirmation would probably be a holder above VWAP, which is at 237. ACH though, anything can happen, but I do like this uptrend and where we're holding after Powell's remarks. I'm just curious to see how high we'll push. Not so convinced that we're going to get a rotation back down unless we can hold below 190s. Just my 2 cents.
190. Okay. Trade micros or minis, Mandy? I mean, look at the NQ.
I did micros this morning. I'm just finishing up with a combine here. I don't, on an FOMC day, I didn't want to be trading like any XFAs or anything like that. So combines are great. And I think I just want to finish out the day with that, with how much volatility there is. But I will be pretty selective about my entry as we're coming in here into the next, 31 minutes or so.
That is it's wise. I'm looking at the NQ ladder right now. The minis, it is thin. The spreads are wide. Slippage is very likely. Put it that way. Let's trade 26,200. ES last trade 69.10. 69.10 They make new all-time highs. 69.52. Mandy, you want to get an above below price in there? What will the price be on the close in the NASDAQ?
That's a great above below. Let's go pretty much right where we're at, right? No, let's go VWAP 238.
Okay, 26,238. 238. Very good. Above below. Put the pull up in the chat. Again, Jerome Powell walking back, certainly for rate cuts. Fed fund futures we're pricing in, giving the Fed a little bit of a wiggle room. Again, we're starving for data. You heard that in the remarks. I think a decent idea. They want to go. So
they probably have a great idea. A little bit of sell off here, Dre. Mandy, you're still looking for longs. What on your chart would get you to the long side? And would you consider shorts?
I am considering shorts actually right now. We're starting to go below this trend line that we've been holding. If we can get a candle close, we'll probably shop around here for a minute as kind of like a support resistance. So maybe like below 180s. I was saying 190s, but I think 180s because of this trend line and where we're at on the 3 minute, just kind of pushing over. And so, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. For longs though, I wanted to be above like 225, excuse me. Well, a candle close above that.
Okay, these higher lows are very persistent here.
Yes, they are. It looked like we go push the downside in. ES, NASDAQ still staying strong. I guess it has something to do with Nvidia. Pick trades in the chat says slippage in sim money. Look at the NASDAQ ladder. Look at the NASDAQ ladder. There is nothing in there. So, yeah, there's going to be slippage. Yeah.
Hey, it's worse in real life. I think it's bad in sim.
Yeah. Well, there will be slippage. Gold continuing to push lower here, 39.61. 39.61. Trying to mimic the live trading environment as close as possible. That's the logic. So, yes, slippage will be a thing. Lows in the gold, closing in on it. $7 to go. Downside, 10-year selling off in prices. That means yields going up. And you're looking for perhaps a short. Oh, yeah. Monster earnings coming up after the bell. Yes, we got Meta. We got Microsoft. We got Google. We got Chipotle. We got Starbucks. We'll be jumping on with the boys in at the buzzer. Jack and myself will join Paul and Jay. That moved the markets more than
big. Great time. Hope all the traders out there made enough for some guacamole.
That's when you know it's a good day.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Yeah,
I'm kind of curious. Some of these levels down here, pretty good. 170s is kind of interesting. We got an old range back there, so buyers might come back in. 140s could be kind of interesting. We had a big consolidation down there as the low, so kind of curious to see if buyers will come back in and support price right around that area.
I think I might want to.
All right, here we go.
Shorts are looking juicy to me right now.
They are. Yep. They look heavy.
Yeah.
Catch the mo.
Yeah.
Catch the mo. Okay.
I know. It's like right on my trend line. Let me see here. Probably get a terrible fill if I enter short, but I just need that, like a push, trying to fall off a cliff type of a thing, right?
Well, there goes gold. Gold's moving first to the downside here. Let's see if the other markets want to follow it. Gold did just make new lows in the session, 39.49.
Yeah, not enough for me right now to enter.
Yeah. Yes, closing on 6,900, 6,903. Let's trade. NASDAQ staying strong right now. 26,000.
Yeah, NASDAQ's hanging in there.
Yes, it is. We got, wow, it's moving fast. We got 16 minutes till MOC. Nothing really on Delta. We got plus 4,000 ES, minus 900 in the NASDAQ. Expected. It may ramp back up here in the next 25 minutes or so. Powell catching a lot of strays in the chat. People over him. Just finish already.
I mean,
Just
Yeah.
A couple
finished.
questions. Was he getting
right.
tough questions the entire time, Dre?
What was
Because the
what
one
was
I
one?
heard was,
Stock price is higher.
yeah, I mean, it's like,
What do you expect?
are you willing to crash the economy right now for my silly question?
I mean, he's been doing this for a
Powell's a
minute. I
veteran.
mean, yeah.
It's like getting baited by that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
6903 ES. Okay, let's see poll
Until
results.
that.
We can take that down.
Pretty short. Pretty short until
26,000, 26,238. We got 57% same below.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We're kind of stuck in the middle here, Dre, because
You are.
part of me is like, ooh, we're underneath the 4-hour range low. So are we like range under range on like a 4-hour time frame? Or sorry, it's 30-minute time frame, which would want me get short around like 26,200s to see if we can continue lower. But then the other side of me is like, well, buyers could come back in and support at 140s, have that resistance become support, and maybe we just get back up to VWAP and just hang out. Because buyers have done a good job so far.
They have. All right, 6,900 even. What did Powell say for that big sell-off? Essentially walking back the certainty of another 25 basis point rate cut in December. 6 weeks from now, that'll be December 10th. Again, the markets are still pricing in about a 65% probability that another rate cut will happen. But going into Powell, it was up around 87%. 87%. So we saw rates go higher, not by much. Equities digesting this pretty well, all things considered.
All right, I'm short.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay.
You can get something here.
What price do you get, Andy?
Negative risk reward on this one?
Yeah. I like it though.
You sure for what, 160-ish?
158 quarter.
Okay.
Just trying to get that little push to come with it.
Let's go now.
And,
ES cooking
I
on the
just need
downside.
275. We're gonna go there. It'll be a quick like 5 points.
Nice.
If we can just get a little fleshy here. If not, we could expect a good bounce.
So your balance is at like 1,300. Were most of your trades today just trying to get like 200 to 300 bucks?
Mm-hmm.
And rinse and
Absolutely.
repeat? Oh, nice.
Yep. I got it on a nice little bounce earlier today. It was really nice. Not loving this anymore. Yep. And the buyers are going to come step in here.
They're not making it easy, are they?
Mm-mm.
Dre, what do you think the scariest trade is right now?
Huh. That's a hell of a question.
We could ask Chad. Chad, throw your 2
that is
cents
a
in there.
great
What's the scariest trade?
Short.
Short's the scariest one?
I mean, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't. I mean, watch this 10-year. Yeah, what do you think?
I think longs are still the scariest one.
Are they? Okay.
Okay,
I
got
still think
stopped out on
shorting's
that
too
one.
obvious.
I think, yeah. Market shrugged off. You got stopped out, Mandy? Are you flat?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Curious what's
Give
going
it
to
a
happen
chance.
here in the next minute. Might re-enter,
Uh-huh.
depending on what we're looking at in about 50 seconds or so.
It's up on the bottom. Yep. What do we got here? We got 11 minutes till MOC. This bit unreal. Longs are scary. Shorts are scary.
Everything's
Trading
scary.
scary.
It's
Yeah.
spooky season,
Look at
right?
this bounce.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go just retrace that entire. Maybe I don't keep it to myself. Would you be surprised? But some we got the tenders continue to
Big
sell
time
off. That means rates are inching higher, and now here goes the equities pushing the upside. They're gonna hammer it. Where's the hammer of justice? And earnings after the bell. Dolby time. What are you looking for in terms of? You got the 4-hour. Anything on a shorter time frame for ranges in the NQ?
The ranges,
Just for perhaps a long
5
or
minute,
a short. Yeah.
5 minute looks good. 15 minute looks good. 15 minute range is right around like 26,225s, 230s, let's say, with the
Two-
low
two-
around the 150s where we were just at.
Yes, we were.
So,
Yo.
yeah, there could be some interesting shorts, right? At maybe like point of control. You could like stack some.
I'm not opposed.
Stack some offers up there.
Gold's still grinding lower. 10-year prices grinding lower. No, but here we go. We are.
Thank you.
Is grinding higher. 26,210. 225 Dolby time. That's I got overnight VO at 234.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's listen, we've also done a really good job making lower highs. So,
absolutely,
if you like that lower high line on the 15-minute, that's going to put you right at about point of control. So if you think it's going to reject, then stacking some offers right into that would make sense. Maybe between like 260 and 280.
260, 280. Okay. Yes. Gold
Put
on
some
the
offers
move.
in there,
New lows gold. New lows gold, 39.47.
I mean, are people just bailing out of gold and rolling into NASDAQ? More Nvidia? Has Nvidia gold? I gotta say, Powell's saying that AI is not a bubble and it's legit. I think that was pretty bullish. Pretty bullish.
Right?
Indeed.
Will it age well? No idea, but market's gonna like it.
You're right. Gold continue to move lower. New lows 39.46. Don't forget we made new all-time highs in the NASDAQ, ES, and the Dow today. NASDAQ at 26,326. All we got was about not even 280 point pullback on the Powell. The resilience is incredible. And then we got ES making new all-time highs today at 69.52. So pull back all the way to 68.82. And now currently trading at 69.08. Will there be another move to the upside?
We're gonna bracket the range, Dre.
I am. That's what I literally just did, Dolby. I'm like, I just need to not get caught up in it.
When you say bracket the
Like, I'm
range, what
like-
does that mean? What's it look like?
I'm gonna put it up right now.
Okay.
So we're putting up all of our offers, and so we've kind of identified the 15-minute range. So we're gonna get some offers that kind of line up with the lower highs to see if we can maybe break the 15-minute range, test point of control, and then sell off again. Alternatively, we could do bids at the bottom of the range. And so if we're anticipating a range, then whatever we get filled on, we'll just take. And we're expecting it just to bounce in between.
What prices are those for the brackets?
270 to 290 for the offers, and then we're gonna bid 140 to 120s.
Okay. Mandy, you said you're doing the same, but you typically your trades are a much shorter time frame. So what are we looking at for your if you're
Sorry, I guess when I said bracket, I just put my a little square of where we are currently trading in the range right now, so I could better identify that we're in a choppy range. I mean, it does look like we kind of are trending up, but there's also like this inner mid chop right now sideways. So I made sure to mark that above, let's see, 225, which is where I was looking to get long. Right now the bottom's about 148, 149.
Okay.
So we're still right in the middle of that. And let's see, that would be 42 to, yeah, it's been about 50 minutes or so that we've kind of been this sideways. So I just want to make sure that I self-identified that, and I'm going to give a second. I mean, we're still holding trend line on an upward trend. I guess we're like flagging, right? We've got the downward trend coming from earlier, the high of the candle before the number drop, or right after the number
these
drop.
equities are.
Yeah.
It's gonna take. We're gonna have to move mountains for this thing to sell off. I mean, we've got gold selling off, 10-year selling off.
nothing.
Will the equities follow? Seeing 10-year rates upticking here. We are looking at 4.07% on the 10-year yield. Gold new lows, 39.42. Yes, NASDAQ are just like
Very
you guys
wedged
know.
up right now.
Yeah, this
Incredible.
is incredible. We have 5 minutes till
Dorito.
Yes, it is.
Yep. I mean, another thing too is I don't necessarily. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay, go ahead. Just want to do an update on our live leaders from this morning. We showed you the names this morning in fast markets. Let's check in, see how they're doing now. Alexander C. Abin, Quentin Z again. Luca Yang, a lot of the same names. Well done. Way to hang on to those profits. One trader. Yep, 18K. And then finish the day up 17. So good job, math. Market take it, market give it. Thank you for that one, James. 5 minutes till MOC. And S&Ps are catching a bid now. 69.11. Incredible. 69.12 is now traded.
Oh, man,
I was just going to say, Dre, with earnings coming up, I don't necessarily mind putting on the range trade because are we going to make new highs into earnings without having the earnings actually come out yet?
It feels as if we're putting the last 2 hours in the rearview mirror, Dolby, and we are now onto the earnings after the bell. Essentially what it felt like. Then 2 dissenters, one for a pause, one for a 50 basis point cut. Uncertainty this, no data, government shutdown. Oh, well, let's start cooking. 69.
As they say in Wayne's World, game on.
Pretty much, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's 100%. All right, look at this thing go. We still looking at the 220 to 240 level, Dolby, the shorts in the NASDAQ.
Oh, it's 270 to 290.
270 to 290. I can't read my own handwriting.
Yeah, it's way up there.
Any levels to the upside, perhaps, for a short?
I was about to enter there on that EMA cross. I didn't, and I'm kicking myself because that was a good 20 points. I saw it, and I just didn't because I think I was a little hesitant. But if we can hold above these, I think 14s would be good on a candle close. I think we can continue to rotate up some more. We are stair-stepping, it looks like, on my 3-minute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, speaking of 3 minutes, we got 3 minutes till MOC. The markets are hypnotized. 26,200 in the NASDAQ, 69.10 in the ES, 39.46 gold. About $7 off the lows there.
Okay. Shiny Metal's doing okay.
Take a peek at Nvidia. Nvidia stock, where are you trading? Still $5 trillion market cap. Hold on.
That's so many zeros.
It's
so many.
How many commas is that? It's like 4 commas, right?
4 comma club?
Yeah, that's a lot. Still no trades. 10-year bouncing a little bit. Anything on the tilt? 50-50, yes. NASDAQ, gold, and oil as well. Major earnings coming out.
Well, that's interesting. NQ tilt actually balanced out a little bit. It was pushing close to 60% to the short side about 10, 15 minutes ago.
All right. I think I'm going to take a stab at longs here.
Ooh. Momentum trade. Let's go.
Maybe. Okay. Let us know if you get in. Amounts in gold. 39.49.
I'm really so indecisive right now. It's like right at the point I want to take it, but it just wasn't right over that trend line. Now it is. It wasn't a candle close, so
what was that?
It just might go without me.
Oh. ES on the move to the upside. 69.19 last trade. When we go close on those highs will be all-time highs as well. And we are off to the races now in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ cooking 26,000, 230, call it. Not exactly the cleanest price action.
Really good range. I mean, God, it's like 70-point range right here that we've been bouncing between.
Yes, it is.
That's some good stuff right there.
69.19 half last year. Now 20 straight in the ES, and we're above the 30s now in the NASDAQ.
Now we're at the above below. Just stay here for the next 11 minutes.
All right, 50
Exactly.
seconds till, and we'll see what we close on the all-time highs. Oh, we got 90 points. 90 points for all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Yes, one more work to do, about 33 points for all-time highs. Gold catching a bit as well. We got MOC 30 seconds. That's market on close.
30 seconds.
We'll
Let's
have some
go.
volatility. Maybe. Look how thin it is, that NASDAQ ladder. What's the size on the bid and the ask in the micro NASDAQ right now?
5 to 10 on average, maybe 5 to 15, 5 to 20.
Much better than minis.
A couple
Gaps in there.
30s. Oh, really? Oh, no. Micros are good.
Oh, yeah. There's 5 tick.
No gaps.
Spread here. All right. MOC coming at you here on Topstep TV. Click
Alrighty.
subscribe real quick. It's going to go ES, NASDAQ, and
Ooh, there
YM.
you go.
Let's see. Is that really it?
There's
All right.
the-
Okay.
Going on
Buy side
those.
1.5 bill. ES, NASDAQ 1.1 bill. Dow 1 bill. Buy side. Buy side billion. ES 1.5 bill. NASDAQ 1.2 bill. Those numbers can and will change. But we are off to the races.
Let's see if we can get filled on some of these. Looking for 270s.
It's good. I like it.
We are now
Lots of wicks up
60
here.
points. We are now 50 points.
Now we're in.
There you go.
We're in.
And 2, yep.
Short
Some
2 and
TPs in. Yeah, short
short
2
two.
micro NASDAQ at 72.5.
All right. I like that one. Yes, train
It's good, Dolby.
69.26. Man, he
far,
says
so
it looks
good.
good. Yep.
We got
Yeah, I like
TPs at
it.
47s, 28s, and 06s.
What are we short from, Dolby? What price?
75.
75. Take this trade. Nice
We're going to
patience.
pull the other 2. So we're
bad.
going to just keep the 3 and see if we can just ride this down here for the range trade.
500 lot in the offer. ES 69.25. 500 times.
Total risk is
Fill.
150.
Still holding buy side. And huge earnings after the bell. Manny joining us. Dolby time. House count short 2. MNQ from 26,275.
Yeah, if we can get up to like plus 20 points, we can see if we can start finding ways to reduce risk here.
There you go.
We just need to push. Give me like 47s. There. It'll be even nicer. 50 quarter.
Yeah.
50 quarter.
Buy side growing a little bit in the NASDAQ up to 1.3 bill. Still got about 2.5 minutes.
Nice.
Still another injection of liquidity.
Can
Got a hold
we
here.
get back to sort of middle of the range here?
Fantastic question, Dolby.
We will wait and see. Stops at 300. Here we'll do 300 and a quarter.
This thing sell side. What's the Dow
Say
doing?
louder,
The Dow
Dre.
is-
So they can hear it in the back, Dre.
What? No, man, I can't. I see. That's me. That's the trader every time. This thing sells side. Oh man, such a no-no on the prowl firm. You can't cheerlead trades. Cannot. But here I am
Yep.
doing that.
No.
Exactly. Why not? Right? It's Topstep TV. Click subscribe. Let's see if we get 1,000
Break even
likes.
test.
Mandy here. We had Dolby here. We had Powell here. Market just
If
shrugging
we
that
get
off.
below 61, we'll go to break even. We already got our test of entry. Let's see if we can fail on this 1 minute range.
Okay.
There we go. Okay,
Yeah,
now we
that
can go
looks
to
good.
break even. Okay,
So, yeah, I
covered.
wanted-
Out one.
Well done.
Out one, we're
Nice
break
play.
even. Hands off.
Nice play.
Well done. Looks like sellers are starting to unwind this buy side a little bit here in the MOC. We're short. We're short 1.
Yeah.
Dolby. Okay, well done.
Sorry, short 2. Short 2, break even.
Okay.
I need to change these orders around.
Yeah, I know. Why does he say lived? Why does he say lived? I don't short lived. It's short lived. Why does so weird?
Short-lived.
That's how he says it every time. I've never heard it.
It's not.
I've never heard it pronounced
Not
that way.
right. No, me neither.
Short ever.
Okay.
Hang in there. Hang in there.
There's nothing to do. Risk is managed. We got everything that we needed.
Still staying
Just
by
need these
side
sellers.
market.
Come on
See what
down.
happens. 20 seconds. See what happens here in 20 seconds. 5 minutes till the closing bell. 55 after. I see some selling coming in. Now it's 760 mil buy side NASDAQ. It was, remember, 1.1 billion. And we'll see some 3 minutes. Or 3 seconds, I should say.
Okay.
Yeah, they're holding buy side. What are we looking at? 26,250.
Yeah. Bouncing on the
Oof.
50.
What is happening?
Oh, there's that 55. Okay. Can we survive the liquidity grab here?
What's up there, Dolby?
What's up where? Nothing.
No, 55. What'd you? I thought you said you saw some size on the ladder. My bad.
Oh, no, I did not.
Yeah, I don't see anything. Oh, 57 contracts. 90.
Where? I think we're getting stopped on this one.
250.
We'll see. Just sell off. Just do it.
What a market.
How about Dakota's trade this morning? Jeezy crazy.
Ooh,
I think
yeah,
it's incredible.
100-point banger. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about some resilience and patience. You
There
knew
you
what
go,
you
Dolby.
needed to do for that trade.
You're
Here we
still in
go.
this, right?
4 minutes.
Yeah, we are.
At the buzzer, we'll be starting 3:05 in about 9 minutes at the buzzer. Quick turnaround. All those earnings. Meta, Google, Microsoft, Chipotle, Starbucks. Right now, house account is short 2 micro NASDAQ from
77.5.
77. Hook. For 40s. Push the downside.
39
Let's get to the bottom of this
contracts
volume profile.
at 233.
Three and a half minutes.
Still pretty resilient. Very obnoxious.
50. No, it's incredible. I mean, yes, I mean,
very resilient.
It's
wow.
It's incredible. It really is. And I don't know.
Typically, when you're like range trading, you want these just to really just rip lower right off the get go. And maybe we eventually get that here. Oh, let's go. Come on. We can get down to like 40s. We can lower this a little bit.
Knew it, Courtney.
You have VWAP right there?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay, we can lower our stop down just a little bit.
We'll get back to your hold on, Dobie. We got 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. Courtney bringing the heat in here. The long I pronounced when he says live is historically correct pronunciation. Knew it.
Oh.
He was being excused. I knew it. He's showing us that he's smarter than us. That's exactly what he was doing there.
It's a weird way to do it, but he is, isn't he?
Yep, I knew it. It's like, look how smart I am. Yep, thank you for that, Courtney. Right,
here we go. Here we go.
There you go, Dolby. Let's see VWAP.
We want to let's wave goodbye to the above below, at least temporarily, and then we can come back and land on it.
I thought we had the gap in sights today for a hot second. All right, 2 minutes, Dolby time. Mandy, good stuff. Saying I like it. She
Holding
saw
close.
It's so close. Now
Holding
I'm
to
bounce
close.
back up. Dolby.
Holding
I don't
to
know.
close.
We're holding above 50s.
It's a good stair
I don't
step.
know. I think VWAP's out of picture.
What, cover one?
I don't know. I think VWAP's not there anymore.
The bounce. Oof.
Grammar
Yep.
be crazy.
Bounce.
Oh, what a bid. What a bid. What a bid.
We'll see if we
Delta.
can cover one at like 45s or something.
It's earnings. We're on to the earnings. What will the earnings be? Is that what this bid is? Is that what we're seeing here?
They're like 10 after the hour, right? That they'll
All right,
release
we're
them,
at
or
one.
do you know the times on it?
I've seen 05. Quick turnaround. Microsoft, Meta, Alphabet, Starbucks, eBay. Alphabet
eBay?
is Google.
That's
Yeah, this is
still around?
Q3. Oh, Microsoft quarter one. understood why they do that. But
1 minute.
right.
We got
1
one
minute.
left at 280s break even.
Let's go, Dolby.
Nothing to do. Just wait.
James, I'm still going to you, right? Okay. 40 seconds. MOC turn sell side. Hello. MOC turn sell side.
Oh, let's go.
Anything matter? Does anything matter?
Intriguing.
Does anything matter?
VWAP. VWAP.
Yes.
What was my
Mandy's
above below?
What was it, Mandy? You tell me. What was it?
238. 238. We are close.
Okay. We were close.
Yep.
18
Oh,
seconds.
man. Here we go. We're going to do a quick one here.
10 seconds.
10 seconds till we close. I'm going to throw it right to James. Mandy, thank you so much for joining us, as always.
Absolutely, you guys.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Look at all that size
And we're
coming
gone.
in.
Wow,
And
we
there's-
did this up. All right, we're out.
Wow.
Plus 72.
Okay,
Crazy.
let's. All right, good stuff. I'm gonna throw it right to James. James, take us out of here into at the buzzer. Mandy, Dolby time, great job. We got earnings coming up, and we gotta get
You got
show
it.
started later.
As Andre said, we got earnings coming up, so I'm going to keep this short and sweet because we're going to send you all into At the Buzzer. And At the Buzzer, it's actually starting earlier today, starting at 3:05. Jay, Jack, Andre, Coach Paul, you name it, they're all going to be there breaking down those earnings for you. So don't delay. All I'm here to say is that later tonight at 7:30, Coach Dakota has slow markets. Tomorrow at 1:30 a.m. Central Time, Aaron Trades has London Open. And of course, at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Deanna's Euro Trade. And as I said that, remember, it's daylight saving times for them. So it's actually 2:30 a.m. for London Open, 4:30 a.m. for Euro Trade. Either way, we'll see you also tomorrow morning at 7:15 a.m. I messed that whole sentence up. We'll see you tomorrow at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. For TopstepTV, I've been James Harden. Let's get to those earnings. We'll see you tomorrow, chat. Let's go.